The end of the world is coming, mountains and rivers are collapsing, and the world has turned into purgatory. Wang Tao unexpectedly discovered that not only could he see the health bars of creatures, but the creatures he killed would also drop treasures. Before the end of the world, Wang Tao was sitting at home playing on the computer. He felt great when he saw the game character on the screen kill the final boss with one punch. Wang Tao is an ordinary martial arts stunt double. The reason why he stayed at home playing games instead of going to work today was because it was raining too heavily outside, resulting in the cancellation of all the scenes of the crew today. After playing the game, Wang Tao decided to go to the small restaurant downstairs for dinner. As soon as he left the house, his neighbor across the street, Ding Yuqin, also came out. Ding Yuqin was wearing a black dress, holding her phone and bag, and changing into high heels. Her slender black silk legs made Wang Tao take a second look. Wang Tao greeted Ding Yuqin, but Ding Yuqin suddenly said that she forgot to take something and asked Wang Tao to go down first. Wang Tao walked into the elevator, looked at himself in the mirror, and sighed. His face with a hideous scar was the result of an accidental injury, and now he has become a stunt double for villains. Walking into the small restaurant, the boss was wearing a raincoat and refueling the car. Wang Tao ordered a large portion of fried rice noodles. Soon the boss complained that there were too few customers today, and he couldn't make any rent. Wang Tao asked about the boss's wife and learned that she had a fever and didn't come today. After returning home from dinner, Wang Tao decided to play on the computer for a while. As soon as he sat down, he suddenly felt a sharp pain and sparks came out of the wires under his feet. Wang Tao's eyes went dark and he passed out. After a while, Wang Tao was awakened by hunger and found himself lying on the floor. He quickly got up and looked at the burnt wires and computer, feeling confused. Was he really electrocuted? Was it not a dream? Was he still alive? Suddenly, there was a shrill scream outside. Wang Tao ran to the window and saw a bloody man gnawing on the flesh of a middle-aged man in the yard downstairs. The man was obviously dead. More zombies appeared one after another and joined this terrifying feast. Wang Tao was stunned and felt nauseous, vomiting everything he had just eaten. He forced himself to calm down and tried to call the police, but the line was busy. So, Wang Tao opened the browser on his mobile phone, and what caught his eyes were countless horrifying news. The end of the world is coming, and the zombie virus is raging all over the world. The virus is highly contagious, so everyone is requested to hide in a safe place and wait for rescue. Wang Tao was completely dumbfounded. It was only a few hours. How could it be the end of the world? He checked the time and found that he had been unconscious for 3 days. Wang Tao's parents died unexpectedly when he was a child. He was raised by his grandparents, but a few years ago, they also passed away one after another. Therefore, Wang Tao had no other relatives to contact with, and even if the end of the world came, he would not have too much to worry about. He only had 3 or 2 friends, and he still hoped that they were safe and sound. Wang Tao opened the social software, and a message of 99+ popped up. The chat records of the crew group showed that almost all the colleagues who went to the filming city 2 days ago had met with accidents, and he escaped because he did not go. No one spoke in the group. The last record was a message sent by an actress yesterday morning. She said there was a monster hanging around outside the room, and there was no news after that. To Wang Tao's surprise, a young director named Zhao next door sent him many messages and phone calls. Director Zhao said he was hiding in the film and television city and hoped that Wang Tao would take care of his wife Ding Yuqin at home. His words were full of despair and requests, and the last message was almost a cry of collapse. Wang Tao tried to reply, but there was no response for a long time. He guessed that Director Zhao was in danger. Wang Tao quickly browsed the official news on the internet. It took him half an hour to roughly understand the current situation. On April 4th, the zombie crisis broke out suddenly, sweeping the entire world without warning. According to information on the internet, zombies have stiff joints, slow speed, poor flexibility, and degraded vision, but they are extremely strong, sensitive to light, and have sharp hearing. Their heads are their weak points, and they will be infected if bitten or scratched. Infected people are usually eaten before they mutate. The government urgently dispatched soldiers to suppress the rebellion, but the soldiers who participated in the battle suddenly turned into zombies, and the internal disintegration failed. The entire situation fell into chaos, the death toll soared, and the number of zombies was terrifying. Wang Tao looked at the crew group and classmates group and saw that many people were venting their emotions, and more were asking when the rescue would arrive. Wang Tao checked his food reserves and found that they could only last for 3 or 4 days. He only had half of the 10 kilograms of rice he bought last month left, but he had just bought a full tank of gas, which would last for 3 months. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up in all chat groups at the same time. Government announcement. All survivors are requested to stay in a safe place and do not go out at will. The government has organized a large number of rescue personnel. A large survivor base has been initially established, and we will gradually take everyone to the large base. Considering the lack of living supplies for some residents, we will carry out airdrops of supplies in places with fewer zombies. The message ended with a photo of a survivor's base with tall walls, which looked quite safe. Seeing this message, many people were excited. Some lamented that rescue was finally coming, and some were glad that they still had some rice at home. Wang Tao shook his head, lamenting the diversity of human nature. A neighbor in the group was begging for food, but he was actually a bachelor, and he didn't have any so-called elderly mother or young children. Wang Tao decided to accept the proposal to meet at the survivor's base, but the message he sent showed a red exclamation mark. No internet? No cell phone signal? Wang Tao's face changed, and he vaguely heard some curses coming from downstairs. He realized that the communication was cut off, and there might be a power outage and water outage next. He quickly took out all the containers at home to collect water. Then, he made a simple lunch, but did not dare to eat too much. After all, there was not much food and he had to eat sparingly. After dinner, Wang Tao carefully observed several windows at home. He found that from the south window, he could see about a dozen zombies wandering in the courtyard of the community. But this was only the part he could see, and more zombies might be hidden out of sight. And there must be a lot of zombies inside these 4 buildings. The scene on the main road outside the north window was even more tragic. Car accidents were everywhere, and there was blood everywhere, but there was no trace of corpses, only a few zombies wandering around. Wang Tao realized that there must be more than just these few zombies on the road. The view from his window was limited, and he couldn't see many places. There might be zombies hiding in cars, shops, shadows, and even at the base of the wall downstairs. Wang Tao shook his head helplessly and began to analyze the current situation. Waiting for rescue was inevitable, but before the rescue arrived, there might not be enough food in his home. He was unwilling to rely on the help of others, and he also knew that in this situation, the possibility of borrowing food was almost zero. Therefore, the only way was to go out and find food. The small restaurant outside the community may have a lot of food and is very close to his home. But even if it is close, he has to go through the community compound. Although Wang Tao is strong, he doesn't think he can deal with more than 10 zombies. Suddenly, there was a dull knock on the door. Wang Tao tiptoed to the door and looked through the peephole, and his scalp suddenly went numb. Standing outside the door was a zombie covered in blood, with twisted blue-black blood vessels all over his neck and face, a ferocious expression, and white pupils. He was unconsciously banging on Wang Tao's door. Wang Tao had seen this person before. He was the single man in his 30s living upstairs. Wang Tao quickly fetched a kitchen knife and waited nervously inside the door. Although he didn't think zombies could open the security door, he felt insecure without a weapon. Taking another look at the cat's eye, Wang Tao discovered that there was a red bar on the zombie's head, showing 500/500. This red strip is suspended above the zombie's head and does not look like a real object. After waiting for a while, the zombie gave up Wang Tao's room and went to knock on the door of room 502. The red strip was always in Wang Tao's field of vision, and its size did not change. Wang Tao was surprised to find that this looked like the monster health bar when he was playing games. A shrill female scream was heard from the room opposite. The zombies moved at the sound and banged on the door of room 502 frantically. Looking at the zombies' reactions, Wang Tao realized that the zombies moved slowly when they didn't notice any movement, but would become violent once they heard any sound. After observing for a while, the zombie knocked on the door for 2 or 3 minutes, but failed to enter room 502, and then slowly went downstairs. Wang Tao judged that there was only one zombie in the corridor of this unit. If he could fight alone, he might have a chance. He decided to go out to look for supplies, but he had to first understand the zombie's strength to confirm whether he could deal with them. Moreover, he seemed to be able to see the health bars of the zombies, and his own health bar also showed 100 out of 100, and he realized that this was his own health. Wang Tao started doing push-ups to warm up and unexpectedly found that his physical strength was stronger than before. He used to be able to do more than 100 standard push-ups in one breath, but now he can do 500, and he still has energy to spare. This is not an illusion. His physical fitness has indeed become stronger. The roar of the zombie was heard in the corridor again. Wang Tao observed through the cat's eye and found that the zombie went upstairs again. He planned to conserve his energy today and deal with the zombies tomorrow. After taking a shower, Wang Tao looked in the bathroom mirror and found that the scar on his face had disappeared. All other wounds on his body had also disappeared, and his muscles seemed to have grown a little bigger. Looking at the handsome face and explosive muscles in the mirror, Wang Tao felt very excited. The next morning, Wang Tao got up early. First, he checked his fully charged mobile phone and found that there was still no signal and the emergency call could not be made. Then he walked around the room again and found that the water and electricity at home had not been cut off for the time being. He looked up at the blue sky and guessed that there might be a problem with the base station or satellite, or perhaps some other disaster. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Wang Tao took some food out of the refrigerator and made a hearty breakfast. Then he took down all the books on the bookshelf. Although most of these books were for decoration, they were real books. Wang Tao selected some books of suitable size and used tape to wrap around his forearms, calves, chest, and back for protection. Considering that the thighs and upper arms need to exert force, he did not tie anything on these parts. Then, Wang Tao found a few sharp-edged kitchen knives, but he felt that the knives were a bit short, so he tied them to a rolling pin to make a simple short spear. Wang Tao originally wanted to transform a mop into a long gun, but considering the narrow corridor, a weapon that was too long would be inconvenient to use, and it would be a disaster if it got stuck. The rolling pin was just the right length, which would not increase the risk of infection and would not be difficult to use. Finally, Wang Tao found a thick face towel and a pair of yellow-blue light-blocking glasses and covered his head, face, and eyes. The zombie virus is contagious, and protective measures must be taken with great care. Wang Tao checked himself in front of the floor-length mirror. He was over 1.8 meters tall, with a sturdy build, wearing black gloves, a black mask, yellow glasses, and brown hiking shoes. He was wrapped up tightly, with homemade arm guards tied on his hands and a homemade short spear in his hands. He looked very safe. After everything was ready, Wang Tao waited quietly behind the door. The zombie wandering in the stairwell came up soon. Wang Tao waited patiently. The zombies first went up to the 6th floor, then returned to the 5th floor, and finally went down to the 4th floor. When the zombie went downstairs with its back to him, Wang Tao suddenly opened the door. With a click, the sound of the security door startled the zombie. The zombie turned his head stiffly, revealing his horrible and disgusting face. Wang Tao tightly grasped the homemade short spear and stabbed it fiercely at the zombie's head. The zombie roared and turned around suddenly after discovering the person, but his movements were uncoordinated and he almost stumbled. Wang Tao's knife missed. Wang Tao didn't expect to kill with one strike, as this sharp-edged kitchen knife could not only stab, but also chop. Wang Tao held the rolling pin with both hands and swung it downwards. With a swish, the knife cut from the zombie's shoulder to the waist. The zombie was wearing clothes, so the depth of the knife could not be seen, but the blood bar on the top of the head was reduced a little. Wang Tao was shocked that the zombie's blood was so thick. He quickly pulled back the kitchen knife, and the zombie rushed over. Wang Tao immediately took 2 steps back and stabbed again. The knife stabbed the zombie's forehead, but failed to penetrate. The skull is the hardest bone in the human body, and the kitchen knife was of average quality, so the blade was bent. Despite this, the damage caused by this attack was minimal. Wang Tao's mind raced. He tightly grasped his homemade short spear and fiercely stabbed from the lower right to the upper left. The knife slashed the zombie's neck, spurting black blood, and the zombie staggered back. Although the cut was shallow, the damage was great. The neck was also a zombie's weak spot, much easier to kill than the head. The zombie was enraged and pounced on him, swinging his hands at Wang Tao. Wang Tao took 2 steps back to avoid the attack and stabbed again. This knife pierced the zombie's forehead and killed it instantly. Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the zombie twitching on the ground, its head shattered and blooming like a chrysanthemum. But victory was not without a price. The knife had become warped and deformed, and it was clear that an ordinary knife could not handle this heavy task. Just as Wang Tao climbed up from the zombie, his eyes focused and noticed a bloody, translucent package emerging in front of the zombie. Soon, accompanied by a sound, the package instantly entered his body, and a line of words appeared in front of Wang Tao. System prompt, obtain. Pure water, small, ×1, which surprised him very much. Wang Tao found a backpack icon below his health bar. In the backpack was a 5L white plastic bucket marked with pure water, small 5L, drinkable. Killing zombies can also drop treasures? Wang Tao was excited. He touched the zombie and found keys, an electronic bracelet, a pack of cigarettes, and a wallet, and gave up the broken belt. After returning to the room, Wang Tao leaned against the door, still feeling a lingering fear. His adrenaline surged during the battle just now, and now thinking back to the appearance of the zombies, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Wang Tao drank a large glass of water, took off his sweaty clothes, and took a shower. After washing, he found that the blood bar changed from 100 out of 100 to 110 out of 110, and it was obvious that killing zombies increased the upper limit of blood volume. Wang Tao excitedly studied the system backpack and found that only the items that exploded when killing zombies could be put into it, and the time in the backpack was suspended, so the items would never go bad. Although the storage space was limited, he was already very satisfied. Wang Tao tasted the purified water and found it was indeed drinkable. Wang Tao realized that this backpack was like a storage space. Killing zombies would not only drop treasures, but also increase the upper limit of health and even improve physical fitness. Wang Tao smiled and looked forward to the end of the world. After a short rest, Wang Tao decided to go out to explore again. Soon, Wang Tao put on his homemade equipment and tied a spare kitchen knife. Although there were no zombies in the corridor for the time being, Wang Tao needed to continue searching for supplies. He checked each floor carefully and finally came to the 6th floor, where he found the door of 602 open. Wang Tao entered 602 carefully, and after making sure there were no zombies in the room, he began to search for supplies. There were no signs of fighting in the items in 602, and it was obvious that the neighbor was infected by the mutation. Wang Tao found 7 or 8 kilograms of rice in the kitchen, vegetables and meat in the refrigerator, instant noodles, pickles, snacks, cigarettes and alcohol, etc. Wang Tao stood in the room, his eyes on a pile of radio equipment. Although he had never used a walkie-talkie before, he knew that these devices could be the key to survival in the end times. Without the internet, mobile phones were almost useless, but walkie-talkies were different. They might still be able to communicate. In addition to the walkie-talkie, there are 2 radios, one large and one small. The small one is battery-powered, and the large one can be hand-cranked to generate electricity. Wang Tao made some simple adjustments, but there was only a harsh buzzing sound from the intercom and radio, and no useful information. Although he was a little disappointed, he knew that he could take this thing back and study it slowly. Wang Tao rummaged around the house for a while and packed everything he thought was useful into 2 suitcases. In order to take more things with him, he found a bedsheet and wrapped the remaining items. After making sure that nothing was left out, he packed all the items, locked the door of room 602, and took the key away. Just as he locked the door of room 602, loud noises and roars came from the next door, room 601, through the security door. Wang Tao's spirit suddenly tensed up, and he was secretly sure that there were zombies inside. He observed for a while and found that the door of 601 was locked tightly, so he temporarily put his mind at ease. According to memory, a middle-aged couple lived in 601, and they want to get off work together. Wang Tao guessed that there might be 2 zombies inside. He knew that he could handle one, but not 2. Moreover, he couldn't open the security door at the moment, so he could only find some tools to pry open the door or unlock it. Wang Tao was carrying a 24-inch suitcase in each hand, a large package on his back, and another package around his neck as he walked towards the 5th floor. After returning home, he found a place to store these things. These foods alone were enough to last for half a month, and combined with his original reserves, they could last for about 20 days. If it was before, Wang Tao would have chosen to wait for rescue if he had so much food. But now, he has discovered his own abilities and is unwilling to sit and wait for death. Today's action will stop here, and tomorrow we will see if there are any other rooms that can be opened. With food, Wang Tao was confident. He took out the food that could not be kept for a long time and prepared to cook a big meal. After all the ingredients were washed, a piece of hot pot base was added and the whole pot was stewed. A rich aroma spread, and Wang Tao felt that this pot of food was more fragrant than any other dish he had made before. Just as he filled a large bowl of rice and was about to eat, the door suddenly rang. The knock was quick and light, and Wang Tao immediately picked up the homemade short spear next to him and walked to the peephole to check. A woman with her hair tied up high stood outside the door, staring at Wang Tao's door nervously. She was Zhao Yuan's wife, Ding Yuqin, the neighbor across the street. Wang Tao did not open the door directly, but hung the iron chain behind the security door first. In the end times, one must be on guard against others. Ding Yuqin, who was standing outside the door, looked very nervous, looking at the corridor from time to time, with anxiety written all over her face. Her door was not closed, and if there was any movement downstairs, she would run back immediately. Ding Yuqin didn't want to come out. She had been struggling for hours before she came out. There was no food at home. If she didn't find a solution, she would starve to death even if she wasn't bitten to death by the zombies. There was another decisive factor that prompted her to walk out of the room. She saw Wang Tao kill the zombie in the corridor with her own eyes. Although the course of the battle was unclear, Wang Tao won. This was what she saw through the cat's eyes. Her husband had told her before that zombies were so scary that even with a pistol, they might not be able to defeat them. Many police officers had died tragically at the hands of zombies. But Wang Tao was able to kill zombies single-handedly with cold weapons. This was really amazing. She waited for several hours, and after confirming that Wang Tao was not infected, she finally plucked up the courage to walk out of the room. Her stomach growled, and she could no longer hold back when she smelled the faint aroma coming from next door. The door opened, and Wang Tao's face appeared behind it. Without the hideous scar on his face, he looked much gentler, but Ding Yuqin didn't have time to dwell on it. Ding Yuqin lifted the hair by her ears and asked Wang Tao to lend her some food. Ding Yuqin was wearing a light pink sportswear today, which covered her graceful figure. Her hair was tied up, but a little messy, and it was obvious that she had not taken good care of it. She looked pale, with faint, dark circles under her eyes, and looked very haggard. Wang Tao noticed that Ding Yuqin looked much thinner, perhaps because of a few days of hunger. A green blood bar appeared above her head, with the number 63 out of 100. Wang Tao frowned, and suddenly remembered the message Zhao Yuan sent him, asking him to take care of Ding Yuqin. Considering that he had more food in his hands, he decided to help her. Ding Yuqin saw Wang Tao frowning, and her heart tightened. After a few days of starvation, she knew the importance of food. If Wang Tao didn't give her food, she might really starve to death. She quickly said that she ate little and only needed a little food. She also claimed that she would repay Wang Tao when her husband came back. Ding Yuqin was afraid that Wang Tao would not believe her, so she quickly took out a few hundred yuan from her pocket and handed it to Wang Tao, indicating that she was willing to pay. Wang Tao shook his head and did not take the money from Ding Yuqin. Instead, he decided to lend her some food. Ding Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Wang Tao was a kind person. When Wang Tao went to get the food, a strong aroma wafted out. Ding Yuqin followed the aroma and saw a large pot of stew and a large bowl of rice. Her throat rolled and she swallowed hard. Ding Yuqin pushed the door, but the anti-theft chain blocked her. Wang Tao looked back and she quickly withdrew her hand, feeling a little dissatisfied. She felt that she was not the kind of person who was shameless enough to enter the house, but she was just very hungry. Wang Tao came over with a bag of bread and stuffed it into her hand through the crack of the door. She quickly took it, grateful but a little disappointed. She hugged the bread, said thank you, and hurried home. After watching Ding Yuqin go home, Wang Tao locked the door. In the apocalypse, food is extremely precious. He has done his best to give his neighbors some bread. After all, he still has his own life to live and zombies to deal with. Wang Tao ate half of the stew and rice and felt 7/10 full. After the exercise, he cleaned up briefly and started doing push-ups. He did 1,000 yesterday, and today he wanted to see if he had made any progress. Wang Tao did push-ups according to the previous rhythm. When he finished 1,000 push-ups, he stood up, looked at the time, and nodded with satisfaction because today was a few minutes faster than yesterday. After taking a shower, Wang Tao took out his walkie-talkie and radio. He tuned in to find useful information and suddenly heard that the government would organize rescue as soon as possible and asked the public to wait patiently. The airdrop would begin on the morning of April 18th. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. The airdrop was good news. It meant that the government still had the ability to carry out rescue operations and had armed forces to protect itself or even counterattack. In the next 10 days, he had to prepare well to ensure that he had a chance to get the airdropped supplies. The next morning, Wang Tao got up at around 6. Since he lost the internet, his daily routine has become more and more regular. After a simple warm-up, he ate yesterday's leftovers, then fully armed and prepared to go to 301 on the 3rd floor to check the situation. There were 2 people sharing the apartment in room 301 on the 3rd floor. Wang Tao knew that they had hidden the key to the front door in the gap of the electric meter box. Normally, no one would go in, but now, the world was no longer normal. Wang Tao closed the door and walked out fully armed. His goal today was room 301, but before that, he stopped at the doors of room 402 and room 302. Room 402 on the 4th floor and room 302 on the 3rd floor were both quiet, with no movement. Wang Tao knocked on the door gently, but still no response. He suspected that there was probably no one in these 2 rooms, because the zombie virus broke out on a weekday and many people went to work. Wang Tao did not disturb room 401 downstairs because he heard someone cursing inside when the internet was disconnected. Wang Tao's target was 301, but he first got the key from the electric meter box and listened carefully, but there was still no movement inside. Wang Tao knocked on the door of 301. There was no response, so Wang Tao judged that it was probably safe. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door of 301. Wang Tao's face suddenly became serious when he heard roars and footsteps from inside. The worst situation had occurred. There were zombies inside. Moreover, this was a shared house, and Wang Tao was not sure how many zombies there were inside. Holding the homemade short spear tightly in his hand, Wang Tao put his ear close to the door and listened for a while. He temporarily determined that there was only one zombie, but after all, it was a shared house, and if there were two zombies, he might not be able to deal with them. After thinking for a few seconds, Wang Tao decided to give it a try. He turned the key gently, and when the door opened, he quickly opened the door and kicked the zombie hard. With a sound, a petite but ferocious and terrifying blood-red figure was kicked away. Wang Tao did not rush in to finish off the enemy, but quickly scanned the area. One bedroom door was closed, and he was not sure if there was any danger, but there was only one zombie in the living room. Wang Tao held the homemade short spear tightly in both hands, kicked his back foot, and accelerated suddenly. The female zombie twisted her body and climbed up, stumbling towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao wanted to poke its neck with a short spear, but the zombie suddenly lunged forward and avoided the attack. Wang Tao remained calm in the face of danger, turned his short spear and chopped at the zombie's left arm. Soon, a huge wound appeared on the zombie's left arm, and black blood splattered. The zombie's right hand slapped Wang Tao's right arm fiercely. Although protected by the thick book, Wang Tao still felt a numbness in his arm. The zombie opened its mouth wide and bit towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao held its jaw with the arm guard of his left hand and thrust the short spear in his right hand into the zombie's belly. Although the damage was not great, it successfully restricted the zombie's movements. Then Wang Tao's muscles bulged, his right leg gathered strength, and he kicked the zombie's waist with a whip kick. The zombie hit the wall, feeling dizzy for a moment and unable to get up. Wang Tao took advantage of the situation and stepped on the zombie's chest, making her unable to move, then held the short spear upside down with both hands and raised it high. The short spear pierced the zombie's head, killing it instantly with a headshot. A translucent package with blood stains instantly appeared. After Wang Tao put away the package, he checked his health bar. Killing zombies can increase the upper limit of the health bar and restore health. Wang Tao searched the female zombie's body for a while and found a pearl necklace, a wallet, and a box of ladies' cigarettes, but no lighter. After resting for a while, he looked towards the closed bedroom door. According to his observation when he came in, the health bar above the female zombie's head showed 482/500, and his kick to open the door only caused 3 points of damage. This shows that the female zombie is not at full health. Soon, Wang Tao realized that there were other zombies in the room. To confirm his thoughts, Wang Tao held the short spear tightly in both hands and kicked the bedroom door hard. The bedroom door resisted his kick, but the door lock was scrapped. The moment the door opened, Wang Tao saw a male zombie with half of his body missing lying in the room. Although he was missing arms and legs and could not stand, he still looked quite energetic and had a strong build. Wang Tao didn't have to spend much effort and easily killed him with a single blow to the head. After inspection, Wang Tao found that his homemade short spear could still be used after the battle, but the kitchen knife was completely scrapped and the rolling pin also had cracks and was almost scrapped. After a short rest, Wang Tao began to check the room. After confirming that there was no danger in the bathroom and kitchen, he locked the door of 301 and began to count his gains. After killing the male zombie, Wang Tao gained 5 points of maximum health, and his health bar became 115/120. The male zombie exploded a gear the size of a ping-pong ball, while the female zombie exploded a block of iron. These were all materials for making things, but before figuring out their specific uses, Wang Tao decided to put them away first. He put the gear into the space backpack and began to search the corpse. There was nothing useful on the male zombie, so he searched the entire room 301. There are a lot of things in the room, especially women's clothes, cosmetics, bags, and various small accessories. Men's things are relatively simple, mainly shoes and electronic products. What Wang Tao was most concerned about was food, but the couple didn't have much food at home, only enough for 1 or 2 days, and most of it was vegetables and fruits, which had already wilted. But there were a lot of unopened snacks in the woman's room, which were not cheap, although they were not filling. In the kitchen, Wang Tao found 3 neatly cut steel pipes, one 1 meter long and 2 half a meter long. The steel pipe can replace the cracked rolling pin, and after being sharpened, it can also replace the kitchen knife. The gas tank in the kitchen is almost full, and he plans to take it back. An hour later, Wang Tao ran back to 501, carrying a bag wrapped in a bed sheet with a steel pipe inserted in it, and holding a suitcase in each hand. After putting the things at the door, he ran back to 301 to get the gas tank. Before locking the door of 301, he held back his nausea, dragged the 2 zombies to the window and threw them downstairs, and then threw the zombies in the corridor down as well. In order not to attract the zombies in the neighborhood, he chose to throw it out of the north window onto the street. 3 heavy object drops were heard, followed by waves of strange and creepy roars on the street. Many zombies appeared from the darkness and wandered towards the place where the sound came from. Wang Tao felt a chill in his heart. He estimated that there were 30 to 50 zombies on the street, which made him give up the idea of going to the convenience store to loot supplies. When the gas tank was moved to the door of 501, the door of 502 next door opened a crack. Ding Yuqin looked at the supplies brought back by Wang Tao in shock. She had been paying attention since Wang Tao left the house, and she also heard some of the noise downstairs. Ding Yuqin only knew that when Wang Tao went out, he was holding a rolling pin with a kitchen knife tied to it, and when he came back, he was carrying large and small bags of supplies, especially the small half bag of rice sticking out of the bag, which made her feel that if she could get some rice, she could eat it raw. Seeing Wang Tao about to come in, Ding Yuqin gritted her teeth and opened the door. Wang Tao heard the noise and turned his head to look at her. Because she was wearing glasses, she couldn't see his eyes clearly. In order to avoid going hungry, Ding Yuqin decided to go forward and say hello, and hoped to help Wang Tao put the supplies into the room. Wang Tao looked at Ding Yuqin helplessly. Even though he had already walked to his door, he still nodded in agreement. Ding Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Wang Tao agreed, she felt relieved. She still remembered that Wang Tao didn't let her in yesterday, and she felt a little resentful. Wang Tao opened the door and handed her a slightly smaller package, asking her to help carry it in. Ding Yuqin took the package and found that her hands were heavy, and she was so weak that she had almost no strength left. Seeing this, Wang Tao reluctantly reached out to hold the package, saying that he would do it himself. Ding Yuqin insisted that she could do it, and quickly walked into Wang Tao's house holding the package. Wang Tao quickly moved the remaining supplies back home and closed the door. Ding Yuqin saw that the room was full of various supplies. Although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but marvel at it. Wang Tao sighed. Most of these were sundries. There were not many really important foods, and the only weapons that could be considered useful were 3 steel pipes. Ding Yuqin offered to help clean up, and Wang Tao didn't refuse. The house was indeed very messy. These days he was either eating, sleeping, exercising, or going out to fight zombies. He had no time to clean up. Ding Yuqin wore a white hip skirt today, her hair was tied up high, revealing her slender neck, and a platinum necklace was deeply embedded in her ravine. She also wore a pair of brown high heels that were not convenient for escaping, paired with flesh-colored stockings, looking both sexy and charming. Wang Tao watched her squatting on the ground and neatly sorting out her things. Then he turned his eyes away from her and turned away. Seeing Wang Tao's back as he left, Ding Yuqin's tense body finally relaxed a lot. Ding Yuqin could feel Wang Tao's eyes on her, and she regretted dressing up too much. She just thought that when asking someone to do something for her, she should have a good attitude, at least be neat and tidy. Wang Tao took off his equipment in the bathroom and took out the books inside and put them away separately. These books were his life-saving items and could not get wet. Wang Tao took off the coat stained with zombie blood, rinsed it alone with water, and then put the other clothes into the washing machine. While taking a shower, Wang Tao frowned at the bruises on his right arm. This was where the zombie injured him today. The zombie slapped him, and 5 drops of blood were lost. He didn't feel any pain during the battle just now, but now when he touches hot water or touches lightly, the piercing pain makes him wonder if he has injured his bones. Wang Tao was wondering why a zombie slapped him and took away 5 drops of blood. Now it seems that people have a limited tolerance for pain, and even superficial pain can be painful enough to kill people. This blood bar not only represents the amount of blood, but also the health of the body. The health bar above Ding Yuqin's head is only 15. Although she has not been attacked, her health is constantly decreasing due to hunger, fear, etc. If no one helps her, she will either starve to death or die of fear. After taking a shower, Wang Tao put on trousers and a vest, revealing his bruised arms. His bruises hurt when touched, and although he could bear it, there was no need to torture himself. Ding Yuqin was quite capable. While Wang Tao was taking a shower, she had already sorted out many things. These things were arranged in an orderly manner, which was comfortable to look at. Afterwards, Wang Tao invited Ding Yuqin to take a break. But when Ding Yuqin looked up and saw Wang Tao's explosive muscles and that unfamiliar but handsome face, she quickly lowered her head. Ding Yuqin's legs were a little sore from squatting, and she was about to stand up, but suddenly her vision went dark and she fell backwards uncontrollably. Wang Tao was quick to grab her waist. Ding Yuqin's face turned pale, and the blood bar on her head began to bleed. Wang Tao felt helpless. She was losing blood for such a small matter. Was she really being scammed? She only had a little blood left. Could she be killed with just one slap? He thought to himself with some mischief. Ding Yuqin rested in Wang Tao's arms for a while, then quickly broke free, awkwardly tucked the hair around her ears, and a blush appeared on her face. She noticed the bruises on Wang Tao's arms, got startled, and subconsciously took a step back. Wang Tao nodded, indicating that he was slightly injured. Ding Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing that the wound was only bruised, without a crack, she took another step forward, grabbed Wang Tao's arm, and gently stroked the muscles around the bruise, indicating that she could help Wang Tao with the treatment. After Ding Yuqin finished speaking, she kneaded the muscles on Wang Tao's arms gently without waiting for him to refuse. When she approached, a faint scent of shampoo penetrated into Wang Tao's nostrils, making him feel inexplicably hot. Wang Tao originally wanted to refuse. After all, this minor injury was nothing. But looking at Ding Yuqin's serious look, he was too embarrassed to refuse. She suddenly stood up and said that she had a medical kit at home and asked Wang Tao to wait. When she reached the door, she turned around and smiled ingratiatingly, asking Wang Tao not to forget to open the door for her, obviously afraid that he would lock the door. Wang Tao nodded and agreed. Not long after, Ding Yuqin hurried in with a medicine box. She opened the box, revealing various medicines and bandages for treating injuries. Wang Tao looked at the medicines and couldn't help but sigh at her thorough preparation. After all, Wang Tao searched both houses but couldn't find any medicine boxes. At most, he found some cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs. And he didn't have any at home because he was in good health and hadn't been to the hospital for several years. Ding Yuqin looked at Wang Tao's envious eyes and smiled. Then she applied the ointment and potion on Wang Tao's arm, and Wang Tao immediately felt the pain relieved a lot. He looked at the changes in his health bar and was surprised that these medicines actually restored some of his health. So Wang Tao praised Ding Yuqin, and Ding Yuqin responded happily. But she continued to massage Wang Tao's muscles to help the drug absorb. After a while, she felt her hands were sore and weak, but she persisted. Wang Tao felt that Ding Yuqin's strength was gradually weakening, so he said there was no need to press anymore, as it didn't hurt anymore, and invited Ding Yuqin to dinner. Ding Yuqin immediately agreed to the invitation, but then felt that she had lost her composure and quickly offered to help Wang Tao wash the vegetables. Wang Tao nodded in agreement, saying that more people would help. Besides, he really wasn't very good at cooking, and he only cared about making sure the food was cooked. The two worked together and soon prepared a sumptuous lunch. Looking at the table full of 4 dishes and 1 soup, Ding Yuqin couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She hadn't eaten a proper meal for 5 days. Looking at the table of food, tears suddenly blurred her vision. Wang Tao was a little surprised to see Ding Yuqin suddenly covering her mouth and crying, but he also understood how moved she was. Ding Yuqin wiped her tears, set the table, and stood aside waiting for Wang Tao to sit down first. Wang Tao motioned for her to sit down, and she sat down, holding a full bowl of rice, feeling the warmth in her hands, and almost cried again. Wang Tao began to ask Ding Yuqin why she behaved like that. Ding Yuqin wiped her tears and tried to control her emotions. She carefully picked up some vegetables and put them into her mouth, thinking that this was the most delicious food she had ever eaten in her life. Wang Tao also admired his sister-in-law's cooking skills. He didn't expect her cooking to be so delicious. He ate and observed, and found that Ding Yuqin's blood bar was slowly rising. She restrained her appetite and tried to eat slowly, although her eating appearance was not very elegant. After eating for a while, Ding Yuqin felt that her body had regained some strength. She had time to secretly look at Wang Tao. No wonder he was so big and had such well-developed muscles. It turned out that he could really eat. Wang Tao could eat half of the whole table of dishes by himself. Ding Yuqin wiped her mouth slightly and took the initiative to bring up the topic. Ding Yuqin explained why she was so hungry. It turned out that she and her husband went back to their hometown last month and cleared out all the food at home in advance. After returning home, Ding Yuqin planned to go shopping at the supermarket the next day, but when she woke up from a nap, the virus broke out. There was not a grain of rice at home. If she hadn't bought some snacks and a bag of bread given by Wang Tao, she might have starved to death. Then, Ding Yuqin covered her face and cried, tears seeping out from her hands. She stole a glance at Wang Tao, hoping to get some sympathy. Wang Tao did feel a little bit of pity. He knew from Ding Yuqin's weak state that she was not lying. She might not be able to survive another day of hunger. However, sympathy could not be exchanged for food. He buried his head in his food without any expression. Seeing this, Ding Yuqin wiped her tears in disappointment and stopped crying. Every bit of her energy was precious now, and she couldn't waste it on useless crying. After dinner, she took the initiative to wash the dishes, and Wang Tao didn't stop her, but just stared at her back and fell into thought. Her condition improved slightly, but she was still weak, and continuing to eat might not have such a significant recovery effect. After quickly washing the dishes, Ding Yuqin wiped her hands and tried to win Wang Tao's favor by helping with the laundry, but was rejected. Ding Yuqin offered to give Wang Tao a massage, but was also declined. Wang Tao said that the afternoon was his exercise time, and that his body was his greatest asset in the apocalypse, so he had to stay strong. Ding Yuqin left reluctantly. Wang Tao saw her off to the door and watched her return to the opposite side and close the door safely. This contact did not allow her to achieve her goal of borrowing food, but being able to have a full meal was a pleasant surprise. She could not take any more risks. Annoying Wang Tao might cut off her last hope of survival. Wang Tao closed the door and started his exercise. He found that although the zombies were stiff, they were not slow and had amazing strength. Fighting zombies was completely different from fighting between people. When facing zombies, the best way was to avoid them. Wang Tao began to simulate the zombies' attack methods on the sandbags, trying to improve his fighting skills. He realized that fighting with bare hands was more flexible, and perhaps fists were more suitable in certain situations. A few hours later, Wang Tao, sweating all over, stopped his exercise and decided to grind some steel pipes to use as weapons. He found 3 steel pipes, 2 half-meter long and 1 1-meter long. Although it was laborious to grind a half-meter steel pipe, the result was satisfactory. Anyway, with one jump and slash, the zombies could not resist his headshot at all. Wang Tao heated up the leftover lunch, ate it quickly, and then started grinding the steel pipe. The grinding sound continued until 11 o'clock at night. If it weren't on the 5th floor, Wang Tao suspected that the sound would attract zombies. After taking a shower, Wang Tao turned on the radio as usual and listened to the crackling noise for a while, but did not get any useful information. He turned off the lights and prepared to go to bed, but was awakened by a loud noise. Wang Tao ran to the north window and saw flames on the street in the distance, illuminating countless zombies. Roaring sounds came from all directions, so piercing that it made people's scalps numb. The screams of the survivors were mixed in, but soon disappeared. Wang Tao could only hide in the corner and wait silently. An hour later, the second explosion did not happen, and Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was not an attack by artillery shells or missiles. He suspected that it was a gas explosion in a store. Fortunately, they used a gas tank, so it could not reach him. However, the zombies outside were even more violent, and their roars were endless. Wang Tao ran to the south window and looked at the zombies running and screaming in the community, and was immediately horrified. These zombies were completely different from the zombies he had seen before. The stiff movements, slow speed, and poor flexibility were no longer applicable. After receiving this information, Wang Tao returned to his bed and tossed and turned, but eventually he became too sleepy and fell asleep. Wang Tao didn't sleep well last night, but after getting up, the first thing Wang Tao did was to check his blood bar. The blood bar was full, and although there were still some bruises on his arm, it didn't hurt much. After the apocalypse, Wang Tao's ability to recover has also become stronger. He walked to the doors and windows to check carefully. The violent zombies last night made him worried. With the flexibility of zombies, it would be troublesome if they could climb the wall. Fortunately, everything was safe at home. Wang Tao walked to the window and looked at the zombies in the community. There were indeed more zombies, probably coming in from outside, but they looked dull, completely different from the violent zombies last night. Wang Tao was very curious about this. After all, he thought the zombies last night had mutated, and those zombies running around in the yard were too scary. But now the zombies have returned to their original state, strolling around the yard at a leisurely pace. Wang Tao decided to observe it at night, hoping that the weather would be good tonight. Then, he looked at the street next door where the explosion happened last night. The fire was still burning. When he opened the window, a disgusting stench of corpses hit his nose. Wang Tao quickly closed the window and made a simple breakfast. After dinner, Wang Tao thought for a moment and decided to go to the second and first floors to try his luck. He remembered that there seemed to be tenants on these 2 floors, and what if someone, like the tenant of 301, put the key in the meter box? Before going out, he was fully armed. Although there were no zombies in the corridor, safety was the first priority. When he came to the second floor, he searched in the 2 electricity meter boxes, but there was no key. However, Wang Tao found that the door of 201 was covered with various lock-opening advertisements, just like his door, but the door of 202 was clean. There was no key in the electric meter box on the first floor either, which made Wang Tao a little disappointed. Since he didn't have a key, he didn't plan to knock on the door. No matter if there were people or zombies in the room, he couldn't get in. Wang Tao tiptoed to the security door of the unit and took a look. The glass on the unit door was a little broken, but there was a wire mesh behind the glass, so the door was still very solid. Through the window, he saw a group of zombies wandering outside. A rough count showed that there were at least 20 of them. It was difficult to get out. It was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and there was no sign of any rescue. Wang Tao had given up hope. The supplies he had were definitely not enough, so he had to find a way out. He thought of 2 ways out, either through the courtyard of the community or out of the north window. But the north was a street, and there were more zombies there. So he could only walk through the courtyard of the community. He had to face these 20 or so zombies. He thought that if he could lead the zombies to a certain place, he could kill them one by one. After observing for a while, Wang Tao looked at other residential buildings. He was in Building 4, and from this position he could only see Building 2 opposite and Building 1 diagonally opposite. The situation in Buildings 2 and 1 was not good. The unit doors were open, and zombies were coming in and out. I don't know if there are any survivors inside. Wang Tao was glad that the door of their unit was not open, probably because there were too many workers in the building. The zombie outbreak happened in the morning, and the workers went to work early. There are many retired grandpas and grandmas in Buildings 1 and 2 opposite. They chat and play chess downstairs. Some people deliberately use bricks to block the security door of the unit to facilitate entry and exit and prevent it from closing. If zombies appear in this situation, it will be difficult for them to survive. After Wang Tao roughly understood the current situation, he prepared to go back. However, when he went up to the 2nd floor, the door of room 202 suddenly opened a crack. Wang Tao immediately held the steel pipe tightly and looked over cautiously. A man's deliberately low voice came from the door. Through the gap, Wang Tao saw a thin, bald middle-aged man about 1.6 meters tall. Looking at the green blood bar on his head, his health was not very good. The bald uncle couldn't see Wang Tao's appearance clearly, but when he saw the steel pipe in his hand and his burly figure, he subconsciously called him Big Brother. But Wang Tao looked at the bald uncle indifferently. The bald uncle scratched his head awkwardly and talked to Wang Tao. At first, Wang Tao thought the bald uncle wanted to borrow food, so he waved his hand to refuse him. But the bald uncle quickly explained that it was 201 across the street. 2 days before the doomsday, I saw him carrying a 50-gene bag of rice home. There was only one person in his family, so there must be a lot left. 50 kilograms of rice. Normally, one person can eat 3 meals a day for about 1 or 2 months. If you eat sparingly, according to the minimum survival standard, it is estimated that it can last for several months. But Wang Tao had seen that the door of room 201 was locked, and breaking in was not a friendly thing to do, so he questioned the bald uncle's motives. But the bald uncle quickly said that he was a locksmith and he could open the lock. At this moment, Wang Tao suddenly realized that there was no advertisement for locksmiths at the door of his house. It turned out that he was a locksmith. Seeing Wang Tao's interest, the bald uncle continued to invite Wang Tao with anticipation and said that he would only need 1/3 of the food afterwards. Seeing Wang Tao shaking his head, the bald man's face suddenly became anxious. Brother, I know you risk your life fighting zombies, but we are not zombies. We have to eat. We can only choose to take risks. Otherwise, I only need 1/4, and the rest will be given to you, brother. The bald man gritted his teeth and lowered his demands. 1/4 of 50 kilograms of rice is 12.5 kilograms. He saves it and can eat it for half a month, or even a month. And there must be other food in 201. Rounding it off, it can last for at least 2 months. If he couldn't wait for rescue in 2 months, he thought he might go crazy. But we would talk about the future later. The top priority was to get food in the short term first. The bald man became more and more anxious when he saw that Wang Tao remained silent. If he hadn't known that he didn't have the ability to kill zombies, he would have gone there alone. Just when he thought Wang Tao was really unwilling to take the risk, Wang Tao suddenly spoke. 1/4, okay? But I have one condition. Big brother. You say it. I promise. The bald uncle instantly became excited and quickly promised. No matter whether it can be done or not, just agree first. Wang Tao looked at him seriously and said, Teach me how to unlock the door. Ah. The bald uncle was stunned for a moment, then his face was a little embarrassed. Lockpicking is not something that can be taught casually. We all have records. If dash. There are no ifs. Just decide whether you want to teach me or not. 1/4 of the food in room 201 is enough for you to survive for a long time. Before he could finish his words, Wang Tao interrupted him. You can think about it carefully. I'm in 501. Come to me when you've made up your mind. Wang Tao left after saying this, as if he had no regrets at all. However, he had just taken 2 steps when the bald uncle behind him spoke hurriedly. Brother, don't go. Teach. I will teach. The bald uncle still has hope that society can return to normal, and he is unwilling to do anything that will ruin his future. But hope is hope, and reality is reality. He has no choice. Very good, then open the door and I'll go in. Wang Tao turned around with a smile on his face. Come in. The bald uncle quickly opened the door. His house has the same three-bedroom layout as Ding Yuqin's and is much larger than Wang Tao's house. But he seemed to have dismantled the furniture at home. The house was very messy, with all kinds of tools, wooden boards and other things scattered everywhere. I'm looking for something to seal up all the windows, so the house is a bit messy. Don't mind, big brother. Please take a seat. Wang Tao didn't mind. After sitting down casually, he inserted the steel pipe into the bag behind his back, then took off his gloves, face mask and glasses, revealing a young face. Seeing that Wang Tao was so young, the bald uncle suddenly felt embarrassed. For a long time, he had been calling a young man, big brother. Big, little brother, wait a moment, I'll go get the tools. Wang Tao didn't pay attention to the details of the address. Soon, the bald uncle brought a bag filled with various torque wrenches, lockpicks and other tools. Brother, let's start with the simplest one. There are many types of locks, and simple locks are actually very easy to crack. It's just that most people don't have access to such things, so they feel very powerful. The bald uncle first explained the basic principles to Wang Tao, then took out the lock to demonstrate to him, and finally let Wang Tao try it himself. It didn't take long before Wang Tao successfully opened a lock with a click sound. Brother is awesome. The bald uncle praised him a few words, and then taught Wang Tao how to unlock the door using other methods. After seeing the bald uncle open the lock with a piece of wire, Wang Tao immediately said, Coach, I want to learn this. Wang Tao left home in the morning and studied until noon. He felt that if he had had this serious attitude when he was in school, he wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. Cuckoo. The bald uncle held his stomach awkwardly as he hadn't eaten for a day. Seeing this, Wang Tao took out a few pieces of crushed bread from his pocket and handed them to him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. The bald uncle took it immediately with great excitement. Actually, he didn't like bread. He preferred steamed buns. But he felt that the bread at this moment was better than any steamed bun he had ever eaten before. Plus 10. 35/100. The bald uncle's health bar also recovered a little. Wang Tao also ate 2 slices of bread to fill his stomach. He had eaten in the morning, and without strenuous exercise, his appetite was about the same as that of a normal person, so he was not hungry now. After finishing his simple meal, Wang Tao followed the bald uncle to learn for a while, then stood up and said, That's all for today. I'm going to go and solve the problem in 201. Ah, good. Come on, little brother. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Hearing that Wang Tao was finally going to take action, the bald uncle quickly stood up excitedly. Are you sure there's only one person in 201? Wang Tao asked while putting on gloves. Sure. He lives alone there. I've rarely seen anyone go to his house. Wang Tao paused. I haven't seen it very often, so it does exist? I've seen him go back with young women a few times before. The bald uncle scratched his head. Woman? His girlfriend or wife? Well, the woman he brings is different every time. I see. So you're not 100% sure there's only one person in there? Yes, but it's most likely that he's alone, because he doesn't bring women home very often, maybe once a month. Wang Tao said nothing more. If there are 2 zombies inside, it is not impossible to deal with them. After all, he has changed his weapon now. If it really doesn't work, just run away. He believed that the zombies could not climb the stairs as fast as he did. After Wang Tao was fully armed again, he and the bald uncle went to the gate of 201. You unlock it, then go home and wait. Wang Tao didn't let him participate in fighting the zombies. The bald uncle looked short and skinny, and he probably couldn't withstand the zombies' attack. Letting him in would definitely hinder the team, so it would be more convenient for Wang Tao to go alone. Wang Tao didn't want him to die. After all, he had not yet fully learned the lockpicking techniques. Okay. The bald uncle fiddled with the door lock gently, and then there was a click and the door opened. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran back home and closed the door. Wang Tao gripped the steel pipe tightly, gently pushed the door open, and then quickly looked around. There was no one in the living room, but there were a lot of black blood stains. There's more than one person in this room. Wang Tao suddenly felt a little nervous and excited. It's impossible for a person to turn into a zombie and have so much blood. Apparently someone was attacked by zombies. All the doors in the house were open. After Wang Tao took 2 steps, he saw a long-haired woman kneeling on the floor of the master bedroom with her back to him. The woman lowered her head slightly, as if she was eating something. As if she heard a sound, the woman slowly turned around. revealing a pale little face with white eyes and blue-black blood vessels, and in her hand, half a human head. Seeing this scene, Wang Tao felt scared. If he guessed correctly, the male owner of this house was eaten by this female zombie. Huh. Seeing a living person, the female zombie immediately put down the head in her hand, roared, and stumbled towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao gripped the steel pipe tightly with both hands and stared at the female zombie. 510/510. This female zombie does not have 500 blood, but 10 more drops. I don't know if it's natural or if it increased after eating that man. Brush. The female zombie came in front of Wang Tao and slapped Wang Tao with her claws. Wang Tao easily dodged by turning aside, then swung the steel pipe and hit the zombie's head hard. State. There was just a crisp sound, and a trace of black blood spurted out from the zombie's head. 102/408/510. Seeing this damage figure, Wang Tao suddenly became excited. Sure enough, changing the weapon is different. When he used a homemade short spear before, he could hardly break the zombie's head when he chopped it off, and the weapon was useless after just a few uses. But now, with one steel pipe, he directly knocked off 1/5 of the zombie's blood. The steel pipe was intact, and the zombie was even more stunned by him. Although this is also related to his gradual growth in strength, weapons are the most important factor. The success of this attack gave Wang Tao more confidence. While the zombie seemed a little dizzy, he hit the zombie's head with the steel pipe. State. Puff. 135/273/510. The blow directly blew out one of its eyes. Roar. The zombie seemed to be enraged. It roared, then suddenly squatted down, and its smelly mouth bit Wang Tao's neck. Wang Tao quickly raised the steel pipe and put it directly across the female zombie's mouth. Huh. Looking at the disgusting face so close to him, Wang Tao pushed down hard on the steel pipe in his hand. Click. A sound of bone breaking was heard, and the zombie's jaw was directly removed by the steel pipe, leaving a pool of black blood on the ground. 59. The zombie raised its head, and the one remaining white dead fish eye stared at Wang Tao. Then it put its hands in a hugging gesture, trying to hug Wang Tao. Wang Tao squatted down, avoiding the warm embrace of the female zombie, and then hit its legs with a steel pipe. Boom. 3. The female zombie was petite, and her lower body was not very stable. Wang Tao used all his strength in this attack and knocked her to the ground. While the female zombie was falling, Wang Tao quickly stood up, and the steel pipe rotated 180 degrees in his palm, and he instantly held it in reverse. Then he held the steel pipe with both hands, raised it high, and stabbed it down towards the female zombie's forehead. Phew. 211/0/510. The female zombie twitched twice and stopped moving. It sounds like a long story, but the battle was actually very short, less than a minute. Call. Wang Tao took a deep breath. Although the battle was short, he almost gave his all in every attack, so it was still quite exhausting. In fact, Wang Tao originally wanted to try if he could kill it with just a few hits. After all, with just one hit, the zombie lost more than 1/5 of its blood. But the battle process changed rapidly. Wang Tao was a little slow and failed to seize the opportunity perfectly. In addition, his strength was still not strong enough to make the zombie dizzy again, so his idea could not be realized for the time being. But the ending was good, and it was killed fairly easily. Wang Tao also killed a few zombies. He thought this was the second easiest one. The first one was naturally the unlucky zombie who was missing half of his body. But this does not mean that this female zombie is weak. Wang Tao feels that its strength should be similar to that of the zombie in the corridor before. Sure enough, when Wang Tao looked at his blood bar, he found that it had increased by 10 drops. It's the same blood gained from killing zombies in the corridor. A 130/130. It was 120 before, now it is 130. Without caring about being excited, Wang Tao quickly took the translucent package floating on the zombie's body into his body. Obtain. Steel wire 1. Steel wire. Production material. This is another production material, and I don't know what these production materials can be used to make. After putting it away, Wang Tao began to touch the corpse. After searching for a long time, I got a gold necklace, a gold bracelet, and several condoms. Wang Tao threw the condom away directly. After all, he didn't dare to use anything on the zombies. Then Wang Tao looked at the body of the man in the room. He had been eaten by the female zombie until only half of his head was left. There were only some bones with blood on the ground. Wang Tao felt physically uncomfortable watching this, and even a -1 appeared above his head. Mental attack. Wang Tao quickly searched the bedroom and left. The man's only belongings were a wallet and a cell phone. The female zombie has a women's shoulder bag, which contains some change, mobile phones, strange medicines, and cosmetics. Wang Tao accepted them all regardless of whether they were useful or not. If he can survive in the future, he will definitely meet other survivors or go to the survivor base. Where there are many people, transactions are bound to occur. He may not be able to use the things he collected, but they may be needed by others and can be traded. As for the paper money, maybe it can still be used, or maybe no one wants it. But it doesn't matter anyway, he just takes it. If it is really worthless, he can use it as firewood to keep warm. After a brief search, Wang Tao walked out and knocked on the door of 202. It's okay, come out. The bald uncle in the room was actually staring through the peephole. After seeing Wang Tao go in, make some noises, and come out not long after, he was a little unbelievable. He didn't expect Wang Tao to solve it so quickly. However, he did not rush to open the door. Instead, he waited until Wang Tao came and knocked on the door. After he heard Wang Tao's voice was normal and he did not look injured, he opened the door. You're awesome, bro. You're not hurt, are you? The bald uncle complimented him somewhat. Wang Tao knew what he was thinking. He was simply afraid of being infected. Don't worry, it's just a zombie. I didn't touch the food inside. Do you want to come with me? Wang Tao was a man of his word. Since he had promised to exchange a quarter of the food for the bald man's lockpicking skills, he would not break his promise. He didn't even look at the exact amount of food. Okay. The bald uncle followed Wang Tao happily and entered room 201. As for the lady's bag in Wang Tao's hand, he naturally saw it, but he didn't care. Wang Tao killed zombies, so he was naturally qualified to choose the spoils, and this thing was useless to him. He just wanted food. But something seems wrong. Why is there a lady's handbag in room 201? Vomit. When he saw the room full of blood, the female zombie and half of his neighbor's head, the bald uncle's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he felt his stomach churning. However, when he thought that the bread he had just eaten might not have been digested yet, he forced himself to hold it back and did not actually vomit it out. But a number popped up above his head. -10, 25/100. Wang Tao was speechless. It seemed that this scene had a great impact on him. In order to prevent the bald uncle from having a mental breakdown, Wang Tao asked him to look at the food to divert his attention. As a result, after seeing the rice in the kitchen, the bald uncle howled. No! When Wang Tao entered room 201 and saw the chaos in the room and blood everywhere, he probably had already expected something. But when Wang Tao really saw the rice in the kitchen spilled in a pool of blood, he still felt very distressed. What a waste! Most of the rice was inedible. Looking at the traces on the ground, Wang Tao suspected that the female zombie might have been chasing the male owner. The male owner wanted to go to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife, and he threw everything on the way at the zombie. The bag of rice in the corner might have been knocked over by the man of the house. But unfortunately, judging by the situation of the battle, it obviously didn't stop the zombies for long. No, my rice. The bald uncle cried bitterly. He really cried. After all, this was 50 kilograms of rice. Pick one and see if it's still edible. Wang Tao patted him on the shoulder. The bald uncle suppressed his grief and began to sort them carefully. The kitchen was covered in blood, whether from humans or zombies, and the woven bag of rice fell to the ground, with the rice spilling into the pool of blood. However, there was still some rice at the bottom of the woven bag, which should be edible. Looking at the rice in a pool of blood, he swallowed and finally did not dare to take it. If it was just human blood, then he might die if he was starving to death. But the problem was that there was also zombie blood. If he dared to eat it, he would probably turn into a zombie in minutes. Even if you are reluctant, you have to give up. Wang Tao looked through other things and found that most of the food in the kitchen was contaminated. However, the refrigerator door was not opened. There were some wilted vegetables and some eggs in the refrigerator. There was a surprise under the freezer: several kilograms of frozen beef. After seeing this, the bald uncle's complexion finally looked much better, and he felt that his trip was not in vain. After some effort, I finally sorted the rice. Wang Tao and the bald uncle took all these things and returned to the bald uncle's house. There are only 6 kilograms of rice left, 2 kilograms of vegetables, 5 kilograms of meat, and 22 eggs, about 2 kilograms. A total of 15 kilograms of food. Although much less than expected, it is still not bad. After doing some simple calculations with pen and paper, the bald uncle looked at Wang Tao expectantly and said, "According to the agreement, I will take a quarter, which is 1.5 kilograms of rice, half a kilogram of vegetables, 1.25 kilograms of meat, and 5 eggs. Wang Tao's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He thought that Wang Tao would have a tough fight with the zombies, but Wang Tao solved it in just 1 minute. If Wang Tao did not keep his promise, he would have no way to resist. Fortunately, Wang Tao is a man who keeps his promises. Okay, you take it first and give me the rest. Okay. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. The bald uncle quickly took away his own quarter and then helped pack up the rest of the food. Wang Tao took it and stood up. I'll go back first and come back tomorrow. He has not yet mastered all the lockpicking techniques, and Wang Tao must learn this skill. Okay, I'll give you these tools. You can practice on your own? The bald uncle nodded quickly, then took out some tools and handed them to Wang Tao.
Thanks.
Wang Tao looked at him with some surprise, then nodded and prepared to leave, but suddenly turned back and asked, By the way, do you know what's going on with the two families downstairs? Downstairs? I'm not sure. After the virus broke out, I was too scared and didn't pay much attention to the neighbors. The bald man was a little embarrassed, but he quickly continued. But I know that there is a pair of elderly people in 101 downstairs, and there is a family of 3 in 102. Their naughty child is always naughty. Speaking of naughty kids, Wang Tao was a little impressed. During the previous winter vacation, he was hit by a pebble thrown by this naughty kid. As soon as he turned around, his terrifying scarred face made the naughty kid cry. As a result, Wang Tao was even scolded by the naughty mother. If the other people in the yard couldn't stand it anymore and helped Wang Tao to speak, the naughty mother would have wanted to blackmail him for money. After that, the naughty kid went to school, and Wang Tao had a different schedule from normal people, so they didn't meet again. So it seems that there may be 5 zombies in the 2 houses downstairs. Okay, I'll go back first. Good. After Wang Tao left 202, he did not rush back, but went to the first floor and gently knocked on the doors of 101 and 102. Not long after, some sizzling sounds of doors sliding were heard from inside. Yeah, there are zombies in there. Wang Tao went to find the bald uncle again and told him that there were zombies in the 2 houses downstairs and asked him not to open the locks without permission. If the bald uncle gets a taste of success this time and goes to open the doors of those 2 families, we will be in trouble. Thank you, little brother. Don't worry, I don't dare to go in. Thinking of the scene he saw when he entered room 201 just now, he still feels a lingering fear. As long as you understand. After Wang Tao returned home, he sorted and put away the supplies he had received today while analyzing the situation in the building. According to the current situation, there should be only 4 survivors in this building, including him in 501, his sister-in-law in 502, the stranger in 401, and the bald uncle in 202. Then there were the rooms he had searched, namely 602, 301, and 201. Then after he knocked on the door, he heard some noise inside and confirmed that the rooms where zombies lived were 601, 101, and 102. Finally, he speculated that the rooms that were empty were 402 and 302. Of course, his speculation might not be accurate. Maybe the zombies didn't hear it, or maybe there were some treacherous zombies. It was hard to say. But he thought it was highly likely that no one was there. Whether there is anyone there or not, we will know once we go there. Wang Tao clenched his fists and prepared to go out again. It was relatively easy to kill this zombie today without wasting much energy. Even if there were really zombies in the house, he could handle it. After eating a little and drinking some water, Wang Tao went out again with the lock-picking tools and steel pipe. It is now past 3 in the afternoon and it is still early before dark, so we still have plenty of time. He first came to room 402 and followed what the bald uncle had taught him this morning. After a little effort, he heard a click and the door opened. After walking in cautiously and exploring the place, Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. There is really no one in this room. But soon, Wang Tao felt uncomfortable because there was no one in the house and no signs of anyone living there. The furniture was covered with plastic sheets, which were covered with a thick layer of dust. It looked like no one had lived there for at least a month or 2. But since I'm here, I have to search a lot. I can't go back empty-handed. What's more, as soon as Wang Tao entered the second bedroom, he found some good things. This is an outdoor power source. And a generator. There were some sundries in the second bedroom, and Wang Tao saw at a glance an outdoor power supply and a diesel generator next to it. This family is probably traveling? Then I won't be polite. Chapter 17 Sister-in-law works for you. This outdoor power supply weighs about 30 kilograms and is about the same size as a small computer case. It says it can store 5 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Although there are many signs of use on the power supply, Wang Tao doesn't mind as long as it can be used. He fumbled around and turned on the power switch. The small screen above showed that there was more than half power left. Not bad. Go back and recharge the battery. In addition to the power supply, the most conspicuous thing is the generator. This thing is much larger and heavier than an outdoor power supply. Wang Tao tried it and estimated that it weighed 70 to 80 kilograms. This is also a good thing, but it's not very easy to use. The diesel generator says it can hold 15 L of diesel. 1 L of diesel can generate approximately 3 or 4 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Wang Tao doesn't know much about this aspect, but he has used generators when he was on the set, so he knows how to use them. But first of all, this diesel engine smells very loud when it is working. If it is placed in the room, it will probably be smoked to death. Secondly, this thing makes a lot of noise when generating electricity. Wang Tao was not sure whether putting it in the house would attract zombies. Although theoretically, the noise upstairs would definitely be much smaller than downstairs, and zombies cannot climb walls. It should be safe, but I am afraid that I will die if I try it. It is the end of the world, and no one knows what will happen. Last but not least, it needs diesel to run, and there is no diesel in this room. It's a good thing, but I won't be able to use it for the time being. Putting the outdoor power supply and generator aside, Wang Tao continued to search. A claw hammer, a wrench, a small handsaw, and a map? Seeing these things, Wang Tao suddenly had an idea. If he stuffed this claw hammer into a steel pipe, would it be able to increase its power? I can try it later. He has 3 steel pipes anyway. After tidying up these things a bit, Wang Tao took away some sundries and outdoor power supplies and placed the generator here. He couldn't use this thing for the time being, and it was too heavy, so it was troublesome to move it up and down. After taking the things from 402 home, Wang Tao came to 302 again. After some tinkering, he successfully opened the door lock. Just as Wang Tao expected, there was no one and no zombies in room 302. The decoration of the house is very simple, and there are not many things in it. It seems that it is rented out. Wang Tao searched for a while and found about 10 kilograms of food. Not bad, but there was nothing else useful. It was obvious that the tenants here lived in poverty. After moving all these things to his home, Wang Tao took a big sip of water and took a short rest. There are only 3 rooms left to search: 601, 101, and 102. If we clear out all the zombies in these 3 rooms, then this building will be basically safe. Wang Tao was slightly encouraged. Let's stop here for today and clean up the rest of the rooms tomorrow. It was getting dark outside, and even though he was inside the building, Wang Tao was unwilling to act at night. He had just arrived at his home and hadn't even started to take off his gear when there was a gentle knock on the door. Wang Tao looked through the peephole and saw that it was Ding Yuqin. He opened the door a crack, and the sound under the veil was a little muffled. What's the matter, sister-in-law? Wang Tao, my sister-in-law wants to borrow some more food. Ding Yuqin put on light makeup, but it still couldn't hide her haggard look, especially the big dark circles under her eyes. She probably didn't sleep well last night. Wang Tao looked at the blood bar above her head and felt a little strange. Didn't she have a full meal yesterday? If I remember correctly, her HP increased to 40 yesterday. How come today? She only has 20 HP left. She shouldn't be hungry. She can't lose so much HP after being hungry for a long time. Sister-in-law, come in and talk. Wang Tao opened the door and let Ding Yuqin in. Seeing that there were suddenly more things on the floor in the room, especially a lot of food, Ding Yuqin licked her lips subconsciously. Sister-in-law, please sit down for a while. I'm going to change my clothes. Good. Ding Yuqin responded, and then took the initiative to organize the supplies on the ground. Wang Tao simply took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and walked out. He looked at Ding Yuqin squatting on the ground and suddenly asked, Sister-in-law, you don't look very well mentally. What happened? When Ding Yuqin heard what Wang Tao said, she almost cried. The explosion last night was so scary. I couldn't sleep all night, but I was so sleepy during the day that I took some more sleep and ended up sleeping until the evening. He asked why Ding Yuqin was in such a bad mental state, and it turned out that she was frightened by the gas explosion last night. Wang Tao himself was also frightened, and he didn't sleep well, but he didn't lose blood. It is understandable that Ding Yuqin's psychological endurance is much more fragile. I know it's not easy for you to get food. You risk your life, but I have no choice. How about this? See if you have any work that I can do, and I'll just work for you, okay? Ding Yuqin showed an awkward yet flattering smile on her face. It has been 7 days since the end of the world, and she no longer says anything like asking her husband to repay Wang Tao. Although she was unwilling to believe it, she knew that her husband was most likely dead. In addition, the government's rescue was slow in coming, so she had to save herself. Of course, she herself was not able to go out to find food, so she could only place her hopes on Wang Tao. In any case, her husband and Wang Tao are from the same hometown, and they are also neighbors, which is much better than strangers. After having a hearty meal at Wang Tao's house, she never wanted to live a hungry life again. Seeing that Wang Tao didn't answer, Ding Yuqin hurriedly said, I can clean for you, wash clothes, cook. I can do these things at home. I'm very skilled, and I won't cause you any trouble. To be honest, Wang Tao was a little moved. There is no other reason. It's just because my sister-in-law is beautiful. Having such a beautiful woman with a good figure and good looks working as a maid in your own home, I guess her appetite will be much better. So, Wang Tao thought about it and said, okay, then it's settled. Sister-in-law, as long as you work in my house, I will try my best to provide you with 1 meal a day. Sister-in-law, don't complain that it's too little. You know how much I eat. I still have to go out and kill zombies. These foods are not enough for me. If someone helps him with his laundry and cooking, it can save him a lot of time. He spends 1 or 2 hours a day washing his coat and cooking. Thank you, Wang Tao. Seeing that Wang Tao agreed, Ding Yuqin burst into tears of joy. Not to mention 1 meal a day, she would even be willing to have 1 meal every 2 days. Then sister-in-law, you go cook first. Use ingredients with a short shelf life and make larger portions. Good. After watching Ding Yuqin go to the kitchen, Wang Tao came to the second bedroom, which was his workshop. He plans to combine the claw hammer and steel pipe he got today, and then go to 601 to find zombies tomorrow to try out the effect. Chapter 18 Don't Go Out After Dark. Call. After some effort, Wang Tao sawed off the short wooden handle of the claw hammer and stuffed it tightly into the steel pipe. To be on the safe side, he also applied glue inside. After trying for a while, nothing came loose. It's a lot heavier, but it's just right for me, and it's more powerful too. There is a difference between hitting the head with a hammer and hitting the head with a steel pipe, especially the horn of a claw hammer, which must be very powerful. Wang Tao, the meal is ready. Outside the door, there was a knock from Ding Yuqin. Good. When Wang Tao arrived at the dining table, Ding Yuqin had just served him a large bowl of rice and handed him the washed bowl and chopsticks. Wang Tao took it and said with a smile, let's go together. Ding Yuqin was waiting for this sentence. After getting Wang Tao's permission, she immediately went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. Although she felt that Wang Tao would most likely treat her to a meal, Wang Tao hadn't spoken yet after all, so she didn't take her own bowl and chopsticks so as not to disgust Wang Tao. For dinner, I simply cooked 3 dishes and 1 soup. The style of the dishes was very simple, but the portions were large. After all, whether Wang Tao is killing zombies or exercising, he must ensure a certain nutritional intake. Ding Yuqin waited until Wang Tao started to move before using her chopsticks. Wang Tao tasted several dishes, and he had to say that Ding Yuqin's skills were indeed good, and he felt that he was no worse than a chef in an ordinary restaurant. Much stronger than a big boss like him. Ding Yuqin quietly observed Wang Tao while eating. Although she prides herself on her cooking skills, everyone's taste is different. The food she cooked for Wang Tao yesterday was different from today's food, and she couldn't guarantee 100% that Wang Tao would like it. After seeing Wang Tao's satisfied expression, she was relieved. Ding Yuqin had a big meal yesterday, so she wasn't as hungry as she was yesterday. So she ate more elegantly, like a lady from a noble family. When she saw that the rice in Wang Tao's bowl was almost gone, she immediately put down her chopsticks and stood up. Wang Tao, I'll go get you some food. Wang Tao wasn't polite either. Then I'll trouble you, sister-in-law. Ding Yuqin was wearing a gray professional suit today. The clothes are very slim-fitting, and the body is curvy where it should be. Especially the pair of legs covered with thin black stockings. These are not the chopstick-like legs that are photoshopped on the internet, but rather round, full, smooth, and very healthy slender legs. This made Wang Tao's eyes a little out of control. Beautiful things are meant to be appreciated, and Wang Tao did not deliberately hide anything. When Ding Yuqin came over with the rice, she felt Wang Tao's gaze. She paused for a moment, then pretended not to notice anything and handed a large bowl of rice to Wang Tao. Wang Tao, here you go. Thank you, sister-in-law. After eating for a while, Wang Tao suddenly asked, by the way, sister-in-law, what did you do before? He only knew that Brother Zhao was a director, but he was not very clear about what Brother Zhao's wife did. Me? Your Brother Zhao invested in me and opened a restaurant in my hometown. Hearing Wang Tao's question, Ding Yuqin quickly swallowed what was in her mouth and then answered. No wonder my sister-in-law is such a good cook. Wang Tao suddenly realized. Hey, I was thinking, since I'm opening my own restaurant, I must know the quality of my food, so I want to learn cooking skills and spent more than 100,000 yuan. In the end, the restaurant wasn't open for long before the end came. Ding Yuqin looked bitter. After dinner, Ding Yuqin cleaned the restaurant and kitchen and mopped the floor of Wang Tao's house. Call. She hadn't done so much work in a long time and had some back pain, so she sat on the sofa, took off her high heels, and rubbed her sore ankles. She decided not to wear high heels tomorrow because it was too tiring. Wang Tao, what time should I come tomorrow morning? Wang Tao, who was studying a map, raised his head. When he saw Ding Yuqin kneading her black silk feet with great effort, he suddenly had an urge to help. After waiting for a while, Wang Tao finally spoke. 6 o'clock. Oh, then I'll come back at 6. I'm going back first. Feeling a little uncomfortable being looked at by Wang Tao, Ding Yuqin quickly put on her shoes and went home. After watching Ding Yuqin leave, Wang Tao began his daily exercise. Since he woke up from a 3-day coma, not only has his physical fitness been much stronger than before, but he can also feel slight improvements every time he exercises. The reason why most people lack perseverance in some things is because they cannot see or feel the hope of their own success. Now, after each workout, Wang Tao can clearly feel some slight changes in his body. Although not much, there is definitely improvement. In addition, Wang Tao is relatively self-disciplined, so when it comes to exercising, unless something unexpected happens, Wang Tao will do it every day. Although it is possible to improve faster by killing zombies directly, after all, killing zombies directly increases the health bar. The increase in health bar will also bring a slight improvement to physical fitness. But killing zombies is too dangerous after all, and there is a possibility of failure. Moreover, Wang Tao is not a perpetual motion machine. He cannot keep killing zombies. He needs time to rest and eat. So, zombies must be killed, and exercise cannot stop. We must grasp it with both hands and make both hands strong. After finishing his exercise, Wang Tao took a quick shower and turned off all the lights in the house. He went to the window and pushed aside the thick curtains. Bright light will attract zombies. Although Wang Tao lives on the 5th floor, he has never slacked off when it comes to safety precautions. The weather is good tonight. Although we can't see the moon, the sky is full of stars. Under the starlight, Wang Tao could roughly see the situation in the yard and the zombies wandering around in the yard. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Wang Tao always feels that the zombies at night seem to be more energetic than during the day. After thinking about it, Wang Tao took out a small piece of iron, took a deep breath, and threw it hard to the building opposite where there were 3 zombies. Clang. Hee. Roar. In an instant, the 3 zombies near the iron sheet went berserk, emitting creepy roars and running around crazily near the iron sheet. Looking at his agile appearance, how could he look like a zombie in the daytime? Even Wang Tao believed that he was an athlete. The other zombies in the yard began to move towards the 3 zombies. Although their speed was not as fast as the 3 violent zombies, it was much faster than the slow speed during the day. Those agile zombies I saw last night weren't mutants. They must be them. Maybe. The zombies are different during the day and at night. They are slow and stiff during the day, but at night they become faster, more violent, and more agile. No wonder they like to stay in the shade. I just don't know if there are any other differences. Anyway, zombies are scarier at night. Don't go out after dark. Chapter 19 Power Outage. Boom, boom, boom. The next morning, Wang Tao was still asleep when he heard a gentle knock on the door. He woke up instantly, quickly took the steel pipe, went to the door, looked through the peephole, and found that it was Ding Yuqin. Ding Yuqin's face looked a little flustered, but she didn't look like she was hurt. Wang Tao opened the door. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Wang Tao, there's a power outage. There was a power outage just now. Ding Yuqin's voice had a hint of crying. The power is out? Don't panic. Come in first. After Wang Tao let her in, he pressed the living room light switch at the door, but there was no response. He went out to check the electric meter, but it didn't trip. Sure enough, what was supposed to come finally came. When Wang Tao discovered that all network signals had disappeared, he already had a premonition that there would be a power outage. But when that day really came, he was still somewhat sad. What made him sad was not the power outage itself, but the meaning behind it. The government had probably completely lost control, and rescue might never come. To be honest, even if Wang Tao felt that he had the ability to survive in the apocalypse, he definitely still hoped to be rescued. After all, humans are social animals that live in groups. Being alone occasionally may be a kind of enjoyment, but if you are alone for your entire life, you will probably go crazy sooner or later. Besides, an orderly society is definitely better than a disordered one. Except for a few individuals, most people are willing to live in a peaceful society. Ding Yuqin obviously understood these things, which was why she was so panicked. But it's no use saying this now. Living well in the present is the most important thing. Wang Tao comforted Ding Yuqin. We are doing pretty well here. When the virus broke out, many places lost power. Maybe it's because of the hydropower we use here that we can last for 7 days. We're making a profit. This comfort was obviously of no use to Ding Yuqin, because for her, waiting for the government to rescue her is her belief in survival. If there is no rescue, how can a weak woman like her survive in the end times? Ding Yuqin looked a little frightened and confused. Wang Tao suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, go to my room and help me check if my power banks have power." When he searched other rooms, the power banks he found were already fully charged. He asked Ding Yuqin to check them to divert her attention. Ah, good. Ding Yuqin subconsciously agreed, but when she entered the room, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Wang Tao with a hint of hope in her eyes. She is not alone now and has a chance to survive. If Wang Tao is willing to help her. Wang Tao came to the corner of the living room, where the outdoor power supply he had searched for was placed for charging. He looked at it and saw that it was fully charged. Those small power banks are of little use to Wang Tao for the time being. But this big power bank is very useful. It can power the refrigerator and ensure that the food in his refrigerator will not spoil. His small refrigerator does not consume much electricity and may consume more than half a kilowatt-hour of electricity a day. This outdoor power supply has 5 kilowatt-hours of electricity, so it shouldn't be a big problem after a week, and it can be used in emergencies for the time being. But what to do next? Although he still has a diesel generator downstairs, there is no diesel. We have to go out and look for supplies. Wang Tao frowned. The nearest gas station seems to be 2 or 3 kilometers away. If you drive, it might only take a few minutes, but the noise from the car will definitely attract zombies. Besides, whether the road was easy to drive on was also a problem. He didn't know about other places, but the streets outside were full of parked cars, zombies, and even collapsed buildings. It was impossible to drive under such circumstances. If you walk, it's a bit far. There are so many zombies along the way. It's easy to go there without coming back. As for electric motorcycles and bicycles, this may be a solution. They are relatively quiet, have lower road requirements than cars, and have a certain speed. But this is flesh wrapped in iron. If you are surrounded by zombies, there is only one way you can do it: death. And he didn't have an electric bike. When the doomsday happened, it was a weekday, and workers all rode electric bikes to work. I don't know if there are any downstairs, etc. Wang Tao suddenly remembered that before the end of the world, he saw Mr. Li, the boss of the small restaurant downstairs, carrying a bucket of diesel to refuel his car, and his car was a diesel pickup truck. Maybe we don't have to run so far. Wang Tao felt somewhat excited. He decided to go to the diner after clearing out all the zombies in the building. If there is diesel, that would be the best. If not, he can also replenish some supplies so that the trip will not be in vain. Wang Tao, the power banks are all fully charged. Ding Yuqin came out holding a bunch of power banks. Wang Tao nodded, then suddenly seemed to think of something and hurried to the bathroom to turn on the faucet. Crash. There is still water for now, but there is no telling when it will stop. The water supply will probably be cut off soon. Come with me and fill the containers in the other rooms with water. His own house had been storing water for a long time, but the other rooms he searched did not. Water is the source of life. We can survive without electricity, but we really can't survive without water. Ah, good. Ding Yuqin nodded nervously. After the end of the world, the farthest distance she had ever walked was to Wang Tao's house. Although the zombies in the corridor had been dealt with by Wang Tao, she was still somewhat scared. Wang Tao took out a few packets of dry noodles and threw one to Ding Yuqin. I don't have time to make breakfast, so just make do with this. This doesn't count as your payment for today. I have to let my sister-in-law work later, so I need to give her some energy first. Thanks. Ding Yuqin quickly thanked him. The two of them took a few sips of the boiled water, and then Wang Tao started to put on his equipment. Although the building is safe for the time being, there are still several rooms full of zombies that have not been cleared out, so we cannot be careless. Since the books on his body, arms and calves needed to be wrapped with tape, it took a long time for him to put them on. Seeing this, Ding Yuqin hurried over to help. During the putting on process, Ding Yuqin inevitably touched Wang Tao's muscles and was immediately shocked. So big, so hard. Is this really how humans build muscle? Ding Yuqin didn't like muscular men before, especially Wang Tao, who had a scary scar on his face. He looked like a villain on TV, which made people feel scared. But now, looking at Wang Tao's tall and burly figure standing beside her and feeling the slight warmth emanating from his body, she suddenly had an indescribable sense of security. She had never felt this sense of security from any other man, including her husband. What's wrong? Wang Tao saw Ding Yuqin was staring at him and said in surprise, "Ah, it's okay, it's okay." Ding Yuqin's face felt a little hot, and she quickly looked away. "Then let's go to room 602 upstairs first. Then we can go to room 301 and room 201. Good." Chapter 20. Impotent Rage. The two of them went to room 602 and searched around, taking all the available containers to collect water. There was no time to wait for the water to be filled, so Wang Tao took Ding Yuqin downstairs to other rooms. He also reminded the bald uncle, by the way. The bald uncle was also a smart man and was already fetching water, but he still thanked Wang Tao for his reminder. "After working for a whole morning, I finally filled all the water containers in the empty houses with water." Wang Tao prepared to take Ding Yuqin back to cook. "Oh, I suddenly remembered that I don't have any water at home." Ding Yuqin suddenly slapped her forehead, looking a little embarrassed. "Then let's go to your house first. The meal can wait." In fact, Wang Tao also forgot.
Thanks.
When Wang Tao came out of 201 and walked to the fourth floor, he suddenly heard some noise in room 401. Wang Tao didn't say anything, but Ding Yuqin subconsciously hid behind Wang Tao and grabbed the corner of Wang Tao's clothes nervously. She didn't know there were survivors inside. She thought there were zombies. Wang Tao made a hushing gesture, then went to the door of 401 and listened. He vaguely heard a man cursing in a low voice, as if he was wondering why there was a power outage, which caused him to be unable to play games. However, he started to cry while cursing. Wang Tao was speechless. Is the focus now on electricity? How to survive in the future? Ding Yuqin obviously also heard the voice inside, but unlike Wang Tao's confusion, she could understand why the other party was addicted to the game. Not because the game is so fun, but because he is desperate. He doesn't want to face this desperate world. He is escaping from reality. If it weren't for Wang Tao, maybe I would be like this. Ding Yuqin felt a little lucky. "Let's go." Wang Tao shook his head. After all, it was someone else's business, and he didn't want to interfere. Arriving on the fifth floor, Ding Yuqin invited Wang Tao into his room. "It's a little messy inside." Ding Yuqin was a little embarrassed. This is the first time Wang Tao has come to her home. The apartment layout of Ding Yuqin's house is the same as that of 602 upstairs, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. However, her home is decorated to be more warm and full of life. What she meant by chaos was the pile of film and television props piled up in the living room. "These are your brother Zhao's work stuff. He didn't let me clean them up. The house is a little messy, don't mind it. It's similar to my house." Wang Tao smiled and shook his head. If Ding Yuqin hadn't helped clean up, his house would have been even more messy. "Let's get some water first." After working for a while and preparing all the containers that could be used and turning on the taps, Ding Yuqin said to Wang Tao, "Wang Tao, I'll just watch. It'll take a while to fill the bathtub with water. You sit for a while." "Good." Wang Tao responded, but did not sit down. Instead, he walked around her house. The living room of her house is large and well lit. There is a huge photo frame hanging on the wall above the sofa. In the photo, the woman in a white wedding dress is intimately holding the arm of the man next to her with a bright smile on her face. The man in formal attire looked at the woman affectionately, his eyes tender and tender. In the bright sunshine, the two seem to be shining. The people above are Ding Yuqin and her husband Zhao Yuan. On the side of the sofa, there is a floor-standing clothes hanger with a white strapless wedding dress hanging on it. This is the same style as Ding Yuqin's wedding dress in the photo, or it's the same set. It is normal for rich people to buy the wedding dress they like. Wang Tao looked at the photo and then at the wedding dress. He heard that people with small breasts cannot pull off this kind of wedding dress, and he always felt that some parts of Ding Yuqin in the photo showed signs of photoshopping. But unfortunately, he had no way to prove it. "Wang Tao, I'll go get you a glass of water." Ding Yuqin walked out of the bathroom. She felt that it was a bit inappropriate to invite Wang Tao into her home without even giving him a glass of water. Although this is the end of the world, the time is short after all, so she still retains her previous politeness. When Ding Yuqin came over with a glass of water, Wang Tao suddenly asked, "Brother Zhao has contacted you before, sister-in-law, right? How is he?" I'm afraid he's in great danger." When talking about her husband, Ding Yuqin's face suddenly showed a trace of sadness. He went to work at the film and television city early in the morning. After the virus outbreak, he kept sending me messages, asking me to wait for rescue. But the day before the network was cut off, there was no news from him. No matter how many messages I sent, he didn't reply. Woo-woo. When talking about sad things, Ding Yuqin covered her face and cried. "Brother Zhao is a lucky man. Maybe he is safe now. He didn't reply to your message just because his phone ran out of battery. Sister-in-law, don't worry too much. Wang Tao comforted. Oh, that's impossible. He told me at that time that he borrowed a power bank. If you don't believe me, just look. Ding Yuqin wiped her tears and took her cell phone from the table. Although the internet is disconnected now, this chat software can view local chat records. However, after turning to the chat history, her face suddenly turned red and she put her phone away again. Ahem, the record has been deleted? Let me go see if the water tank is full. Ding Yuqin wiped her tears and left quickly in her pink and white sneakers. She was obviously lying, but Wang Tao thought that she and Zhao Yuan had some private conversations that were not convenient for outsiders to see, so he didn't care. But in fact, in the chat records between Ding Yuqin and Zhao Yuan said some things about Wang Tao, and they were not very nice. Ding Yuqin dared not show them to Wang Tao. Otherwise, if Wang Tao is unhappy and stopped taking care of her, she would just have to wait for death. When the end of the world comes, Zhao Yuan can't come back, and he can only comfort Ding Yuqin while thinking of a solution. Then Zhao Yuan heard from other survivors that Wang Tao was at home. In terms of physical fitness, men definitely have an advantage over women. In a chaotic environment, it is definitely more convenient to have a man, especially since Wang Tao is strong and looks like someone who is not easy to mess with. The couple are neighbors of Wang Tao. Their relationship with Wang Tao is not very good, but at least not bad. So Zhao Yuan sent a message to Wang Tao, hoping that Wang Tao could take care of Ding Yuqin. After the chaos was over, he would definitely thank Wang Tao. As a result, Wang Tao didn't reply to any messages. When the apocalypse broke out, there was a popular saying in some small circles. The better the physical fitness of a person, the less likely they are to be infected with the virus. The worse a person's physical fitness is, the more susceptible they are to infection. Wang Tao also saw this unfounded statement on the internet later, and he did not agree with it. Instead, he felt that this was an excuse made up by some people who wanted to abandon the elderly, the weak, women, and children. But it doesn't matter whether he believes it or not, as long as others believe it. For example, Zhao Yuan believes it. Therefore, Zhao Yuan suspected that Wang Tao deliberately did not reply to his message because Wang Tao did not want to help his wife. Of course, despite his doubts, Zhao Yuan continued to send messages to Wang Tao, and he was always polite. But when Zhao Yuan was chatting with Ding Yuqin, he kept cursing Wang Tao, saying all kinds of bad things about Wang Tao, and asking him to make Wang Tao look better in the future. This is actually a manifestation of impotent rage. Zhao Yuan loves his wife very much, and he doesn't want her to be hurt. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 21, Cleaning Up. Zhao Yuan thought of a solution at that time. He called Wang Tao, and then asked Ding Yuqin to listen to whether there was any movement in Wang Tao's room. Zombies are very sensitive to sounds. If there are zombies in Wang Tao's room, it will definitely make a lot of noise. Even though Wang Tao's phone was in vibrate mode, it couldn't be hidden from the zombies hearing at such a close distance. At that time, the zombie in room 602 had not yet left, and Ding Yuqin didn't know that there was a zombie in the corridor. But she didn't dare to go out. She just secretly opened the door and listened. She heard that there was indeed no movement in Wang Tao's house. This indirectly proved Zhao Yuan's guess. Wang Tao was indeed unwilling to help her. Ding Yuqin's impression of Wang Tao before was not bad, but it was not good either. The two did not have much interaction. At most, they would greet each other politely when they met. But with this reality and Zhao Yuan's exaggeration, she had a very bad impression of Wang Tao. So, she gave up the idea of asking Wang Tao for help. But I don't know whether to say that Ding Yuqin was lucky or that Zhao Yuan saved her life. If Ding Yuqin really came to find Wang Tao at that time, and Wang Tao was unconscious and couldn't open the door, Ding Yuqin would probably attract zombies from upstairs. With her small arms and legs, she would definitely be in great danger. A few days later, she was so hungry that she happened to see Wang Tao going out and killing zombies. She decided to give it a try to see if she could borrow some food from Wang Tao. It turns out that Wang Tao is not as bad as her husband said. After waiting for a while, the water was almost gone and Ding Yuqin came out of the bathroom. Wang Tao, my water tank is full. By the way, take a look here to see if there is anything you can use. If it is useful to you, just take it away. Help is mutual, and you can't always rely on others' contributions. Ding Yuqin knew that she couldn't help Wang Tao much, so she had to ask Wang Tao to see if there was anything in her house that Wang Tao could use. Wang Tao was not polite. Zhao Yuan had a lot of gadgets. If you look carefully, you might find something useful. Huh. After rummaging around, I really found a good thing. Telescope. This is a binoculars with 1050 written on it. On the surface, this telescope has a diameter of 50 millimeters and a magnification of 10 times. 10x binoculars, great stuff. It may not be useful for now, but it may be of great use in the future. I haven't noticed that his telescope is here. If you want to use it, take it away. I won't need it anyway. Ding Yuqin looked at Wang Tao holding the telescope and couldn't put it down, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. She is not afraid that Wang Tao will take her things, but she is afraid that Wang Tao will not like anything. Okay, then I'm welcome. Wang Tao accepted it directly. After that, they found nothing else useful, so they returned to Wang Tao's house. Ding Yuqin started to cook, while Wang Tao opened the curtain and looked out the window with the newly acquired telescope. This is an old neighborhood, with only 6 floors at the highest. But fortunately, there are no tall buildings around, so the telescope can see far. After looking around, Wang Tao's face became serious. He suddenly realized that his happy community seemed to be quite lucky. In other communities, there were either a group of zombies surrounding the downstairs, zombies coming in and out of the building, and even the rooftops were full of zombies. Or maybe there was a small-scale explosion, leaving a scene of ruins. However, Wang Tao also discovered some characteristics, that is, places where the situation is more serious or places with more people. Especially the square in the distance. The dark mass of people's heads makes my scalp tingle just looking at it. The reason why the situation in their Xingfu community was not as serious as in other communities was probably because there were fewer people and many people were out at work at the time. In the end times, luck is also important. The scenes outside also made Wang Tao feel a stronger sense of urgency. Judging from the zombies killed in room 201, zombies can also become stronger. The health bar of the female zombie who ate a human increased by 10 drops. In addition, he can become stronger through training, so it is not impossible that zombies also have other ways to become stronger. We have to clean up the zombies in this building quickly. Wang Tao planned to go to 601 in the afternoon to clean up the 2 zombies. If he clears out the zombies in 101 and 102 tomorrow, the entire building will be completely safe, and he can find a way to find Diesel in the small restaurant outside the community. Today's lunch is not as sumptuous as yesterday's, but the quantity is still large. After dinner, they rested for a while. When Ding Yuqin finished washing the dishes and cleaning the house, Wang Tao asked her to come over and help him put on his equipment. Wang Tao, what are you doing? I'm going upstairs. Please close the door when you return. You're going to 601? A trace of worry appeared on Ding Yuqin's face. There were 2 zombies in room 601. Well, I'm going to go clean up in room 601. Don't come out. Wang Tao felt that he had a high probability of dealing with the 2 zombies upstairs, but he did not rule out the possibility that a zombie would escape. After all, there are always unexpected things. I understand. Why, you have to be careful. Ding Yuqin is really worried about Wang Tao. After all, Wang Tao is the only one she can rely on now. I will. Wang Tao nodded. With the help of Ding Yuqin, the equipment was quickly put on. He took his homemade steel pipe long-handled claw hammer and went out with Ding Yuqin. Ding Yuqin returned to her room. After watching her lock the door, Wang Tao strode to room 601. There was a middle-aged couple in room 601, and they must have both mutated. When Wang Tao went upstairs before, he also heard 2 roars from inside. Although there were 2 zombies inside, Wang Tao was no longer the same as before. The improvement of strength was secondary, and the main thing was experience. After killing several zombies head-on, he already had experience. Wang Tao fiddled with the lock-picking tool for a while, and with a click, he opened the security door. Then he took a deep breath, slightly raised the claw hammer with his right hand, and pulled hard with his left hand. Crash! The security door is open. At the door of the room, there stood a twisted figure. Wang Tao didn't expect that there was a zombie at the door, and the zombie probably didn't expect that someone would suddenly come in. Both of them were in a daze for a moment, but Wang Tao reacted faster. He gripped the long-handled sledgehammer tightly in one hand, and while exerting force from his arms, waist, and thighs at the same time, he swung it fiercely at the zombie's head. Boom! A crisp sound. The zombie's head was hit, and it took 2 steps back. A number, -136, popped up above its head. 364/500. Wang Tao took advantage of the victory, took a step forward and swung the hammer again. Boom! 127. 237/500. The hammer hit its face crooked and it took a step back. Then Wang Tao held the hammer in both hands, raised his hands high, and used the horns of the hammer to smash the zombie's crown. Phew! Black blood splattered. Wang Tao felt as if he had smashed a jar full of mud. 237. A0/500. 3 hammers to kill instantly. Chapter 22, Screaming Throat. That's it? 3 hammers to kill instantly? To be honest, Wang Tao was also a little surprised. With the improvement of my own strength and the increasing experience, coupled with the enhancement of weapons, it's not that the enemy is too weak, but that we are too strong. With no time to check the loot, he quickly looked around but found no other zombies. Where's the other zombie? Wang Tao frowned slightly. He had heard before that there were two zombies in the room. Zombies will not attack each other. At least Wang Tao has never seen it. So, unless the zombie jumped off the building, it must still be in the house. Wang Tao was not in a hurry to look for it. Although he had just swung the hammer 3 times seemingly simply, he had used all his strength in each swing, which also consumed some energy. Since there was no danger for the time being, he could take a breath. After a few seconds, Wang Tao cautiously went to the bathroom. This house has the same layout as Wang Tao's home, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. The doors of both bedrooms were open, but the door of the bathroom was closed. Wang Tao felt that there might be something in the bathroom. He walked carefully to the bathroom door and kicked it hard. Boom. No? Wang Tao was a little surprised to see that the room was empty. After making sure there was nothing in the bathroom, Wang Tao went to the kitchen again, but there was nothing there either. Could it be in those 2 bedrooms? Wang Tao glanced at the doors of the 2 bedrooms respectively, and there were no zombies inside. How strange. He looked at the doors and windows again. They were all tightly closed and there didn't seem to be anything getting out. There were no traces of blood or battle in the room. Did I hear it wrong before? Wang Tao doubted himself a little, but soon he put this doubt behind him. He is a person who believes in himself very much. 2 zombies are 2 zombies. He most likely heard it right. Let me see where you are. Wang Tao took a deep breath and then came to the second bedroom. In addition to a bed, the second bedroom is a simple cloth wardrobe. The zipper of the wardrobe was open, obviously unable to hide zombies. He gripped the weapon again and lay on the ground, not even under the bed. After confirming that there was nothing in the second bedroom, Wang Tao went to the master bedroom and found that there was nothing under the bed in the master bedroom. Then Wang Tao stood up and set his sights on the wardrobe in the master bedroom. The master bedroom is much larger than the second bedroom. There is a custom-made wardrobe against the wall, with more than a dozen cabinet doors. This large closet was the only thing in the whole house that hadn't been searched, unless the zombie really opened the window and jumped down and closed the window at the same time, or it got chopped up and flushed down the drain, or it got eaten by another zombie. Otherwise, Wang Tao felt that it was most likely in these wardrobes. But this closet isn't that big, and there's a partition in the middle. Will the zombies really run inside? And even close the closet door? So smart. Wang Tao was a little confused. He held the weapon tightly in his right hand and casually opened the first cabinet door with his left hand. Roar. Fuck. The moment Wang Tao opened the first wardrobe door, a petite zombie curled up in the closet suddenly jumped out. Wang Tao was startled. He subconsciously swung his hammer, but missed. He was knocked to the ground by the zombie's great force, and his weapon fell out of his hand. 130/135. The zombie's limbs pressed against Wang Tao's limbs, forcing him to lie in a tie shape on the bed, unable to turn over. Then it opened its mouth wide, emitting a rotten stench, and its teeth, still dripping with mucus, were about to bite Wang Tao's neck. Roll. Seeing that he was about to have a close contact with the female zombie, veins bulged on Wang Tao's forehead, and the biceps of both arms expanded rapidly. Then, he endured the zombie's strength and swung his right fist violently. Your mouth stinks. Boom. The punch hit the zombie's face hard, knocking its head off balance. 23/467/500. The zombie seemed a little dazed after being beaten, and its strength to suppress Wang Tao was much weaker. Wang Tao took the opportunity to raise his right foot and pressed it against the zombie's chest, then used his hands and feet to exert force at the same time and swung it hard towards the door. Boom. The zombie was smashed directly against the door frame by Wang Tao. 4/463/500. This attack did not cause any harm to the zombie, but it allowed Wang Tao to finally break free from the zombie's arms. Without even bothering to pick up his weapon, Wang Tao stepped to the door of the room, then gathered strength with his right foot and kicked the zombie that was lying on the ground and hadn't gotten up yet. Boom. This kick sent the zombie flying close to the ground, from the room to the living room, smashing 2 wooden dining table chairs. Wang Tao took advantage of the victory and suddenly jumped up not far from the zombie, his hair almost touching the ceiling. Then he stomped hard on the zombie. Snap. 2 hiking boots stepped on the zombie's 2 knees respectively, and a crisp sound of bone cracking was heard. The zombie's 2 knees were directly crushed. The zombie who was about to get up fell to the ground again. 86. 377/500. Wang Tao originally wanted to step on its head, but he was not sure whether he could crush the zombie's head. What if the zombie's head was too hard and caused him to fall? That would be troublesome. So Wang Tao changed his mind temporarily and stepped directly on its legs. It turns out that this works. The zombie's health bar was directly reduced. And this is not the point. The point is that the zombies seem unable to get up. They have no sense of pain. Broken arms and legs may be fatal injuries to ordinary people, but to zombies, they are not fatal at all. But Wang Tao didn't expect this to kill it. He just hoped that the broken leg could curb the zombie's actions. Now it seems that it really works. Perhaps it was because the zombies still retained some human instincts, such as walking on 2 feet. So after its kneecap was broken, it couldn't get up at all. This result made Wang Tao a little excited, because it meant that in the future, when killing zombies, cutting off the limbs first might be a good method. After all, the zombies' limbs are not as hard as their heads. As for their necks, although it is a weak point, ordinary people may not be able to hit them. So if the survivors are smart, they should be able to chop off the zombie's legs, restrict its movements, and then kill it completely. His mind was full of thoughts, but Wang Tao did not stop. The zombie fell to the ground and couldn't get up, basically becoming a sitting duck. Wang Tao didn't hesitate and kicked it hard twice, crushing its arm until it was deformed. 3-4, 3-2, 311/500. Looking at the zombies whose limbs were broken, but still grinning at him. A cruel smile appeared on Wang Tao's face under the mask. He was just startled. He must avenge this. Moreover, taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he wanted to test his ability to cause harm. Roar. The female zombie seemed to know her fate and let out a roar. Wang Tao clenched his fists and said viciously, "Keep shouting. It's no use even if you scream your throat out." Chapter 23, Concealment Potion. Bang. Swish. Bang. Snap. Clang. Huh. Looking at the blood bar on the zombie's head, Wang Tao stepped on it hard. Phew. Its head was crushed like a watermelon. 35A0/500. Call. Torturing zombies is also a technical job. Of course, it is not real torture. But Wang Tao wanted to try out how much damage his various attacks would cause on zombies. I had never had the chance to try it before, but now that I had this rare opportunity, I couldn't miss it. After trying for almost an hour, I finally understand many things that I didn't understand before. For example, a crippling attack like cutting off a limb can only cause 1 damage. If you keep attacking other places except the head, it will not cause repeated damage. For example, a zombie's fatal weakness is only its head, and you can't kill it by attacking anywhere else. Even if you cut off its neck and only 1 head is left, then its head is still alive. For another example, the blood bar of zombies is related to the hardness of their skulls. He can't crush zombies with full blood, but he can easily crush zombies with blood. For example, although zombies are not afraid of pain, they can also be affected by the negative state of dizziness. Of course, it may not be dizziness, but rather something similar to stiffness in games. Wang Tao was not very clear about what it was specifically. He only needed to know that hitting the zombie's head hard would make the zombie pause for a moment. Moreover, Wang Tao was surprised to find that zombies are afraid of fire. When he attacked the zombies with other tools, the zombies remained unmoved. But when he poked the zombies with a fire stick, the zombies actually struggled on the ground and tried to retreat. When he burned it directly with fire, it lost blood very quickly. This is very important news. Of course, the smaller the sample, the greater the error. Wang Tao did not dare to guarantee that all zombies were afraid of fire, but as long as some zombies were afraid of fire, it would definitely be exciting news. As for whether the zombies killed by fire would drop items, Wang Tao was not sure, and he was not willing to try it, so he could only wait and see when he had the chance. In addition, Wang Tao also conducted many experiments, such as the damage caused by attacking different parts of the zombies, the approximate perception range of the zombies, the extent to which the zombies' vision has deteriorated, etc. Wang Tao also got a rough result of these things. Although they may not be accurate, they are still somewhat useful. At worst, he can find such an opportunity in the future and do more experiments. As for this special old sinister zombie, Wang Tao guessed that zombies can evolve. The zombie in 201 had a longer health bar than other zombies, so it must have evolved by eating humans. However, Wang Tao also thinks that the evolution of zombies is not just about eating people to increase health. There are also zombies that evolve into zombies that are good at hiding, like ordinary zombies. After all, when Wang Tao came here before, he did hear that there were 2 zombies inside, and the female zombie was most likely a later evolutionary zombie. After touching the 2 zombies in the room, Wang Tao pushed them both out of the window. Bang, bang. The sound of the landing attracted some zombies to watch, but after realizing that it was the same kind, these zombies slowly dispersed. Wang Tao ignored the black blood on the ground. He sat on the sofa and rested for a while. Then he looked at the spoils of his killing of zombies. These two zombies both have 500 drops of health, and they seem to be about the same in strength. But in fact, they are very different. The male zombie in this house is just an ordinary zombie with 500 health points. As for this female zombie, Wang Tao suspected that it might have undergone a second mutation or something. Although her blood did not increase, she learned to hide. Normally speaking, even if a zombie stays in a certain place and doesn't move, it will definitely not close the door. But this female zombie has learned to close the door and wait for something to happen. If Wang Tao wasn't so strong, if someone else came over, he might have been defeated. So even though their health points are the same, this female zombie is much more dangerous than that male zombie. After all, if a normal survivor kills a zombie and sees that there are no other zombies in the house, they will definitely lose their vigilance. When they open the door in a relaxed mood, they are likely to be attacked. Moreover, the blood volume gained from killing these two also confirmed Wang Tao's idea. That male zombie was just an ordinary zombie, and he added 5 drops of blood to Wang Tao. And this female zombie directly added 20 drops of blood to Wang Tao. Wang Tao's total health now has reached 150 out of 155. If I kill a few more, I'll reach 200 HP. Next goal, 200 HP. After setting a small goal for himself, Wang Tao looked at the spoils of the two zombies. There is nothing special about the ordinary loot, just a wallet, a lighter, a platinum necklace, 2 watches, and 2 mobile phones. The key is to get the items dropped by killing zombies. What the male zombie dropped was a small box of screws. Obtain. Screw 1. Screws. Production materials. Still the production materials. This time they are screws that I have never had before. Including this screw, Wang Tao currently has 4 types of production materials. They are gear 1, iron block 1, steel wire 1, and this screw 1. I don't know what these things can be made into. The things dropped by the female zombie made Wang Tao's eyes light up at first, but then they went dark again. Obtain. Concealment potion, small. Hidden potion, small. After injection, you can hide your own breath and be difficult to be discovered by humans. Duration is 1 hour, cooldown time is 12 hours. Warm reminder. Use at night for best effect. This is a translucent disposable needle-free syringe, as thick as a fountain pen. You can see the green liquid inside, and the words hidden small are written on the outer shell. When Wang Tao saw the stealth potion, he was excited. According to the rules in some games, things with the word stealth in them are good for hiding from monsters. But when Wang Tao saw the explanation below, he felt a darkness in front of his eyes. Not easily discovered by other humans? He doesn't need to hide from people now. And how to hide from human perception? Can it escape people's hearing or vision? People can think and have the ability to distinguish. Unless you can cover the other person's eyes, ears, etc., it feels a bit useless. Maybe it has some special uses, but Wang Tao certainly can't use it for the time being. It would be great if there was a bottle of concealment potion that could help me hide from zombies, but unfortunately, after sighing, Wang Tao smiled and shook his head. It's good to have it. What's the pity? The suffix of this concealment potion is small, maybe medium or large. Maybe there is something in it that can hide from zombies. And since there is a concealment potion, there may be other potions. Wang Tao is even more looking forward to his ability to drop treasures. After collecting the spoils dropped by the zombies, Wang Tao began to search 601. The couple in this family should have mutated into zombies at the same time. There were no signs of fighting in the house, so the food was relatively well preserved. This food was probably enough for Wang Tao to eat for half a month, but there are a lot of frozen foods, and now the refrigerator is out of power. Finding diesel is urgent. Chapter 24 News from the Survivor Base. Boom, boom, boom. Sister-in-law, it's me. Wang Tao knocked on Ding Yuqin's door. He was going to ask Ding Yuqin to go upstairs to help move things. Since there was manpower, it would be a waste if it was not used. Hearing the noise, Ding Yuqin quickly opened the door and saw some black blood on Wang Tao's body. She asked with concern, Wang Tao, are you not hurt? Fortunately, I was lucky. I almost got caught. Wang Tao's voice was a little dull under the mask. When he was knocked down by the zombie, his wrist felt a little sore, but he didn't lose much blood, which meant it was nothing serious. Do you want me to get the medical kit? Ding Yuqin was a little worried. Wang Tao shook his head. No, help me move the things first. Good. Ding Yuqin followed Wang Tao to room 601. Looking at the pool of black blood at the door and the traces of fighting in the living room, Ding Yuqin swallowed subconsciously and asked in a low voice, "Are there two zombies here?" Wang Tao nodded. Ding Yuqin was secretly shocked when she saw Wang Tao's back. Two zombies. He had dealt with them all. These things are packed. Let's move them. Wang Tao pointed to something on the ground. Although Ding Yuqin was not very strong, the distance was not far after all, so the two of them moved all these things to 501 in one trip. As these supplies were sorted and arranged neatly, Wang Tao suddenly felt that his room was a little small. Mainly, he took back everything he felt was useful now or in the future, such as clothes, books, electronic products, etc. He has even started to consider other people's furniture. Although the furniture is difficult to move, you can dismantle it and then take it back. When the gas runs out in the future, you can also burn these woods to cook. While Ding Yuqin was packing and sorting things, Wang Tao went to take a shower. He felt a chill in the cold water. After killing the zombie, he was still a little nervous. After all, being suddenly attacked by a sinister zombie left a psychological trauma of not too small a size. Now that he was hit by the cold water, he calmed down a lot. It's a pity that he didn't want to use the power to boil water, otherwise it would be more comfortable to take a shower with hot water. While taking a shower, Wang Tao looked at his wrist and found a bruise, but it was not serious and would heal in 2 days. As for the bruise on his arm, it had healed long ago. He finished taking a shower, and Ding Yuqin had just finished tidying up. The bruises on Wang Tao's wrist were quite obvious, and Ding Yuqin saw them at a glance. After the last surprise, Ding Yuqin was not startled, but still asked, "Wang Tao, can I apply some medicine on your wrist? It will heal faster." "Okay." After Wang Tao nodded, Ding Yuqin immediately went home and brought the medical kit. In fact, Ding Yuqin originally wanted to give the medical kit to Wang Tao, but then hesitated and did not send it. It's not that she is reluctant to part with it, but that she knows that there is not much value she can provide to Wang Tao now. If the medical kit is given away again, then she will really have nothing. Wang Tao was lying on the sofa, and Ding Yuqin sat aside to help him apply medicine. When the ointment is applied, it feels refreshing and cool. Ding Yuqin looked at the muscles on Wang Tao's body and wanted to give him a massage to relax. She still had some experience in this area, but I felt something was inappropriate, so I didn't mention it. After applying the medicine for a while, Ding Yuqin suddenly asked, "Ahem, Wang Tao, will you go to the survivor base next?" Before disconnecting from the internet, she also saw the government announcement and knew that there was a large survivor base organized by the government in Huangfeng City. Of course she wanted to go. She heard that the place still retained the appearance of a normal society, with rules and order, and even every survivor had a minimum living standard. For people living in the last days, this is simply a paradise. But the problem is that the survivor base is too far away from their community. She had no ability to get through, so she asked Wang Tao if he wanted to go, and if so, could he take her with him. After hearing this question, Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, "I have the idea of going, but I'm not sure when to go. Although for now, he can kill zombies and loot supplies, and seems to have the ability to survive in the apocalypse, but who can predict what will happen in the future?" Moreover, Wang Tao also wanted to see what the survivor base looked like. If it was really as good as it was said, he would be willing to live in it. But he definitely won't go now, because he is currently in Shuai's County of Huangfeng City, and the survivor base is in Hongshi County, which is a full 50 kilometers away. Unless he has wings, with his current strength, going this far would be courting death. "Well, if you want to go, can you take me with you?" Ding Yuqin smiled and looked at Wang Tao with some trepidation. "Let's talk about it later. It's too early to talk about this now." Wang Tao did not answer directly. His attitude made Ding Yuqin's face turn pale instantly. In the adult world, people generally don't refuse so directly and try to save the other person's face. Considering the current situation, Wang Tao obviously refused. After all, she couldn't kill zombies and didn't have much strength, so she was just a burden to Wang Tao. Wang Tao might have left faster without her. "Oh." Ding Yuqin bit her lips in confusion, not knowing what to say for a moment. Wang Tao didn't refuse on the surface, so she couldn't pester him into agreeing. What if Wang Tao was still a little hesitant, and then she made a scene and he instantly decided not to take her? Ding Yuqin didn't need to cook dinner. There were some leftovers from lunch, which would be enough for Wang Tao if he just heated them up a little. Considering that Ding Yuqin also helped in the afternoon, Wang Tao gave her a bag of dry noodles. This package of noodles was an extra reward. Ding Yuqin thought she would be very happy, but she just couldn't be happy. After Ding Yuqin left, Wang Tao had a simple meal, rested for a while, and then started his daily exercise. "I feel like after killing these two zombies today, My physical fitness has improved a little. This shouldn't be an illusion. Killing zombies can indeed slightly improve physical fitness, although it may not be obvious once or twice. As long as it reaches a certain number, the improvement will surely be considerable. After exercising for a few hours, Wang Tao went to take a shower again, and then Wang Tao suddenly found that the water had been cut off. In fact, when he was taking a shower just now, he found that the water flow was a little small, so it was not surprising that the water supply was cut off now. However, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable because the next task was to find water. I used the water stored in advance to simply rinse off the smelly sweat on my body and did not pour out the remaining wastewater, saving it for flushing the toilet later. Then he lay in bed and routinely turned on the radio to see if he could hear anything. ZZ, ZZ. This is the Redstone Survivor Base. ZZ. Chapter 25, 3 Days of Quick Learning. Wang Tao turned over and sat up. He walked to the window and slowly turned the FM button of the radio. ZZ. Redstone Survivor Base. ZZ. Providing water and food. ZZ. Safe. ZZ. Repeat. Redstone Survivor Base. ZZ. Redstone Survivor Base. Wang Tao rubbed the stubble on his chin and muttered to himself. Judging from the name, it should be the Survivor Base in Hongshi County. According to official information previously released online, due to the suddenness of the incident and not much time for preparation, the official plan is to build a survivor base in each city. The survivor base in Huangfeng City is in Hongshi County. The reason for choosing that place is because there is an army there and certain defensive measures that can be used directly. However, during the days when the virus broke out, the army was also infected and in chaos. Especially after the communication was cut off, Wang Tao was not sure whether the base in Hongshi County was still there. Now Wang Tao was very happy when he heard the news about the Hongshi County base through the radio. Since they can still transmit radio signals, it means they should have the situation under control to a certain extent. But I haven't heard any news about counterattack or rescue, which means they should be able to protect themselves now, but only limited to self-protection. Anyway, this is good news. It can be regarded as giving Wang Tao a motivation or a goal. At least there are so many survivors still alive. How can he die first? Zitzi ZZ. The radio played for a while and then went silent. I don't know if it was turned off automatically or if something went wrong. Hopefully it's the former. After praying silently, Wang Tao turned on the intercom again. Similar to the radio, the walkie-talkie is also turned on once every night. But the radio still hears the sound twice, but the walkie-talkie hears nothing. It's understandable, after all, without a repeater, the range of this kind of civilian walkie-talkie is only 2 or 3 kilometers, so it's normal to not hear any movement. However, I don't know if he was lucky tonight, but after hearing the news on the radio, his walkie-talkie finally received some movement. ZZ. Here. ZZ. Mizusawa University. Survivor Base. ZZ. Got it. Please reply. Got it. Please. ZZ. Listening to the intermittent sounds inside, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Mizusawa University is a nearby school, about 5 kilometers away from his Xingfu community. From the meaning of this sentence, could it be that someone has built a survivor base inside Mizusawa University? Shuai's University is a school that was built in recent years. It is located in a relatively remote location and is relatively sparsely populated. However, it is close to Huangfeng Film and Television City. So many college students go there to work part-time when they have nothing to do. Wang Tao has been to Shuai's University several times, and his impression of it is neither good nor bad, just an ordinary school. There is a security army squadron of about dozens of people near Mizusawa University. If these soldiers are not infected or die on a large scale, they should be able to build a small survivor base. Wang Tao pressed the PTT button on the walkie-talkie. I got it. I got it. Wang Tao did not tell anyone his detailed information. After all, he didn't know what the situation was over there, so it was better to be cautious. But what he said received no response. Zizizi. Mizusawa University. Base. Received. Please. Reply. Repeat. I got it. I got it. Wang Tao repeated a few sentences, but after waiting for a while, there was still no response. Is it because my walkie-talkie is too underpowered? Wang Tao suddenly felt a little depressed. The communication principle of walkie-talkies can be simply understood as radiating signals around a person. Under the same terrain, the higher the power, the farther the signal can be transmitted. The 4 walkie-talkies that Wang Tao looted from 602 are all ordinary civilian models with a communication range of perhaps only 2 or 3 kilometers. The walkie-talkies at Mizusawa University may be high power, with a communication distance of more than 5 kilometers. This means that their signal has a long transmission distance and can reach Wang Tao's walkie-talkie, so Wang Tao can hear it. But the signal of Wang Tao's walkie-talkie was weak and could not be transmitted such a long distance, so they could not hear what Wang Tao said. This is a bit annoying, as Wang Tao also wants to know about the situation of other survivors. After trying a few more times and confirming that there was no way to communicate, Wang Tao shook his head. Sleep. Although these two signals cannot communicate, it is still good news. At least it means that humans are not extinct. Wang Tao's sleep quality tonight was the best in recent days. The next day, Wang Tao woke up at around 6 o'clock. Just after he finished washing up, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, it was Ding Yuqin, who came to make breakfast for Wang Tao. After Wang Tao did some simple exercises, Ding Yuqin prepared the meal and went back after making sure Wang Tao had nothing else to ask. Wang Tao didn't ask her to stay for breakfast. After all, it was agreed that he would only give her one meal. After dinner, Wang Tao began to put on his equipment. He suddenly felt that dressing alone was really slow, but he was too lazy to call Ding Yuqin. After getting dressed, Wang Tao went to the second floor and knocked on the door of room 202. Hey, little brother. Come in. The bald uncle quickly opened the door for Wang Tao. Wang Tao had said before that he wanted to learn all the locksmith skills, but he didn't have time in the past 2 days, so he was delayed. Now that he had looted 601, he had enough food for the time being. He planned to learn the lock-picking techniques first, and then deal with the zombies in 101 and 102. The principles of lock-picking technology are actually not difficult, especially when taught by a master. It all depends on practice. The more you practice, the more proficient you will become. Wang Tao does seem to have a talent for this, and he learns very quickly. Anyway, the bald uncle always praised Wang Tao for his talent. He said that he took 2 weeks to pass the test. According to Wang Tao's learning speed, he will probably be able to pass the test in 2 days. The truth was exactly as the bald uncle said. Wang Tao spent another 2 days, plus the previous study time. A total of 3 days. He learned all the lock-picking techniques, including key-making techniques. From the bald uncle, there was a small key-making machine at home, which Wang Tao exchanged for some food. You have a great learning ability. I don't have much to teach you now. The next step is practice. Practice is more important than theory. The bald uncle sighed. Haha, thank you for these 2 days, uncle. Wang Tao thanked him with a smile. Of course, he didn't just talk. He also gave the bald uncle a lot of food, which could be considered an equal exchange. Let's help each other. The bald uncle smiled first, then suddenly felt a little melancholy. I hope my wife and children can also meet a good person like you. Wang Tao did not comment on being called a nice guy. He asked curiously, where are your family members? The bald uncle took out a family photo from his pocket and stroked it gently. They all went back to their hometown to visit relatives in the countryside. The countryside is much safer than the city. Before the network was cut off, my wife talked to me and said that there were basically no people in their village, so naturally there were not many zombies, and it was safe to hide at home. Alas, I don't know if I will have the chance to see them again. Is the countryside safe? Wang Tao encouraged. Of course there is a chance. Chapter 26: The difference between zombies and sandbags. Be safe. Ding Yuqin helped Wang Tao tidy up his clothes, then held a steel pipe claw hammer and another polished short steel pipe, and hung them on both sides of Wang Tao's waist, one on the left and one on the right. These 2 weapon hanging covers were handmade by Ding Yuqin for Wang Tao in the past 2 days. Wang Tao nodded and went out with Ding Yuqin. Ding Yuqin returned to her room. She watched Wang Tao's back as he walked down the stairs and prayed that Wang Tao would return safely. Wang Tao walked leisurely to the door of 101. He fiddled with the door lock for a while, and with a click, the door lock opened. He had learned from the bald uncle before that there were 2 old men and women in room 101, and there was a family of 3 in room 102. Although they may not all be at home, to be on the safe side, it would be better to deal with the zombies in 101 first. After the door opened, Wang Tao opened it a crack and observed for a while. At a glance, I saw 2 short but bloated figures sitting side by side on the sofa in the living room. They had their heads down and their faces could not be seen clearly. Wang Tao took a deep breath and then strode in. Ha. Hearing the noise, the 2 old men on the sofa slowly raised their heads, revealing a pair of white eyes. Roar. Perhaps it was the smell of blood and flesh that made the 2 old zombies seem to be activated. They stood up one after another and limped towards Wang Tao. Does the physical quality of the person before death seem to affect the strength of the zombies after infection and mutation? Wang Tao is not sure. But at least there is an impact on speed. The speed of these 2 old zombies is relatively slow, and they even walk a little unsteadily, as if they will fall down at any time. Of course, Wang Tao did not underestimate them. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Wang Tao strode to the old lady zombie at the same speed, then swung the long hammer with both hands and swung it violently. Stayed. The hammer hit the old lady zombie hard on the right temple. 158. 342/500. The old lady zombie's neck was knocked crooked and her body was shaking a little. Wang Tao took advantage of the victory and swung the hammer again, hitting the right corner of the old lady zombie's eye. Stayed. The eyeballs were smashed directly. 164. A 178/500. Two-thirds of its blood was knocked out with two hammers. However, the old zombie next to him had also rushed over at this time. If Wang Tao continued to swing his hammer at the old lady zombie, he would be attacked by the old zombie. Without even thinking about it, Wang Tao decisively turned around and hit the old man with a hammer. Stayed. The hammer hit the old zombie's chin, knocking off half of its chin, and a black tongue swayed in the hole. The old zombie even staggered, unsteady, and fell directly to the floor. 65. 435/500. At this time, the old lady zombie also recovered from its dizziness. It roared, stretched out its arms, and grabbed Wang Tao. Wang Tao didn't even look at it. He just raised it and kicked it. Before the old lady zombie caught him, he kicked the old lady zombie hard in the chest. Boom. The old lady zombie was kicked away and fell on the sofa. 3-2. A 146/500. Wang Tao pulled out the sharpened steel pipe hanging on the left side of his waist with his left hand. The muscles on his arm bulged high, and then he suddenly threw the steel pipe out from a distance of more than 2 meters. Puff! The steel pipe was inserted directly into the old lady zombie's forehead, nailing it to the sofa. 146. A 0/500. Seeing that the opponent's health bar was reduced to 0, Wang Tao turned around and looked at the old zombie who had just crawled up from the ground. Now it's your turn. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Wang Tao dealt with two zombies at the same time. This 1v2 battle is much more difficult than a 1v11. After all, this is not a game. Although he has more than 100 health points, he dare not let the zombies catch him. However, as long as we can get rid of one of the zombies first, it will be much easier to deal with the other one. Wang Tao walked towards the old zombie holding a claw hammer. Hee. The old zombie twisted himself up from the ground, stretched out his right hand and grabbed Wang Tao. Looking at the sharp black nails, Wang Tao quickly dodged to the left with his upper body, avoiding the claw, and at the same time hit his head with a hammer. Boom. 146. The hammer hit the old zombie's head hard, and it was knocked back 2 steps. Wang Tao rushed forward and struck again with the hammer. Boom. 153. Wang Tao clearly heard the sound of a bone breaking. The old zombie fell to the ground again. Before the old zombie got up, Wang Tao gathered strength in his right leg and kicked it hard in the head. Boom. 7-1. The old zombie's body spun on the ground and then slammed hard into the wall. 3-3. When the zombie hits its head against the wall, a secondary injury appears on its head. Wang Tao took a deep breath and his mouth grinned under the mask. 1v1 is indeed much simpler. After the old zombie struggled to get up again, Wang Tao hit him hard on the temple. Puff! The claw hammer smashed the skull directly and embedded itself into the old zombie's head. 3-2. A 0/500. The zombie's health bar is cleared. Chapter 27 Leaks and Molotov Cocktails. After dealing with the two zombies, the next step is the fun of touching corpses. These two old zombies were very ordinary, and each of them added 5 drops of blood to Wang Tao. Wang Tao's total blood volume reached 165. Then there are the items they drop. Obtain. Alcohol 1. Alcohol. Materials. Obtain. Alcohol 1. Alcohol. Materials. They're all the same thing? Wang Tao thought, and a glass bottle appeared in his hand. In addition to the words 1L written on it, there were also 2 lines of small words, purity 99.9%, edible. When Wang Tao saw the word edible, he was stunned for a moment and then quickly reacted. The meaning of edible should be that the alcohol is of edible grade, rather than letting people drink it directly. If you take a sip of this directly, I'm afraid it will kill you. From the current point of view, as a production material, this alcohol should be more useful than the other materials. Mix this alcohol with water at a ratio of 3:1 to make 75% medical alcohol. If you add a little more water, you can drink it as wine, and it can also be used as fuel or something. Anyway, it has many uses. Put both bottles of alcohol into the space backpack, and then conduct a routine search on the corpses of the 2 zombies. The old lady zombie had 2 gold bracelets, 2 silver bracelets, 3 gold rings, and a gold necklace on her body. The old zombie had a gold watch, a big gold ring, and several big gold teeth on his body. If its jaw hadn't been broken, Wang Tao wouldn't have noticed it. These two old people are quite rich. Wang Tao was a little shocked. As the saying goes, antiques are valuable in prosperous times, and gold is valuable in troubled times. In this apocalyptic world, Wang Tao didn't know what the survivors were trading with, but gold should be worth some money. Anyway, these things are small in size and don't cause any trouble. So Wang Tao collected them all, including a few big gold teeth. After searching the zombie corpses, it's time to search the house. Thanks to the fact that the two old men were infected with the mutation at the same time, the house was very clean and tidy except for the traces of battle left by Wang Tao just now, and the food was not damaged. But what's annoying is that there are a lot of rotten vegetables and fruits piled up in their kitchen. Wang Tao also roughly understood what was going on. The older generation was more frugal. Especially in terms of food and clothing, they would save as much as possible. This had nothing to do with whether they had money or not, it was just a matter of long-standing habit. Before the end of the world, the two old people bought some unfresh vegetables and fruits at low prices. Normally, as long as you eat the food that is about to go bad in advance, you won't eat bad food. But unfortunately, the end of the world has come. If no one eats it, the food will go bad soon. Not to mention the vegetables and fruits piled up in the kitchen. Even the ones in the refrigerator were all spoiled. Only one bag of garlic was left that was still edible. Uncomfortable. Wang Tao felt sorry for the spoiled food, but he had no choice but to throw it away. Otherwise, if he got food poisoning or something, he would be doomed. Almost all the vegetables and fruits were gone. It seemed that these two old people didn't eat meat, and there was no meat at home. Fortunately, there was an 8-gene bag of flour, 2 gene eggs, and 2 gene noodles in the cupboard, which could be considered a consolation prize. This is. Coming out of the kitchen, Wang Tao suddenly found a bunch of green plants under the balcony in the living room. Chinese chives? Wang Tao trotted over quickly. A distorted figure suddenly appeared outside the window and knocked on the security window. Bang, bang, bang. Grass. Wang Tao was shocked. Only then did he remember that this was the first floor and there were zombies outside. Wang Tao gave the zombie outside a fierce middle finger and quickly pulled the curtains. Although they can't get in, it's better to be safe. Ignoring the zombies outside, Wang Tao squatted in front of the plants with joy in his eyes. It's really leeks, and they've already grown. These leeks are made up of 12 square pots in total, and at first glance they look like they are planted in the ground. This is good stuff. Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised. I heard that leeks can live for 10 years. If we can preserve these leeks well, won't we be able to eat leeks more often in the future? Although the taste may not be good after a long time, it's the end of the world and it's good enough to have vegetables, so why should we care about the taste? And another thing is that these rotten vegetables and fruits do not need to be thrown away. They can be used directly as fertilizer to nourish the leeks. Wang Tao hates waste the most. He felt a little sad about it before, but now that he can use those rotten food, he feels much better. Since we have leeks, let's see if there are any seeds or something. Wang Tao immediately began to search. Sure enough, after spending some time, Wang Tao found 10 packets of leek seeds, 5 packets of coriander seeds, and 5 packets of white radish seeds. Although Wang Tao doesn't like coriander, at this time, he has no right to be picky about food. It's good enough to have it. Looking back, if there is a chance, I can plant these seeds. He put all the seeds in his pocket. As for the chives, Wang Tao was not in a hurry to move them because he found another good thing when he was looking for seeds just now. I came to the second bedroom and looked at the 2 boxes of glass bottles of liquor placed inside. Wang Tao finally understood why these 2 zombies burst out with alcohol. It turns out that they like to drink. Wang Tao himself doesn't like drinking very much, but this wine must be good stuff, and he can trade it in the future. And these wine bottles are also good stuff. He had tested it before and found out that these zombies were a little afraid of fire. So, these wine bottles can be used to make Molotov cocktails. The method of making a Molotov cocktail is actually very simple, but the flammable materials in the bottle are not easy to handle now. These 40-proof liquors are definitely not acceptable. You have to use flammable substances like alcohol or gasoline. Although Wang Tao had just taken out 2 bottles of alcohol, these were alcohol that could be put into the storage space. He would definitely not be willing to use them unless it was absolutely necessary. The most suitable method is probably to use gasoline. After all, there are cars outside, so there must be gasoline in the tank. When you go out to look for diesel, you can find a way to get some gasoline. There are 6 bottles in each of these 2 boxes of liquor, a total of 12 bottles. If there is enough gasoline, 12 Molotov cocktails can be made. And Wang Tao suddenly remembered that there were glass bottles among the seasoning bottles and other things he had looted before. However, he didn't think of the Molotov cocktail at that time, so he forgot about it. But the things were still there. We have to collect them all and see how many bottles there are in total. Maybe there's a killer weapon. Chapter 28 Plan Ahead. This time search in 101 can be considered a good harvest. There were too many things for Wang Tao to move by himself, so he called Ding Yuqin for help. Chinese chives. After Ding Yuqin arrived at 101, she looked at the green leeks and her face was immediately filled with envy. Although there are not many leeks, they are definitely enough to eat occasionally. She wanted to ask Wang Tao for 2 pots of chives. After all, there were 12 pots in total, and it wouldn't matter if she had 2 less. Even 1 pot would be fine. Just as Ding Yuqin was thinking about what to say, she suddenly saw 2 bodies in the corner. Exclamation point. She subconsciously hid behind Wang Tao and covered her mouth tightly. In fact, Ding Yuqin had rarely seen zombies. She had only seen them online when the internet was still connected. As for the reality, there were some downstairs, but she didn't dare to look. The zombies in the building were cleared out by Wang Tao. Now, suddenly seeing the body with its brains splattered and smelling the disgusting odor, her legs almost went weak. Wang Tao turned around and saw Ding Yuqin, who looked horrified, and explained, "He's dead. Don't worry. The house on the first floor has anti-theft windows, and there are zombies outside, so these 2 bodies naturally cannot be thrown away, so they can only be left here for the time being." She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look any further. As for the idea of having 2 pots of leeks, she gave it up instantly. She didn't think that Wang Tao would give her the spoils for nothing after risking his life. If she asked for it, she was afraid that Wang Tao would be disgusted, which would be counterproductive. After packing up the spoils, Wang Tao and Ding Yuqin moved them 3 times before they finally got 501 back. On the way, a bald uncle who heard the sound went out to take a look, his eyes full of envy. Wang Tao gave him some food. After all, the population number in 101 was provided by the uncle, and it was not fake information, so it was normal to give him some benefits. The door of 401 was also opened a crack, but before Wang Tao could see what was inside clearly, the other party closed it again. He just roughly saw a young man wearing glasses and AA 50 out of 100 health bar above his head. Wang Tao had originally thought about communicating with him. After all, he was the only survivor in the building. But since he had no interest in communicating, Wang Tao would not make things boring. It was already noon, and Ding Yuqin started to make lunch for Wang Tao. Wang Tao looked at the 12 pots of leeks and felt a little worried. He has no place to put them at home, and leeks need plenty of sunlight, but his balcony is too small. If he put all the leeks there, he won't get any sunlight. No, we still have to move. There are many empty houses in this building anyway. After some thought, Wang Tao felt that room 602 upstairs was very good. Apartment 602 has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which is much larger than his 2-bedroom apartment. It is also very clean and suitable for living. Of course, 402 downstairs is fine, but Wang Tao feels that living higher up is more secure. And maybe he can move the chives to the rooftop to grow them? You can go to the rooftop, where residents hang their quilts to dry. It is usually locked, and you can go to the property management to get the key when you need it. Now I don't know who has the key, but Wang Tao can open the lock and make a key, so it doesn't matter whether you have the key or not. Wang Tao, dinner is ready. At this time, Ding Yuqin had already prepared lunch. Good. Lunch is not that rich. After all, many vegetables have been consumed, but there is a lot of meat. After Ding Yuqin filled a small bowl of rice for Wang Tao, she sat down and said, "Wang Tao, when I first opened the refrigerator, I saw that the outdoor power supply was almost out of power. Is the battery almost out?" "I know." Wang Tao frowned. The meat at home needs a refrigerator to preserve it. After a power outage, he uses a fully charged outdoor power supply to power the refrigerator. Although this is an energy-saving refrigerator, it only consumes less than 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity a day. However, the power of the outdoor power supply is limited after all. After using it for a few days, it is almost used up. Unless he eats all the food that cannot be stored at room temperature in the past few days, he will have to find diesel and use a diesel generator. Wang Tao had been planning to clean up the zombies in room 102 tomorrow. These were the last zombies in the building. He would see if he could move the day after tomorrow, and then find a way to find diesel the day after that. But now I have to plan ahead. I'll go clean up 102 in the afternoon. I'll move in the evening, and I'll go out to find diesel tomorrow. In fact, Wang Tao didn't spend much energy to kill zombies. The reason why he only went out once a day was not because he was afraid, but to be on the safe side. If there were any unexpected crises in the future, he would be able to respond in time. As things stand now, power outage is a crisis event, endangering his food security. So, I have to take a little risk. After dinner, Ding Yuqin took the initiative to wash the dishes, and then helped Wang Tao wash some clothes. Wang Tao said before that he didn't need Ding Yuqin to wash clothes, but now the washing machine can't be used. Since Ding Yuqin is willing to help, he won't say much. As for the water problem, although water is very precious now, stagnant water will deteriorate after being stored for a long time. So use it when it is needed, and find a solution when there is no water left. After Ding Yuqin finished washing the clothes, Wang Tao was almost done with his rest. Wang Tao, do you still want to go out? Ding Yuqin was a little surprised, because she knew that Wang Tao only went out once a day before. Well, let's go clean up the zombies in room 102. This is the last room with zombies in this building. Only after cleaning up building 102 can building 4 be considered completely safe. Then you must pay attention to safety. Ding Yuqin's face was full of worry. The only time she saw Wang Tao fighting zombies was Wang Tao's first battle, and due to the limitations of the cat's eye, she was unable to see the full picture. Therefore, Ding Yuqin is not very clear about how strong Wang Tao is. But judging from the fact that Wang Tao only went out once a day before, she felt that Wang Tao's battle with the zombies should be very difficult. Now that Wang Tao has to go out twice, she is even more worried. I will. Wang Tao nodded. With the help of Ding Yuqin, Wang Tao was soon fully armed again. After letting Ding Yuqin go home, he went to room 102. According to the bald uncle, room 102 houses a family of 3, a couple in their 30s and a child in elementary school. Wang Tao is not sure how many zombies are inside, but he is preparing as if there are 3 zombies inside. Click. After tinkering with it for a while, Wang Tao unlocked the door of room 102. As soon as he opened the door a crack, he smelled a strong smell of blood and stench. In just a moment, Wang Tao realized that a battle had taken place here. Wang Tao tightly grasped the long-handled claw hammer in his hand, and then suddenly opened the door. Chapter 29 Running Potion. The living room was empty, and there were no zombies. But the blood on the wall told Wang Tao that this place was not safe. Wang Tao took a rough look around and found that the doors of the 3 bedrooms were all open, and there were black bloodstains on the door of each room. He quietly came to the living room and looked at each room. In the master bedroom at the end, he found his target. In the master bedroom, a thin figure wearing a dirty school uniform was facing away from Wang Tao, curled up on a large blood-stained bed. But what attracted Wang Tao immediately was not it, but the 2 bloody skeletons lying on the bed beside it. Wang Tao felt a chill. The thin figure seemed to sense the movement. It slowly turned its head, revealing a face with gray pupils, protruding veins, and a mouth full of black blood. Ho ho! 600/600. Judging from the appearance of this zombie in life, it was the naughty kid who provoked Wang Tao before. But it has 100 more health than other zombies. Wang Tao tightened the claw hammer in his hand. The situation has changed a little. There are not 3 zombies here, but there is a small zombie with 600 blood. Call. Without time to think, Wang Tao took a deep breath and strode towards the zombies. Huh. The little zombie stood up and walked towards Wang Tao in a crooked manner. There was about 10 meters between the 2 of them, but Wang Tao suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the speed of this little zombie. It is obviously smaller in size and has shorter legs, but it is faster than any other zombie Wang Tao has ever seen. Wang Tao stopped instantly and looked at it cautiously. When the little zombie was 4 large floor tiles away from Wang Tao, which was about 3 meters away, it opened its arms and rushed towards Wang Tao. Whoosh! Although Wang Tao was surprised by the little zombie's charge, he had already been on guard against it. The moment it came over, he turned his body to the side and dodged it. The little zombie didn't catch anyone, but he didn't stop. He rushed forward a few steps before stopping, then slowly turned around and continued to walk towards Wang Tao. Huh. Just like before, when he was about 4 large tiles away from Wang Tao, he opened his arms again and rushed towards Wang Tao. This time Wang Tao didn't dodge, but raised his foot and kicked the little zombie directly in the chest. 3. The little zombie's arm was less than half the length of Wang Tao's long legs. After being kicked in the chest, he started scratching around with his hands. But Wang Tao had thick books tied to his calves, so he was not afraid at all. However, this was not because Wang Tao was overconfident, but because he wanted to test the strength of this little zombie. Feeling the force on his feet, Wang Tao was a little surprised. With his size, his strength is actually about the same as that of an ordinary zombie. Although he was surprised, Wang Tao suddenly exerted force on his feet. After all, the little zombie was light in weight. So Wang Tao kicked him away, and he hit the wall directly. 2-6. This time, he must have hit his head. Roar. The little zombie seemed a little angry and came towards Wang Tao again. He still walked quickly to a position about 3 meters away from Wang Tao, opened his arms, and suddenly sprinted towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao used the same trick again and kicked it out again. But this time Wang Tao didn't hold back and kicked it directly in the face. Boom. 6-4. He kicked it away directly, and its jaw was broken by Wang Tao. Boom. 3-7. Then the back of its head hit the wall again. It seems to only have this one trick. Wang Tao thought silently in his heart. After the little zombie crawled up with its body twisted, Wang Tao did not use his feet this time, but instead used a long-handled claw hammer. Huh. The little zombie continued to rush towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao held the hammer in one hand and smashed it down the moment it approached. Boom. 2-3-6. 2-3-4/600. The hammer hit the little zombie right on the forehead, directly taking away 1/3 of its blood. Its defense seems to be lower, probably because of its weak physical fitness. Wang Tao had seen someone say on the internet before that the stronger the physical fitness of a person, the stronger the zombies will be after being infected and mutated. This little zombie is different from ordinary zombies. Wang Tao temporarily calls it a special zombie. But before it was infected, it was just a child, small in size, light in weight, and with poor physical fitness. After being infected and mutated, it is understandable that its defense is a little worse. Of course, this is only relative to Wang Tao. If an ordinary person comes over, it would be a question whether he can break his defense. While thinking, the little zombie stood up again indomitable. But this time it didn't sprint. Instead, like an ordinary zombie, it waved its arms and walked towards Wang Tao ferociously. However, its speed was still faster than that of an ordinary zombie. Wang Tao dodged twice, and after making sure that the little zombie had no other special features, Wang Tao gathered his strength and kicked it directly to the ceiling. 7-9. 2-6. After the little zombie landed on the ground, Wang Tao kicked it again. Boom. 4. The kick hit the zombie's stomach without causing any damage, but it was kicked against the wall again by Wang Tao like a ball. 3-2. 93/600. Looking at the remaining 1/6 of his health, Wang Tao grinned under his mask. At least I can kick 3 more times. This was definitely not a revenge against the naughty kid. He just wanted to test the strength of this special zombie. Roar. The little zombie fought again and again after being defeated. After getting up, he walked towards Wang Tao again. Boom. 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 Puff. 2-0/600. Looking at the little zombie whose head was cracked by his kick, Wang Tao rubbed his heel on its clothes with some disgust. Feel refreshed. Start counting the spoils. The first thing is to kill this little zombie that can sprint and gain 20 health points directly, just like the previous zombie that can hide. Wang Tao's health has reached 185 of 185. Then, a translucent package exploded from the little zombie. Wang Tao moved his mind, and the package instantly flew into his body. Obtain. Running potion, small, 1. Running potion, small after injection. The strength of the lower limbs increases, and the running speed increases by 10% to 100%. The stronger the physique, the greater the increase. Lasting for 10 minutes, cooldown for 12 hours. Good stuff. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. This is a needle-free injection device that looks similar to the hidden potion, small, but its effect is much stronger than the hidden potion. That stealth potion can only help you hide from people, but this running potion can increase your movement speed by 10% to 100%. Moreover, the speed of improvement is related to one's physical fitness. The stronger the physical fitness, the greater the improvement. Wang Tao's physical fitness is definitely not bad. Even if it can only be improved by 10%, it may be a life-saving skill at a critical moment. The success rate of finding diesel outside has also increased. If it can be improved by 100%, hiss, I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Putting the running potion into the space backpack, Wang Tao began to search the house for loot. As for the corpse of the little zombie, he didn't touch it because it was kicked to pieces by Wang Tao. Chapter 30 Moving. When Wang Tao came to the master bedroom and saw the 2 severely eaten skeletons, his stomach churned. But he was also a little puzzled. Why didn't the naughty boy's parents turn into zombies after being bitten and eaten? Unless they are really unlucky and the incubation period of the zombie virus is too long. It was previously said on the internet that the incubation period of the zombie virus is from 1 minute to 24 hours. In most cases, a longer incubation period is better, because if you cut off the infected part before it mutates, as long as it is a non-lethal part, there is still a chance of survival. But sometimes, if the incubation period is shorter, the pain will be less. For example, this family. Perhaps, before they died, they watched their own children eat them. That kind of scene is chilling to think about. I can only say that you are unlucky. Shaking his head, Wang Tao quickly searched the master bedroom, dragged the body of the little zombie into the master bedroom, and placed it between the two corpses. Then he slammed the door. A family should be neat and tidy. 101 There wasn't much food at home, and considering Wang Tao's appetite, it would probably last him about 10 days. But there were a lot of snacks to satisfy his hunger. The remaining items that Wang Tao thought were useful or valuable were also packed up. After the search, Wang Tao moved the things directly to the 5th floor. Because there were not many things, Wang Tao did not call Ding Yuqin. However, the noise he made when he went upstairs was quite loud, so Ding Yuqin, who had been keeping an eye on Wang Tao, naturally noticed it. She quickly opened the door, first asked Wang Tao with concern whether he was injured, and then asked if he needed her to do the work. Wang Tao really needed her to do something. He handed Ding Yuqin a bunch of keys. Sister-in-law, go collect all the usable glass bottles in those houses and see how many there are. Here is the key. Wang Tao kept the keys to the rooms he searched. Some were originally in the room, and some were his own. After all, he couldn't unlock the door every time he went in. Am I alone? Ding Yuqin felt that the key in her hand was a little hot. Fear. Wang Tao frowned. Ding Yuqin nodded honestly. There's nothing to be afraid of. I've cleared out all the zombies. As long as you don't open the door, this building will be safe. Never mind. I'll ask the uncle downstairs to help. As he said that, Wang Tao was about to take the key. No, I'll go. When Ding Yuqin heard that Wang Tao was going to look for someone else, she quickly grabbed the key. She was a smart woman and knew that if she couldn't make a difference, especially in this apocalypse, she would likely be abandoned. She didn't dare to gamble her life on Wang Tao's kindness. Wang Tao looked at her thoughtfully. Okay, go ahead. Although the zombies in Building 4 have been cleared out, the fear caused by the zombies before is still there. Not to mention Ding Yuqin. Even the locksmith downstairs rarely goes out and stays at home all the time. Especially since there is still residual blood and smell in many houses. Ding Yuqin has really given it her all. Wang Tao himself took a telescope and a weapon and went to the 6th floor, where he used lock-picking tools to open the door leading to the roof. When the apocalypse broke out, no one went up to the roof, and there was nothing there except some fixed clothes drying racks. Call? Staying in the building these past few days is still a bit depressing. As soon as I came out suddenly and looked at the orange-red sky under the setting sun, I immediately felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. But when Wang Tao came to the edge of the roof and looked down, the sense of pleasure instantly turned into a sense of urgency. Because the streets to the north downstairs are full of zombies. At this location, you can see a lot of things you couldn't see before. There were many more zombies at the base of the wall and in the corners than Wang Tao had imagined. However, although it looks a bit scary, if you can kill all these zombies, you will get a lot of things. If I throw a Molotov cocktail to burn them to death, I don't know if the killing will be counted on myself. Wang Tao came to the south again. From this position, he could basically have a clear view of all the zombies wandering in the community yard. 1, 2, 3, 19, 20. There were 20 that he could see, and he was not sure about the ones that were not visible in the building. But even if there were only these 20, he could not deal with them. The best way now seems to be to find a way to lure these zombies to a certain place and kill them one by one, or to set a big fire and burn them all to death. But it's too early to think about these things now. He went to the roof to study how to rush out of the community when surrounded by these zombies. Now that the number 4 building has been cleared, Wang Tao's next goal is to go to the Big Mouth of Meat restaurant to get diesel and find some food. The gate of the community is on the west side, and opposite the gate is the Big Mouth of Meat restaurant. One of the glass doors of the small restaurant was open, and the other was broken, and no zombies were seen inside. This street is relatively narrow, and there are few people walking on it, so there are not many zombies outside. Wang Tao only saw 3 or 2. As for how he got out of the community, Wang Tao felt that he definitely could not go through the main door because that would attract the attention of the 20 zombies. Although the zombies generally don't run very fast, if he focuses on escaping, as long as his luck is not too bad, he should be able to pass through the 20 zombies in the community, provided that he doesn't make any mistakes. This plan is still very dangerous. He was also a little worried. What if the zombies were attracted to him and followed him into the restaurant? Therefore, Wang Tao felt that it would be more reliable to climb over the wall. The wall of the community is not thick, and it is a very simple brick wall. It is estimated to be a little over 2 meters high. With his ability, climbing over the wall is no problem at all. First, rush out from the door of Building 4, rush to the wall, then climb over the wall and rush into the diner. If there are no zombies chasing you, that's the best. If there are zombies chasing you, just close the rolling door of the diner. There are no zombies in the diner. Even if there are zombies, they are at most Mr. Lee and his wife. I can handle up to 3 zombies. Wang Tao quickly developed an action plan. But before that, he had to move. The space in his house is still too small. If everything goes well this time, he should be able to find a lot of supplies, and then his house will no longer have enough space for them. Wang Tao was reluctant to throw away those temporarily and used supplies, so moving to a bigger house was the best option for him. As for where to move to, Wang Tao had already decided, which was room 602 upstairs. When he went downstairs, Ding Yuqin was sweating profusely and walking to Wang Tao's door with a box of narrow-mouthed glass bottles in her arms. Sister-in-law, wait a minute, you don't have to put it in. I'm moving upstairs. Ah, moving? Ding Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then she didn't know what she thought of, and her face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 31. Please take my sister-in-law with you. He's moving? You live well. Why do you want to move? Does he dislike me and doesn't want to live across from me anymore? Is it because I ate too much? Or is it because I can't help him? But I'm a weak woman. What kind of help can I bring to Wang Tao in the end times? At this moment, Ding Yuqin was extremely panicked. She is now able to survive only because of Wang Tao's help. If Wang Tao were gone, she would surely die. She is still young and she doesn't want to die. Well, move now. Wang Tao nodded. He didn't go out at night before because the zombies in Building 4 had not been cleared out. He was afraid of unexpected situations, and it was too dangerous in the pitch darkness. But now that all the zombies have been cleared out, there is nothing wrong with him working at night. Wang Tao not only wanted to move all the supplies to room 602, he also wanted to move the leeks to the rooftop. Putting it on the balcony is obviously not as good as putting it on the roof. He planned to dismantle some furniture and use the clothes-drying racks made of welded steel pipes on the roof to build a simple shed on the roof to store the diesel generator. After all, the smell is too strong to live in at home. It's said that it's a move, but actually there aren't many things. All items that are temporarily unused can be placed in 501. Wang Tao only needs to move daily necessities, exercise equipment, generators, and food. As for other furniture, beds, etc., just use those from 602. Wang Tao doesn't have much of a misophobia, so he can use secondhand goods. Ding Yuqin watched Wang Tao move bags of food upstairs, which suddenly made her feel abandoned. 2 hours later. Sister-in-law, please go back to sleep. I will do the rest. Wang Tao waved his hand with some disgust. Ding Yuqin is too weak and her work efficiency is too low. If 2 people work together, she sometimes even makes things worse. Oh. After Ding Yuqin left, Wang Tao worked until midnight and finally settled his new home. Then, instead of resting, he went to the roof with his telescope. The weather is nice tonight and the sky is full of stars. The zombies are so active at night, but I wonder if their strength has improved. Wang Tao had an urge to fight the zombies at night. Of course, this was just an impulse, and he would definitely not do that now. Wang Tao took a dry towel, wet it with white wine, then went to the edge of the roof and lit the towel with a lighter. Looking at the towel that quickly caught fire, Wang Tao threw it away. The flaming towel swayed and floated down the street, landing among several zombies. When the zombies saw the light, they ran over immediately, but after feeling the heat of the flames, the zombies around them immediately took a few steps back. One zombie stared at the flames anxiously, while the rest just walked away. After the towel burned out, the zombie came over waving its arms, waited in the ashes for a while, and left when it found nothing. Wang Tao on the roof had a panoramic view of all of this. Then he tried it again, this time not with a towel but with a thick wooden stick. After lighting the stick, Wang Tao threw it far away. Snapped. The sound of the stick falling to the ground attracted several zombies, but after sensing the fire, they all left. In the end, only 2 zombies stayed, staring at the burning stick from afar. The wooden stick burned for a long time. After a while, the 2 zombies no longer waited and left with their bodies twisted. Wang Tao felt somewhat excited when he saw this scene. If we build a wall of fire around the community, wouldn't the zombies be unwilling to come over? Then this would at least be a relatively safe small base for survivors. Of course, Wang Tao would definitely not do such a thing, because the location of this community is not good, there are no high walls, and there are no good resources nearby. He himself had no plan to stay here for long. so there was no need to consider a small survivor base or anything like that. But we can turn this building into a temporary base. The next day, Wang Tao woke up from the big bed in room 602. Before I had time to wash up, I heard a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Ding Yuqin. She came on time. Wang Tao, I'll make breakfast for you. Today Ding Yuqin's dress is different from usual and she looks very homely. She had black hair draped behind her, with a black bow headband on her head, and she was wearing a dark purple low-cut suspender skirt, which perfectly highlighted her beautiful gourd-shaped figure. But the most attractive thing is her pair of round, white, slender legs and her plump feet in flip-flops, which make people want to play with them. Wang Tao had just gotten up, and when he saw Ding Yuqin dressed like this, he suddenly felt a nameless anger in his heart. But his self-control is not to be underestimated. After all, there are so many beauties on the set, and without self-control, he would make a fool of himself. Wang Tao looked at Ding Yuqin with admiration for several times before opening the door. Well, sister-in-law, come in. Ding Yuqin, whose body was a little stiff, finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Wang Tao's words. She was afraid that after Wang Tao moved out, he would no longer need her to cook. By the way, let's make a heartier breakfast today. Wang Tao suddenly stopped. Ding Yuqin, who was lowering her head, didn't notice and bumped into Wang Tao. Ah! Feeling the softness behind him, Wang Tao very gentlemanly moved aside to let Ding Yuqin go first. Sister-in-law, watch the road. Ding Yuqin blushed and hummed softly. She felt that Wang Tao did it on purpose, but she had no evidence. After watching Ding Yuqin twist her waist and go to the kitchen, Wang Tao went to the toilet first, then came to the fitness area and started exercising to cool down. An hour later, Ding Yuqin, who had prepared a table full of dishes, called Wang Tao to eat. Since Wang Tao asked her to cook something more sumptuous, she naturally had to do so. She knew how much Wang Tao ate, and these dishes were not enough. Sister-in-law, please sit down and eat with us. Ding Yuqin was just trying to find an excuse to stay. After hearing Wang Tao's words, her face suddenly lit up and she quickly thanked him. Thanks. Wang Tao takes care of her meals, usually lunch. Is this breakfast considered an extra gift? However, Wang Tao's next words made Ding Yuqin realize that she was overthinking. I'll be out for a while, leaving the community. Sister-in-law, just stay in your room and don't run around. Ah, you want to leave the community? She was subconsciously a little surprised. She was terrified even to leave the room. Wang Tao was actually going to leave the community. There were a lot of zombies outside. Could it be that Wang Tao is going to find the survivors' base? But Wang Tao hasn't agreed to take her with him. No wonder she wasn't invited to breakfast, and it was so sumptuous. It turned out to be a farewell dinner. Ding Yuqin suddenly became anxious. She subconsciously grabbed Wang Tao's hand with a pleading look on her face. Well, Wang Tao, please don't abandon my sister-in-law. Please take her with you. I beg you. Wang Tao was stunned for a moment, then after seeing Ding Yuqin's expression, he realized that she might have misunderstood. So he said calmly, It's too dangerous outside, sister-in-law. You should stay at home. I will leave some food for you. Chapter 32, I will repay you with my life. No, I don't want it. I don't want your food. I don't want to be alone at home. I just want to go with you. Please, Wang Tao. Ding Yuqin grabbed Wang Tao's hand tightly with some excitement, and tears welled up in her eyes. It was the first time that Wang Tao saw Ding Yuqin lose her composure like this. He was silent for a moment. No, it's too dangerous outside. I'm not afraid of danger. As long as you take me away, I'm not afraid of anything. Ding Yuqin spoke quickly. Wang Tao was silent for a while, then said, Excuse me, sister-in-law, your physical condition is too weak. If you go out with me, you will only become a burden to me. Hearing this, Ding Yuqin's face turned paler and paler. Then she bit her lower lip, as if she had made up her mind, and spoke with some fear and temptation. As long as you take my sister-in-law away, I'll let her do anything. Please. Wang Tao still didn't say anything, but he frowned, as if he was thinking. Seeing that his words seemed to be effective, Ding Yuqin felt hopeful again. No one wants to die if they can live. But Wang Tao's next words seemed to sentence her to death. I'm sorry, I still think you should stay at your house, sister-in-law. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat. Wang Tao pulled his hand back from Ding Yuqin. Don't tell? How can I not tell? Ding Yuqin is not even 30 years old yet. She still has a lot of good years ahead of her. She doesn't want to die. Ding Yuqin looked desperate. Looking at the sumptuous food on the table in front of her, she couldn't eat it all. Although Wang Tao has a big appetite, he eats very quickly. Before Ding Yuqin could come to her senses, she had already finished eating. Then he stood up and prepared to pack up his equipment. The only result was a thump sound. Ding Yuqi knelt down in front of Wang Tao, hugged his thighs tightly, and said with tears in her eyes, "Wang Tao, I won't drag you down. Really, I swear. If there's a danger you can't solve, just throw me away. I just hope that when you have the strength to spare, you can protect me. For the sake of our being neighbors, for the sake of your brother Zhao, please, please." Looking down at Ding Yuqi kneeling in front of him, he felt a bit perversely satisfied. But Wang Tao didn't plan to scare her anymore, because Ding Yuqi's health bar was almost empty. Just now, her health bar had dropped by 20 or 30. If he continued to scare her, she might really die. So Wang Tao squatted down and prepared to pat Ding Yuqi on the shoulder. But Ding Yuqi might have misunderstood. She grabbed Wang Tao's hand and pressed it on her face, choking with sobs and saying, "Wang Tao, as long as you don't abandon me, I will work like a cow and a horse to repay you in the future." Feeling the softness in his hands, Wang Tao gently wiped Ding Yuqi's tears. Seeing her somewhat horrified and even desperate eyes, Wang Tao showed a trace of doubt on his face and asked, "Sister-in-law, when did I say I would abandon you? You said you were going out, you said I was a burden, and you didn't take me with you? Isn't that abandoning me, woo-woo? I said I was leaving the community to find diesel to power my diesel generator. If I take you with me on such a dangerous mission, do you think you would be a burden? Of course, if you really insist on going out with me, then I respect your opinion. Get ready and let's go now." After Wang Tao finished speaking, he stood up and put on his equipment, leaving Ding Yuqi with a dazed look on her face. It seemed like a moment had passed, and it seemed like a long time had passed. Ding Yuqi then quickly stood up, trotted behind Wang Tao, and spoke with some excitement and disbelief. "Wang Tao, are you telling the truth? You were just going out to find supplies. You will come back, right? You won't abandon me?" Wang Tao turned around, looking a little unhappy. "Sister-in-law, are you doubting what I said and don't believe me?" No, I don't doubt you. I believe you. I definitely believe you. I'm just too excited." Ding Yuqi quickly put her hands together and bowed to Wang Tao. "Okay, sister-in-law, hurry up and eat. We'll leave right away." "Ah, departure? Where to?" "Of course I'm going to look for diesel. Sister-in-law, you're going with me, right? Hurry up and try to get there early and come back early." To be honest, she was still unsure whether what Wang Tao said was true, and whether it was possible that Wang Tao really just left. If she followed Wang Tao, then even if Wang Tao really left, she wouldn't have to stay here alone. But Wang Tao didn't look like he was lying to her, especially since he had always been very nice to her before. He wouldn't lie to her. If she really went out with Wang Tao to look for supplies, it would be too dangerous. It would be much safer than waiting at home, and she would indeed become a burden to Wang Tao. After thinking for a few seconds, Ding Yuqi pinched the hem of her skirt, lowered her head and said a little embarrassedly, I'll wait for you at home." "Sister-in-law, do you want to go out with me or wait at home?" "I'm waiting for you to come back." Ding Yuqi did not hesitate this time and spoke immediately. "Okay, then just stay at home and don't run around." "Yeah, let me help you put on your gear." Ding Yuqi wiped her eyes, not caring about her makeup that was smudged from crying, and hurried to help Wang Tao. After finishing the preparations, Wang Tao brought a few packets of instant noodles and handed them to Ding Yuqi. "I think I should be back tonight at the latest, but I dare not say too much. Take these foods first. If you are really delayed, you won't go hungry." "Thanks." Ding Yuqi quickly took it. "Okay, let's go." Wang Tao and Ding Yuqi went out together. After watching Ding Yuqi return to her home, Wang Tao continued to go downstairs. "Wang Tao, you must come back safely." Behind her, Ding Yuqi opened the door a crack and called out in a low voice with some concern. I don't know whether he was worried that Wang Tao would get hurt or that he would never come back. Wang Tao waved his hand. When he got downstairs, he didn't go out directly. Instead, he went to 201 first and opened the window of 201 slightly. There was no anti-theft window here. If someone is inside blocking the unit door when he comes back, he can climb in from here. Although there is a high probability that it will not be used, it is better to be prepared. When I came out, maybe I heard some noise, and the bald man also came out. When he saw Wang Tao fully armed, he was suddenly surprised. "Brother, are you going out?" "Yeah, we don't have enough supplies at home, so we have to go look for them." Although he still has a lot of supplies at home, he consumes a lot, so there is nothing wrong with saying that the supplies are not enough. With 2 of you in your family, the consumption is huge. The bald uncle had seen Wang Tao and Ding Yuqi together before, and he thought Ding Yuqi was Wang Tao's girlfriend. It is not surprising that many people do not know each other even though they live in the same building. Chapter 33, Concealment Potion, Part 2. Little brother, be careful. You have a lovely wife waiting for you at home. Don't dare to get into trouble. The bald uncle cheered Wang Tao on. I have to say that although the bald uncle has poor physical fitness and is timid, he is still kind-hearted. Wang Tao didn't explain much. Don't worry, uncle. Nothing will happen to me. But you, please don't go out. Just stay in the building. It's too dangerous outside. Haha, don't worry about that. I'm timid and I won't go out. I want to live well and reunite with my wife and children. The bald uncle took out the family photo from his arms, his eyes full of longing. I can rest assured that. The bald uncle didn't waste Wang Tao's time. He said a few words and then went back. Wang Tao came downstairs and through the doors and windows of the anti-theft unit. He could see several zombies wandering outside. He waited quietly for a while. After seeing the zombies slowly moving away from the unit door, Wang Tao took a deep breath and then suddenly opened the security door. Click. The sound of the security door opening instantly attracted the attention of several zombies. Wang Tao didn't even look at them. He closed the door and started sprinting towards the community wall in the distance. Hee hee. Roar. Some zombies around him discovered him and immediately twisted their bodies and stumbled towards Wang Tao. Although Wang Tao was running, he did not forget to observe the zombies around him. He had to make sure if there were any special zombies that could hide, sprint, or have other abilities. But fortunately, at the moment, the speed of these zombies is not very fast, so as long as he is not surrounded, his life will not be in danger. 10 seconds later, Wang Tao sprinted to the wall safely, then stepped on the bare wall, then jumped suddenly and grabbed the wall with both hands. Hey! The muscles in Wang Tao's arms swelled, and with a light shout, he used the powerful strength of his upper limbs to lift his entire lower body up. At this time, 2 nearby zombies finally arrived, but Wang Tao was already standing on the wall, and they couldn't catch him even though they were waving their arms. Wang Tao suddenly felt that if he used the 1-meter-long steel pipe behind his back to knock the heads of the zombies at his feet at this time, wouldn't it be possible to slowly consume them all to death? The zombies can't reach him anyway. Maybe it's a good idea, but now is not a good time. Let them go first. Wang Tao has not forgotten his purpose. Finding Diesel is more important than killing zombies. He looked at the other side of the wall. The situation on this street was the same as what he saw on the top of the building. There were no zombies. There were a few zombies in the distance, but they hadn't found him yet. Good luck. Wang Tao jumped off the wall lightly. The cracked ground, black blood everywhere, scattered newspapers, government announcements, burned to skeleton cars, mottled walls covered with moss. Looking at the doomsday ruins on the street, I suddenly felt lonely. Wang Tao took a deep breath, put all these complicated emotions behind him, and then tiptoed to the Big Mouth of Meat restaurant across the street. The glass door of the small restaurant was half open, and you could see that it was a mess inside. The tables, chairs, and benches were quite damaged, and there were dried bloodstains on the floor and walls. Wang Tao was not surprised by this situation. He walked in slowly, holding the 1-meter-long steel mace tightly in his hand. This time when he went out, he brought out the 3 steel pipes, 2 50 centimeters long and 1 meter long. These 3 weapons were all modified by Wang Tao. He transformed one of the 2 50 centimeter steel pipes into a long-handled claw hammer, which is currently his most handy weapon. The other one was made into a short spear by stuffing a small half of a sharpened steel bar into it. As for the 1-meter-long steel pipe, many holes were drilled on it, and long nails were inserted into the holes, transforming it into a mace. In more open areas, it is more appropriate to use this 1-meter-long steel pipe mace. After entering the store, he carefully avoided the broken glass on the ground and then took a quick walk around the hall. Mainly, I wanted to see if there were any zombies hiding behind the cash register. He had been tricked by the old Imbi zombie before, so if he had time, he would definitely check it out carefully. Fortunately, there was nothing under the cash register. Looking at the change in the drawer, Wang Tao grabbed a handful and put it in his pocket. This trip was not in vain. Wang Tao looked at the road behind him and saw no zombies coming. He then walked into the kitchen holding a mace. The kitchen was also in a mess and had been looted. However, there was no blood stain. This small restaurant has 2 doors. One is the main door he just came through, and the other is a small door on the side. Next to the small door is a bedroom for rest, and outside is an alley. The small door was open, and outside was a domestically made white pickup truck with the film still on. It was Boss Lee's car. There must be oil in the car, because Wang Tao saw Boss Lee refueling the car that day. But here comes the question again. Since Boss Lee's car is there, it means he didn't leave. Wang Tao glanced at the tightly closed bedroom door. Since their shop also serves breakfast, Boss Li and his wife usually sleep directly in the shop, which is more convenient in the morning. Wang Tao speculated that either they were bitten by foreign zombies and were infected and turned into zombies, either they were in this bedroom and were infected and turned into zombies on the first day. Anyway, no matter what, they must have been infected. Because their fully filled cars are here, if they are not infected, they will probably get in the car and escape to the countryside. The bedroom door was locked, and Wang Tao prepared to unlock it. He was well prepared this time. He brought everything with him, such as weapons, some lock-picking tools, food, binoculars, flashlights, and even a small radio, a cell phone, a walkie-talkie, etc. After all, the mission this time was to search for supplies, and it would be impossible without all the tools. Anyway, he was tall and strong, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to carry these things. Click. After fiddling with the door lock for a while, it was successfully opened. Fortunately, this is not a latch lock. Otherwise, even the best lock-picking skills would be useless. Wang Tao gently pushed the door open and saw a fat figure lying on the bed covered with a quilt with his back to him. After seeing the red blood bar on its head, Wang Tao rushed in without saying a word and hit it hard on the head with a mace. Boom. Black blood splattered. 156. 394/550. Hee hee. The zombie let out an unpleasant roar and tried to turn over. Wang Tao kicked it in the waist through the quilt, causing it to turn over again. Then Wang Tao pulled out his mace and hit him 3 times in a row. Phew. 142. 143. 109. 0/550. Obtain. Concealment potion, medium, 2. Huh? It's another old, sinister zombie? Chapter 34 Great Harvest. Wang Tao was very surprised. He thought that these hidden zombies would hide in the dark and launch surprise attacks. But now it seems that this is not necessarily the case. Like the zombie in front of him, when Wang Tao came over, it did not attack first, but continued to lie on the bed. If Wang Tao hadn't seen the red blood bar on its head as soon as he came in, he wouldn't have been so decisive. If someone else checked on the other person without any precautions, they might be in serious trouble. After killing it, Wang Tao's health increased by 20 and is now 205/205. I don't know if it's an illusion, but after Wang Tao's blood volume exceeded 200, he felt that his physical fitness seemed to have improved slightly. But I don't have time to test it now, so I will study it carefully when I go back. He turned the zombie's body over. Although half of its head was smashed by his hammer, he could still recognize the owner's wife from the outline of the other half's face. As for where Boss Li went, Wang Tao suddenly opened the quilt and saw a pile of bloody human skeletons lying in the boss's zombie arms. Brush. Wang Tao quickly covered himself with the quilt again. If he saw this scene too many times, he would lose blood. After confirming that there was no danger in the bedroom for the time being, Wang Tao looked at the trophies he had just killed the boss lady zombie. Obtain. Concealment potion, medium, 2. Hidden potion, medium after injection. You can hide your own breath and be difficult to be discovered by zombies. Duration is 1 hour. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Warm reminder. Use it during the day for the best effect. Great stuff. And it's a double dose. Wang Tao previously guessed that the concealment potion might be medium or large, and that there might be people hiding from zombies inside, and he actually guessed it right. This is exactly what he lacks now. The potion that can help him avoid people is of no use to him, at least not now. But this is very useful for avoiding zombies. He even wanted to provoke the zombies after injecting the stealth potion. However, this dangerous thought only flashed through his mind for a moment, because it is clearly written on the instructions that it is not easy to be discovered by zombies, instead of, will not be discovered by zombies. Wang Tao speculated that the principle of this concealment potion might be to reduce one's human aura. Zombies could detect him from a distance, but after being injected with this potion, they could only detect him from a close distance. He thinks it should be about the same. After putting away the concealment potion, Wang Tao began to search for other spoils. The bedroom is not big, and a bed and some sundries take up the entire space. Boss Li and his wife are usually very simple and don't wear many accessories, so Wang Tao didn't search them. Mainly looking at the other things in the bedroom, Wang Tao noticed at a glance the 3 military green square iron oil drums in the corner, each of which had the words 20L written on it. Wang Tao tried it and found that only one bucket was full. One bucket was only half full of diesel, and the other was empty. But this is enough for Wang Tao. 1 liter of diesel seems to be able to generate 3 or 4 kilowatt hours of electricity. There are about 30 liters, which means almost 100 kilowatt hours of electricity. If this electricity is only used for freezing, His refrigerator will consume less than 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity per day and can be used for a long time. Putting the oil barrel aside, Wang Tao continued to search. But there was nothing of value in the bedroom. Only a wallet, a car key, and 2 mobile phones were found. Then Wang Tao came to the kitchen again. Although the kitchen seemed to have been ransacked and many things were missing, there was still some food left. Wang Tao didn't dare to take some food that was too dirty. After all, he was not sure whether there was zombie blood on it. After a simple selection, he took an unopened bag of 25 kilograms rice, a bag of 25 kilograms flour, several bags of salt, sugar, some rice noodles, a lot of drinks, 2 bottles of beer, and a large bag of various takeaway meal packages, estimated to be 20 kilograms. I didn't expect that you, Bosley with thick eyebrows and big eyes, also use cooking bags. Wang Tao complained a little in his heart, but this was a good thing for him. At least the unopened meal packages were very clean, rich in flavor, and tasted good. After simply sorting these things out, they weighed a full 150 kilograms. It's a bit too much. I can't take it all at once. Wang Tao suddenly had some happy worries, but fortunately this place was close to the community and he just needed to run there a few more times. Just when Wang Tao was sure there were no zombies around and was about to take some of his belongings home, he suddenly heard a subtle buzzing sound. Huh? What's that noise? And it's getting louder. Wang Tao instantly became alert. He put down his supplies and tightly grasped the mace in his hand. The zombies outside seemed to have heard the noise and were a little manic. It was the end of the world, and any small change could be fatal. Before he was sure of the exact situation, Wang Tao didn't dare to risk going home. He continued to wait in the restaurant, but he had already hung the iron hook on the rolling door. If there were zombies outside, he could pull down the shutter door in an instant. As for the back door of the small restaurant, it had been locked from the inside by Wang Tao. Buzz. Call. The voice came from far away and Wang Tao, who was hiding at the door, suddenly looked up. I saw a small black dot appear in the blue sky in the distance. That's an airplane. Wang Tao's eyes focused, and he suddenly felt a little excited. He quickly looked at the phone in his pocket. Today is April 18th, the day the government announced that the airdrop would take place. The government is still there. At least it can still function and fulfill its promises. Wang Tao's mood suddenly became excited, and he stared at the small black that was growing bigger and bigger. As the turbine roar became louder and louder, Wang Tao recognized that this was a government military transport plane. Is there really an airdrop? Wang Tao was somewhat expectant. It would be nice if the airdrop could be dropped nearby. Call. Hee. Roar. As the plane arrived, the zombies outside became more and more violent and began to run around. Wang Tao was a little nervous. Fortunately, there were not many zombies here, so there was no risk of being exposed for the time being. Throw away the supplies. Suddenly, Wang Tao saw boxes coming out of the back of the transport plane one by one, like eggs being laid. Some of the boxes were dropped with parachutes, while others were not. As he watched the plane getting closer and closer, Wang Tao became more and more excited. But soon, Wang Tao cursed inwardly, because when he got closer, he found that the plane was about to turn. Never mind, it's my luck. Huh? Wang Tao was just about to say that he was unlucky when he saw a plane suddenly drop an airdrop while turning. The airdrop was so close to him that he could even see the big words on the airdrop box. And it's an airdrop with a parachute. Wang Tao was instantly in a dilemma. To take, or not to take. Chapter 35 Liars, All Liars. Ding Yuqin originally wanted to take a nap at home, hoping to see Wang Tao return safely when she woke up. But without Wang Tao around, she felt so insecure that she couldn't sleep at all. So she looked at Wang Tao on the balcony. Due to the angle, she didn't see how Wang Tao got out of building 4 and avoided the zombies. But she saw Wang Tao easily climb over the courtyard wall and avoid the zombies. This made Ding Yuqin a little excited. Wang Tao is so strong, he will be fine. She couldn't see what was going on after Wang Tao turned over. She could only see part of the street. However, she still stayed on the balcony, looking at the door of the community from time to time, sewing a black mask in her hand. This is a double-layered mask with a large white skull mouth on it. Wang Tao saw a piece of clothing with a skull printed on it before. He thought it would be very handsome to cut out the skull and sew it on the mask, but Wang Tao just said it casually before. Because he didn't have time to do this kind of fancy stuff that couldn't increase his combat effectiveness. If he had the time, he might as well exercise more. And his needlework skills are not good either. But Ding Yuqin took this into consideration. She had nothing to do at home anyway, so she just helped Wang Tao sew a handsome new mask. Just after she finished sewing the mask, she saw that the zombies in the community downstairs seemed to be a little violent, and then a buzzing sound was faintly heard. She didn't know what was going on, but looking at the violent zombies outside, her heart suddenly tightened. Wang Tao, please be all right. The noise outside was getting louder and louder. The zombies downstairs were getting more and more violent, and Ding Yuqin was becoming more and more nervous and excited. It looks like a plane. She didn't see the transport plane, but she had been on an airplane before, and the sound was very similar. She guessed that it might be a plane passing by. She was naturally nervous because of Wang Tao, and she was excited because she thought of the government's rescue. However, after living in the apocalypse for so many days, she had completely given up on the idea of rescue. Even though she heard the sound of the plane now, she didn't dare to hold too much hope. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She has now placed all her hopes on Wang Tao. Wang Tao promised her that he would not abandon her. Just as Ding Yuqin was praying that Wang Tao would come back soon, she suddenly heard the roar again. But this sound was not in the sky, but at the entrance of the community. She looked carefully and saw a white pickup truck suddenly backed out of the alley, then did a 90-degree tailspin and pointed the driver's side towards the Xingfu community. That's Wang Tao. Ding Yuqin suddenly clenched the mask in her hand with some excitement. Although the distance was far and she couldn't see the face of the person in the car clearly, but Wang Tao's figure and his full black armor were very familiar to Ding Yuqin. Is he planning to drive the car back to the community? He should have got a lot of supplies. Great. Ding Yuqin, who was talking to herself, suddenly felt stuck, because she found that Wang Tao did not drive into the community, but drove directly to another street. In the blink of an eye, she could only see the two red taillights on the white pickup truck. He's gone? Ding Yuqin looked a little confused. Snap! The mask that had just been sewn in his hand fell to the ground. He clearly promised me that if he had the energy to spare, he would not abandon me. He obviously still has the energy to spare. Fraud. They are all liars. Woo-woo. 10 minutes ago. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Tao decided to get the airdrop. As the saying goes, opportunities come to those who are prepared. Now the airdrop is not far away. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, he doesn't know when the next airdrop will come, or even if there will be a next one. Moreover, Wang Tao wanted to airdrop not only for the supplies inside, but also to know what the situation was like in the outside world and the government. Is there still a possibility of restoring order? Does the government know more about this end of the world? He was sure that the government would leave a message in the airdrop. So, this is an opportunity. There was a fully fueled pickup truck outside the door, and the airdrop was landing in a less crowded area, so there were relatively few cars on the road. More importantly, he had 2 cloaking potions that could help him hide from zombies. This was his confidence. Wang Tao actually doesn't like taking risks, but now that there are so many favorable factors in front of him, he feels that this risk is worth taking. So Wang Tao took the car keys, opened the door of the pickup truck, and loaded all the supplies he had just collected into the car. Then he did a beautiful reverse drift and stepped on the accelerator before the zombies in the distance could react. Boom! The white pickup truck roared away, and several zombies on the roadside breathed in a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Inside the car, Wang Tao felt the wind passing by his ears and looked at the houses passing by quickly, and he felt an inexplicable sense of heroism in his heart. Who says we have to hide at home in the end times? Can't he still have fun outside? Looking at some zombies on the road, Wang Tao raised his middle finger, gave them an international friendly gesture, and cordially expressed his condolences to their families. Soon, the car was about to pass a residential square. Several abandoned vehicles were parked at the entrance of the square, blocking the road. Wang Tao remembered that there were quite a few zombies in the square, so he immediately slowed down, tried to be as quiet as possible, and then found a way to pass. At the entrance of the square, there was a thin female zombie with her head lowered. As the pickup truck approached, it slowly raised its head, revealing a big mouth that stretched to its ears, and then the mouth widened further and further. Then, a piercing scream like rubbing glass came out of its mouth. Wang Tao in the car was startled. What the hell? He looked in the direction of the sound and saw the female zombie with her mouth wide open. It only has 200/200 HP? But before Wang Tao had time to be surprised, he saw a large group of zombies in the square in the distance were awakened by the screams. They gradually turned their heads towards the pickup truck and then walked or even ran towards Wang Tao. Fuck. Seeing at least 100 zombies rushing towards him, Wang Tao didn't bother to find the way. He just turned the steering wheel and crashed into the screaming zombie. Boom. 34166. A 0/200. The screaming zombie was first knocked away, and then his head was run over by the car, crushing him to death. Wang Tao stretched one hand out of the window, and with a thought, the package left by the screaming zombie's death was sucked into Wang Tao's body. He had tried it before, and as long as he was within about 3 meters away from the zombie, he could absorb the transparent package. He didn't have time to see what the zombie exploded, and he stepped on the accelerator. The pickup truck continued to move forward and crashed into the back of an abandoned car in front of it. Boom! With a loud bang, the abandoned vehicle was knocked away, and the pickup truck shook violently, with the body twisting somewhat uncontrollably. Wang Tao turned the steering wheel twice in a row to forcibly stabilize the car's posture. Looking in the rearview mirror at the group of at least 100 ferocious zombies chasing him from behind, Wang Tao stepped on the accelerator again. Damn it, don't show off anymore. Chapter 36 Waterworks. Wang Tao finally understood why he had never seen any cars driving outside or heard any noise during the 10 days he had been staying at home. The fact that there are few survivors outside is one thing. More importantly, this thing is really good at attracting zombies. There was a group of zombies following behind the car, so he couldn't stop. The faster he goes, the louder the noise, and the more zombies will follow him. It's a vicious cycle. If the roads were easy to drive on, the zombies would definitely not be able to outrun the cars. But these roads were full of obstacles, which seriously hindered the driving speed. Especially sometimes you need to crash into some roadblocks, which not only affects the speed of the car, but also causes huge noise. Not only was the car unable to distance itself from the zombie group, but the number of zombies behind it was increasing. Wang Tao knew that he might be a little reckless. It was still too dangerous to drive a car at this time, even if he was going to a place with few people. However, the more dangerous the situation, the calmer Wang Tao felt. I can only try this. After reaching a small alley, he braked suddenly. Then grab your weapon, get out of the car, and close the door, all in one go. Seeing the dark mass of zombies behind him, he immediately got into a small alley. The target of these zombies is very clear. That is Wang Tao. After Wang Tao got into the alley, they rushed in to follow him. In the alley, Wang Tao turned left and right, and after running for about half a minute, although he couldn't see the zombies due to the obstruction of the building, he could hear movement all around. Wang Tao flashed his right hand, and a needleless syringe appeared in his hand. Hidden potion, medium after injection, you can hide your own breath and be less likely to be discovered by zombies. Duration is 1 hour, cooldown time is 12 hours. Tips: use during the day for best results. Without any hesitation, he rolled up his sleeve, aimed the syringe at his arm, and pressed the switch. Puff! There was a slight stinging pain, but Wang Tao didn't even frown. He saw a status icon of hidden, medium, appeared below his health bar, followed by 2 lines of text. Duration, 59 to 59. Cooling time, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. During the cooling time, using the same type of potion will have no effect. Soon, Wang Tao felt his body getting colder, his breathing getting slower, and his hands and feet getting heavier. This thing shouldn't be poisonous, right? Feeling the changes in himself, Wang Tao was still a little uneasy. Fortunately, after about 3 or 5 seconds, his body temperature stopped dropping, his breathing became stable, his hands and feet were only slightly numb, and his activities were not affected too much. The biggest change was that Wang Tao smelled a rotten smell emanating from his body. Exactly the same smell as that of a zombie. Hiding my own aura means changing my aura into the aura of zombies? Letting the zombies mistake me for one of their kind? That doesn't seem to be a problem. After Wang Tao injected the cloaking potion, the zombie army seemed to have lost its target. The noises around them became quieter and quieter, and soon there was no sound at all. Wang Tao plucked up the courage to go back and take another look. In the alley, I saw a large group of zombies standing there blankly, looking a little confused. Wang Tao took a few steps closer, but the zombies didn't react. Wang Tao took a few steps closer, but the zombies still didn't react. It was not until Wang Tao was about 3 meters away from the zombie in front that the zombie finally turned its head and looked at Wang Tao with its cataract eyes. Wang Tao was ready to run away at any time, but the zombie just looked at him and didn't make any move. When it was 2 meters away, the zombie finally moved. However, it did not attack, but slowly walked towards Wang Tao. This doesn't look like the zombies have discovered humans, but rather like the zombies have sensed something and want to come over to take a look. Wang Tao didn't dare to try again. After all, there were still hundreds of zombies in the alley. He just ran away, deliberately making some noise. When the zombies heard the sound of footsteps, they all looked at Wang Tao's back one after another. But except for a few zombies who followed him crookedly, The other zombies did not move. It seems that zombies don't rely on a single sense to find prey, but rather combine multiple senses to make comprehensive judgments. The human smell on me has disappeared now. As long as I don't make too much noise, these zombies should have no interest in me. He emerged from another alley and returned to the pickup truck. There was no zombie around the pickup truck. All of them were attracted away. Wang Tao got in the car and started it. Buzz. The car made a humming sound. He didn't dare drive too fast this time. This pickup truck was new, so the noise was not too loud at low speeds. Plus, he didn't have any human scent on him, so he probably wouldn't attract too much attention from the zombies. After the speed slowed down, it became much safer. Even if some zombies saw a car passing by, they would chase it for a few steps and then stop without much interest. Perhaps, from their perspective, they saw a zombie driving a car. So much time has been wasted, the airdrop would have landed long ago. Fortunately, a red smoke appeared after the airdrop landed, and there were no tall buildings blocking the way nearby, so the smoke could be seen clearly. To the north, you can take the outer ring road. Looking at the red smoke, Wang Tao immediately drove towards the outer ring road. There are obviously fewer abandoned vehicles on the outer ring road, and naturally fewer zombies. Wang Tao increased the speed a little, and even deliberately killed 2 lone zombies. Obtain. Sharp Blade 1. Blade. Materials. Obtain. Tin Can 1. Tin Can. Materials. Obtained 2 new crafting materials and added 10 drops of blood. After making sure it was temporarily safe, Wang Tao finally had time to check the spoils from the screaming zombie he had killed before. Screaming potion. Small. Within 10 minutes after taking it, you can emit a piercing and long scream. Cooling time is 12 hours. Warm reminder. Screaming will cause a certain degree of damage to the vocal cords. It is recommended not to speak within a day. It's a good thing. Zombies are sensitive to sound, and it might be able to lure them away at a critical moment. Although there are some side effects, they are harmless. Wang Tao instantly thought of many scenarios where he could use the scream potion. He could even set a trap, scream to attract the zombies, and then kill them one by one. But now is not the time to why. He quickly looked at the location of the smoke. That should be the location of the water plant. We can turn there from the T-junction ahead. However, after turning into the fork in the road, Wang Tao suddenly felt some rustling sounds in the woods across the road. He glanced sideways, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a huge black shadow over 3 meters tall looming in the woods. He couldn't see its specific appearance, but could only see a pair of red eyes and 10,000/10,000. 10,000 drops of blood. Chapter 37. Horrifying figure. The body stiffened for 3 seconds. Boom. The pickup truck's engine roared and quickly moved away from the outer ring road. Only when the woods disappeared from the rearview mirror did Wang Tao slowly slow down the car and stop behind a low building. Hoo-hoo. Wang Tao was breathing heavily and his back was covered in cold sweat. Luckily, they didn't catch up with me. What the hell was that? The moment he looked into the eyes of that thing, Wang Tao felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't move. If it weren't for his strong will and his hard step on the accelerator, he might not see the sun tomorrow. It's definitely not a zombie. Zombies don't have such intelligent eyes, and my hidden state is useless to it. Looking at the posture of its body, it looks like a 4-legged beast. Most importantly, it has 10,000 HP. They say you can't stay in the city, but it seems like you can't stay in the wild either. Damn. Wang Tao's face looked very unhappy. He would rather face zombies than this unknown monster. At least he could kill zombies, but facing this monster, thinking of the feeling of being targeted just now, he didn't even have the courage to fight it. Hurry up and get the airdrop. I won't come here again unless my life is at stake. Wang Tao took a deep breath and took a short rest before driving towards the water plant. This road was under repair before the virus outbreak, and there were no cars on it for a long stretch. But Wang Tao didn't dare drive too fast because he was afraid of the noise. We walked carefully along the way and finally arrived outside the water plant after more than 10 minutes. The water plant is located in a remote area with few visitors, and a pass is required to enter and exit. In addition, the level of automation of this water plant is quite good, and I heard that there are only about 20 employees, so there shouldn't be many zombies inside. I hope no one picked it up. Muttering in his mind, Wang Tao parked the car in the open space at the entrance of the water plant. It was deserted, with no cars and no zombies. After he looked around and made sure there was nothing wrong, he got out of the car with his weapon and went to the guard's office. Ho ho! There was a figure wearing a security uniform lying in the guard box. As Wang Tao approached, he slowly raised his head. Wang Tao said nothing and swung the mace. Boom. Black blood splattered everywhere. 231. A 179/500. The zombie's body that had just stood firm was knocked back. Wang Tao strode forward and hit him with 2 more blows. 245. 24. A 0/500. The zombie's head exploded. In a one-on-one situation and with sufficient preparation, it is basically not difficult for Wang Tao to kill an ordinary zombie. Moreover, when his health reached 200 before, the feeling of becoming stronger was not an illusion. His physique has indeed improved. Before, his attacks on zombies would take away more than 100 HP, not counting the child zombies with low defense. But now, a single attack would take away more than 200 HP. The health limit was increased by 5 drops again, reaching 240/240. Obtain. Tape 1. Tape. Production materials. This was another material he had never seen before, so Wang Tao accepted it. Wang Tao searched the security zombie and the security booth and found a dead walkie-talkie, a bunch of keys, and a rubber baton. Since he has the key, Wang Tao doesn't have to go through the trouble of unlocking the door. Click. Crash. He slowly opened the iron gate, and after making sure that no zombies were coming, he drove his pickup truck in. The water plant is very large, with reservoirs everywhere. The water inside looks very clean and does not seem to be polluted. Wang Tao looked at the surrounding walls again and thought that perhaps a survivor base could be built here. But this place is too big, and it will definitely not work if there are not enough people to guard it. Over there. After walking around the factory for a while, Wang Tao finally saw the airdrop, which was in a yard surrounded by iron fences. There were some machines he didn't recognize in the yard, and a room with a closed door. On the door was written, Power Distribution Area, no entry for unauthorized persons, which should be a power distribution room. The airdrop, which had long stopped smoking, was right at the door of the distribution room. Next to the airdrop, there were 2 zombies wearing workers' uniforms and safety helmets. Huh, I finally found you. Wang Tao was a little excited. This airdrop had obviously never been opened, and he was looking forward to seeing what was inside. But before that, he had to deal with the 2 zombies in the yard. Wang Tao looked at the status below his health bar and saw that he had half a minute left in the hidden state. He decided to wait until the status disappeared before going in. Because this hidden state makes his body a little stiff, it slightly affects his movements, and his strength seems to be weakened. Even if he has the stealth effect, he will still be discovered if he gets close to the zombies, so it is better to wait and meet the enemy in the best condition. After all, the health bars of these 2 zombies are 600, which is more than the health bars of the zombies he had encountered before. A minute passed quickly. The feeling of blockage in the body gradually disappeared. The body temperature slowly rose, the heartbeat began to return to normal, and the rotten smell finally disappeared. Dong dong. Feeling his heartbeat and the strength in his hands, Wang Tao got out of the car with the mace. The lock outside the yard was open, saving a lot of trouble. He pushed the door open and strode into the yard. Hee hee. After hearing the noise, the 2 zombies in the yard immediately came towards Wang Tao. After losing the effect of the cloaking potion, the zombie's perception range of him was greatly improved. When Wang Tao saw that one of the zombies was within his attack range, he swung his mace and hit it on the temple. Boom. 36. 564/600. The safety helmet exploded, but the zombie only lost more than 30 blood points. This helmet is of great quality. Wang Tao complained in his heart and then hit him with another stick. 165. 399/600. Hiss. Its defense is much higher than that of ordinary zombies. Just now at the door, Wang Tao inflicted more than 200 damage to an ordinary zombie, but now he only inflicted more than 100 damage to this one. The zombie staggered back after being hit by Wang Tao, but Wang Tao didn't give him a chance to finish him off, as another zombie stretched out his arms and grabbed him. Wang Tao quickly changed his target. 3-3. First, he blew up the other zombie's helmet, then used the book arm guard on his arm to block its attack. While the zombie was grabbing his arm guard, Wang Tao kicked it in the stomach. 3. The damage was low, but it kicked him away. Wang Tao ignored it because the first zombie had already pounced on him. 171. 153. Although this worker zombie was relatively tough, Wang Tao had a fast attack speed and great strength. After 2 consecutive blows, it was left with only a little health. Looking at the zombie in a dizzy state, Wang Tao pulled out the homemade short spear from his waist and stabbed it into its forehead. Phew. 75. A 0/600. After collecting the spoils it had exploded, Wang Tao turned to another zombie and quickly dealt with it. Wang Tao felt that these worker zombies had more health, higher defense, and greater strength than ordinary zombies. He was hit twice on the chest by the zombies and lost 10 drops of blood. However, these two zombies added 10 drops of blood each, and now it is 250/260. After collecting the spoils, Wang Tao didn't bother to look closely and immediately came to the green airdrop box. Looking at this huge box, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Let me see what good stuff is inside. Dong, dong. What's going on? Wang Tao was just about to open the box when he suddenly felt the ground shaking. Boom. The iron door of the distribution room behind him suddenly flew out and hit him. Wang Tao subconsciously protected his body with his arms. Boom. Crash. His body hit the iron fence hard. A tall and burly figure in work clothes came out of the switch room holding a reinforced concrete sledgehammer. Chapter 38 Hammer Zombie. It hurts so much. Wang Tao struggled to get up from the ground. His arms were numb and the rest of his body was sore. 80. A 170/260. He took a look at his health bar and saw that 80 points of his health had been lost. Dong, dong. Sizzle. This was a huge zombie that was at least 2 meters 23 feet tall. It was wearing an orange work suit with reflective strips on it and dragging a reinforced concrete hammer in its hand. It walked towards Wang Tao step by step, and the steel bars rubbed against the ground, creating sparks. What the hell is this? Looking at the 1000/1000 health bar above the opponent's head, Wang Tao swallowed. After the sledgehammer zombie walked out of the house into the sunlight, he suddenly covered his eyes with his hands. This gave Wang Tao a chance to escape, and he quickly ran over to pick up his weapon. Wang Tao just looked at the small toothpick in his hand and then at the big mallet in the other person's hand, and his face looked very unhappy. How to fight this? Dong, dong. Sizzle. The sledgehammer zombie came towards Wang Tao again. Wang Tao looked at the door on the side and then at the airdrop behind the sledgehammer zombie. He gritted his teeth and prepared to evacuate in an instant. Airdrops are good, but you have to be alive to get them. At this moment, the sledgehammer zombie, who was more than 3 meters away from Wang Tao, suddenly raised the sledgehammer with both hands and smashed it down hard. It's slow. Wang Tao observed and dodged at the same time. If the opponent is very slow, then he might have a chance to fight. But what Wang Tao didn't expect was that he had clearly dodged the attack of the sledgehammer zombie. But after the opponent's attack hit the ground, it directly formed a small-scale shock wave visible to the naked eye. Boom. Bang. Crash. Wang Tao was hit directly by the shock wave and crashed heavily into the iron fence. He felt his vision was a little blurry, his internal organs seemed to have shifted, and his mouth tasted sweet. 102. 23. 45/260. There is less than 20% blood left. Dong, dong. Sizzle. The sledgehammer zombie dragged the steel bar and walked towards Wang Tao step by step again. At this time, the sledgehammer zombie was standing at the door, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The iron fence wall is not high, but it takes time to climb over it. He doesn't think the sledgehammer zombie will give him time. What's more important is that he now feels sore and weak all over, and he may not be able to turn over. Am I going to die here today? Wang Tao struggled to get up, then slowly moved towards the air. The sledgehammer zombie changed direction following Wang Tao's movement, but while looking at Wang Tao, he suddenly covered his eyes with his hands and stopped suddenly. Although Wang Tao was in danger, he remained very calm. The sledgehammer zombie blocked my eyes twice. What was it blocking? Wang Tao quickly turned around, and the afternoon sun made him squint his eyes instantly. It's blocking the sunlight. It's afraid of light. Wang Tao was overjoyed and began to search his body. Dong, dong. Sizzle. The sledgehammer zombies dragged the steel bars and slowly walked over. Because it was facing the sun, it walked very slowly this time, and had to block the sun with its hands after taking a few steps. But in the end, he walked not far from Wang Tao, and then raised the steel sledgehammer. Boom. Wang Tao was prepared this time and hid far away, so he was not hit by the shock wave. However, this place is only so big. In order to avoid the blow, Wang Tao had no choice but to leave this position, and after he left, the sledgehammer zombie no longer had to look directly at the sun to look at him. Boom boom. Zilala. When the sledgehammer zombie approached Wang Tao again and was about to raise the sledgehammer, Wang Tao suddenly took out something from his arms and took a photo of it at the zombie. Brush. A dazzling white light came out from the flashlight in Wang Tao's hand and shone into the eyes of the sledgehammer zombie. Boom. The sledgehammer zombie dropped the hammer, had just raised instantly and covered its eyes with its hands. Call. Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his flashlight was not broken and was useful against the sledgehammer zombies. It was a high-intensity flashlight that he had found when he was ransacking the building. Even in daytime, one could clearly see the light. This time, in order to be prepared for any eventuality, such as being trapped outside overnight, Wang Tao brought a lot of things with him, a flashlight being one of them. But he never imagined that the first time he used a flashlight outside would be under such circumstances. Now that he has discovered the weakness of the sledgehammer zombie, Wang Tao is no longer in a hurry to run away. The flashlight in his left hand continued to shine on the sledgehammer zombie's eyes, and with a mace in his right hand, he quickly came to the sledgehammer zombie and hit it on the head with the club. 3-4. This damage number directly silenced Wang Tao. But without time to think, Wang Tao knocked twice more. 2-5. 3-1. Wang Tao. Roar. The sledgehammer zombie endured the discomfort brought by the light and swung his other hand violently. Boom. 1-4. 30/260. Wang Tao used the arm guard to block the attack, but his entire arm felt numb and he lost 14 drops of blood. Seeing that he only had 30 health points left, Wang Tao grinned under his mask. I think I know how to kill you. The sledgehammer zombie's attack of swinging a sledgehammer to smash the ground has high damage and a wide range, but it is slow to start. Just keep an eye on its movements and don't get stuck in the corner. With its speed, you can still dodge it. When the sledgehammer zombie's eyes are illuminated by light, it will cover its eyes for a few seconds and will not attack during these few seconds. After a few seconds, he might wave his hand, but the damage would not be enough to kill Wang Tao instantly. Wang Tao was looking at these few seconds, which was enough for him to hit the opponent with a few sticks. If one stick could hit 30 damage points, then he only needed to hit more than 30 sticks to kill the opponent. Of course, this is just the most ideal situation. Wang Tao can't make a single mistake. He only has 30 HP left and is very tired. If he is attacked by the sledgehammer zombie once, he may be killed instantly. So, a potion suddenly appeared in Wang Tao's hand. Running potion, small after injection, the strength of the lower limbs increases, and the running speed increases by 10% to 100%. The stronger the physique, the greater the increase, lasting for 10 minutes, cooldown for 12 hours. Let's take a gamble. If the speed increase is more than 30%, I can fight. If it's not more than 30%, then I'll retreat. Phew. As the medicine was injected into his arm, Wang Tao felt his lower limbs suddenly filled with strength. The strength of the upper limbs has also been slightly improved. There was even a +30 sign on his health bar. Is this recovering from some of the injuries to the lower body? Wang Tao was a little surprised, but what surprised him even more was the effect of the running potion. Under his health bar it clearly showed, running speed increased by 50%. Without saying a word, Wang Tao rushed towards the sledgehammer zombie holding a high-intensity flashlight. The sledgehammer zombie immediately covered its eyes subconsciously, and Wang Tao took the opportunity to hit it hard with 2 sticks. 3-1. 3-3. Before the sledgehammer zombie waved his hand, Wang Tao quickly retreated. The zombie caught nothing. The plan works. Chapter 39 Design Drawings, Crystal Core. 3229 404/1000. Call. Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the health bar of the sledgehammer zombie was less than half left. With the speed increased by the running potion and under the strong light of the flashlight and the sun, he spent 4 minutes and reduced the health of the hammer zombie to nearly 600. If it weren't for his extraordinary physical fitness, which had been strengthened a lot by killing zombies, he would have definitely given up long ago. I hope you can give me some good stuff after you die. Wang Tao quickly approached the zombie again and hit it on the head with a stick. 27. 377/1000. Based on the experience gained from these 4 minutes of combat, Wang Tao still has a chance to strike again, and it won't be too late to retreat afterwards. But suddenly, he found that the sledgehammer zombie's movements were different. Before, at this time, it was preparing to swing its left arm. But now, it suddenly grasped the steel hammer with both hands. Danger! Wang Tao suddenly felt a sense of alarm. He quickly gave up the opportunity to attack and chose to retreat quickly. And just after he stepped back, the sledgehammer zombie suddenly swung the sledgehammer with both hands, and with itself as the center, it did a 360-degree windmill in all directions. Whoosh bang! The sledgehammer fell heavily to the ground, and cracks appeared on the concrete floor again. Wang Tao, who was 4 meters away, felt the strong wind on his face and felt a little scared. Fortunately, he stepped back. Otherwise, if the weapon hit him, with the little blood he had, he would have definitely died. After the sledgehammer landed on the ground, the sledgehammer zombie seemed a little tired. He lowered his head slightly, bent over, and leaned on the sledgehammer. Good chance. Wang Tao immediately rushed to it and hit it hard with a stick. Boom. 5-8. This blow inflicted the highest damage he had so far, but the steel mace finally couldn't bear the weight, and the steel nails and even the steel pipes on it were slightly bent. Boom. 1-3. Without the steel nails, the damage is greatly reduced. After seeing the sledgehammer zombie pick up the hammer again, Wang Tao quickly stepped back, threw away the damaged mace, and replaced it with the long-handled claw hammer at his waist. The claw hammer is half the length of the mace, which is a bit disadvantageous against such a big guy. However, Wang Tao has become accustomed to the attack method of the sledgehammer zombies, so as long as he is well prepared, there will be no problem. After the sledgehammer zombie's health dropped below 40%, its attacks became significantly more violent, and from time to time a 360-degree windmill would appear. Wang Tao fought very hard because he rarely had the chance to get close and escape unscathed. He is almost dancing on a tightrope now, and will receive a box lunch if he is not careful. But the more times like this, the calmer Wang Tao becomes. When the sledgehammer zombie's health bottomed out, it became even crazier, and Wang Tao couldn't get close at all. He didn't get too close either. He kept hiding and waiting for an opportunity. Finally, after waiting for a full minute, he successfully got around to the back of the sledgehammer zombie and then hit its head hard with the horn of the claw hammer. Poof. 370/1000. The sledgehammer zombie's body froze for a moment and then fell to the ground. Hoo-hoo. Seeing that the other person was finally dead, Wang Tao sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. He only had 20 HP left, almost at the end of his strength. In the last few minutes, it is no exaggeration to say that he relied entirely on perseverance to hold on. Now, if a random zombie comes, if a random human comes, he may not be able to defeat it. But just a moment later, Wang Tao perked up, because he found that he had regained a lot of strength in an instant. He quickly looked at his health bar. 60/300. After killing the sledgehammer zombie, the health limit increased by 40, and replenished his blood by 40. Wang Tao felt that his body was a little hot, and his physical fitness seemed to have improved. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power in his hands, and he almost laughed out loud. Sure enough, if you want to become stronger, you have to kill zombies. Wang Tao felt it roughly and felt that for every 100 blood points gained, his physical fitness would improve by about 10%. The amount of health gained each time a zombie is killed is increased by a small amount, maybe 1,000th? Wang Tao is not sure. Anyway, no matter what, the more zombies you kill, the stronger you will be. But correspondingly, the danger is also greater. Even with his strength, he almost failed today. After a short rest, Wang Tao looked around and found that there were still no zombies around. He then began to check the spoils with peace of mind. First are the 2 worker zombies. Obtain pure water, medium 1. Pure water, medium 25L, drinkable. Obtain pure water, medium 1. Pure water, medium 25L, drinkable. 2 buckets of water dropped from each of the 2 worker zombies, and they were not small 5L buckets, but medium buckets containing 25L of pure water. I can only say that they are indeed zombies from the water plant. They are all good things. As for the bodies of the 2 worker zombies, Wang Tao touched the bodies and only found 2 boxes of cigarettes. Then there are the things that exploded from the sledgehammer zombies. A strength potion and a blueprint. After seeing this thing, Wang Tao's eyes widened. In addition to a needle-less syringe with the words "power," small, written on it, there was also a drawing. Strength potion, small after injection, the whole body strength will be increased by 10% to 100%. The stronger the physique, the greater the increase, lasting for 1 minute, cooldown for 12 hours. Strength potion, small, blueprint. After learning, you can make 5 strength potion, small, each time. Required materials: 1 strength mushroom, 1 zombie crystal core, 100 milliliters of clean water, 10 kilocalories of food. Strength potions are good things, but they have a short duration and can only be used at critical moments. Wang Tao had never seen any recipes on this production diagram, except for water purification and food. It seems that it cannot be produced now. Wait, zombie crystal core? What is this? It sounds like something growing inside a zombie's body? Wang Tao felt a little strange. He came to the 2 worker zombies, suppressed his nausea, and searched carefully in their heads and bodies, but did not find any crystal cores. He came to the sledgehammer zombie again. Looking at this huge monster that was more than 2 meters tall, Wang Tao first touched it randomly. Except for a box of cigarettes and a lighter, there was nothing else on it. Then Wang Tao picked up the sledgehammer and pried open the shattered skull of the sledgehammer zombie. Huh. As Wang Tao moved, A white transparent diamond-shaped crystal the size of a grape fell out and Wang Tao caught it. The inside of the crystal was gray, but there seemed to be a ripple moving, like the shock wave caused by a sledgehammer zombie smashing the ground with a sledgehammer. Wang Tao swallowed subconsciously. He actually had the urge to eat it, but the blood on it made him feel sick. At this time, a line of fonts popped up. First order crystal core shockwave. Quality: ordinary, 20%. Purity, 50%. Side effect: eyes are afraid of light. A detailed introduction is given below. First level, crystal core with energy level 1. Crystal core. After humans fuse with it, they can gain corresponding superpowers. Shockwave. Consume energy when attacking, can carry shockwaves. Quality: the stability of the energy inside the crystal core. The higher the stability, the higher the quality and the higher the fusion success rate. Normal, 20% fusion success rate is 20%. Failure will result in loss of the crystal core and weakness for 1 day. Regardless of success or failure, impurities in the body will not disappear. Purity, 50%. Side effect: photophobia. 50% of the energy in the crystal core can be used, and the remaining 50% is impurities. And there is a side effect of eyes are afraid of light. Warm tip 1. The more impurities in the human body, the greater the probability of turning into a zombie. Tips 2. The types of crystal cores that humans can fuse are limited, and the difficulty increases exponentially with each additional type, so please choose carefully. Tips 3. After multiple crystal cores of the same type and level are placed in the backpack, they can be synthesized. Chapter 40: Crystal Core Synthesis. Open airdrop. Looking at all these introductions, Wang Tao's eyes widened. Zombie crystal core, shock wave, superpowers. By fusing this crystal core, can I gain superpowers? Wang Tao was a little excited, but he didn't let the excitement get to his head. It clearly states that there is a failure rate in fusion. The success rate of the fusion of the crystal core in his hand is only 20%. This success rate can basically be declared a failure. He has never believed in such probabilistic things. And more importantly, there are impurities in these crystal nuclei. Not only will these impurities cause the side effect of eyes being afraid of light, but too much impurities in the human body can turn into zombies. Wang Tao doesn't want to become a zombie himself. He hasn't lived enough yet. Then this thing is useless to him? No, of course not. Wang Tao quickly put the zombie crystal core into the space backpack. It can be put in. The space backpack is similar to the grid backpack in the game, but its grids are unlimited. Production materials of the same type are all in the same grid. After putting the zombie crystal core into the space backpack, it naturally has its own space. Just a prompt popped up. 1 out of 10 cannot be synthesized yet. Synthesis. Add quality and purity. When the purity is 100%, the side effects are removed. In other words, we only need 10 first-order shockwave crystal cores to fuse them, and the success rate can be increased to 100%, and there will be no impurities and side effects. Wang Tao's eyes sparkled. If that's the case, he won't be able to fuse this crystal core. He has to collect more crystal cores of the same type, and then synthesize a crystal core with a 100% success rate and without any impurities or side effects. Wang Tao has a new goal: to kill zombies and gain superpowers. There is still a problem though. It's called fusion, but how do we fuse this thing? Do we have to eat it? Wang Tao took out the crystal core again. The crystal core, which was originally stained with blood, disappeared instantly after being placed in the space backpack. It was now very clean. Looking at the clean crystal core in his hand, his mouth was drooling like crazy, and he wanted to eat it in one bite. There seemed to be a voice in his heart saying, "Eat it and you will become stronger." But of course Wang Tao couldn't eat it. He could still resist this temptation. He put the crystal core back into the space backpack and looked at the number, 1/10, on the crystal core, grinning. There is some hope for the future life in the apocalypse. I just don't know what kind of zombie will explode the crystal core. He has killed so many zombies before, and except for the ones that were hit by cars, all the others were killed by him manually shooting them in the head, and he would touch the corpses every time. So he knew that the other party didn't have such a thing as a crystal core in his head. I guess only extremely powerful zombies have crystal cores. Shaking his head, Wang Tao didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, he just needs to remember that if he encounters a sledgehammer zombie again, he must find a way to hunt it down. He felt that if he had been well prepared, killing this sledgehammer zombie would not be as embarrassing as it is today. Wang Tao glanced at the scene, and after making sure that nothing was missing, he prepared to start the airdrop. However, when he saw the reinforced concrete sledgehammer dropped by the sledgehammer zombie, He thought that this weapon seemed pretty good and he should be able to use it himself. So Wang Tao walked towards the sledgehammer, and when he got closer, he suddenly found a line of words appeared on the sledgehammer. Reinforced concrete sledgehammer. It actually has a name? Doesn't that mean? After Wang Tao grasped the sledgehammer, he thought about it, and the sledgehammer disappeared from his hand and appeared in his space backpack at the same time. Obtain. Reinforced concrete hammer 1. It can be stored in a space backpack. Wang Tao was a little excited. Putting aside other things, the fact that it can be stored in a space backpack is enough to kill most weapons instantly. After all, he could only carry tools like his mace and claw hammer on his body. Although they were not heavy for him, they were still somewhat inconvenient. But it's different if you put it in a space backpack. Not only is it convenient, but you can also launch a surprise attack or something. Wang Tao's mind moved again, and he felt his hand suddenly sink, and a reinforced concrete hammer appeared in his hand. Good weight. This thing must weigh at least 50 kilograms and is 2 meters long, so it is very large. Wang Tao tried it, and he was able to swing it with both hands. But he didn't need to worry about flexibility and could only deal with some zombies with poor flexibility. It was very physically demanding, and even with Wang Tao's physique, he couldn't use it for more than a few times. Moreover, this thing is not very convenient to hold. You either have to drag it on the ground like the sledgehammer zombie, or carry it on your shoulder. This thing is actually not suitable as a weapon, but since it can be put into a space backpack, it can be used as an unexpected killer. After confirming that nothing was missing, Wang Tao came to the airdrop box. So much happened tonight, all for this airdrop. I hope you won't let me down. Wang Tao muttered something, but he did not open the airdrop immediately. Instead, he went out, found his car, and drove it over. The water plant was empty, and apart from the zombies he had killed, no other zombies had been seen. Wang Tao drove the car to the outside of the yard, and then put the airdrop box into the car with great effort. Let's find a place to rest for the night. It's already evening, so there's still time to go back. But he doesn't have much health left, only 60, which makes him feel insecure. So Wang Tao decided to rest outside tonight to recover his blood, so that it would be safer to go back tomorrow. As for the place to rest, Wang Tao also chose one. He found a 5-story old building in the water plant. The reason I'm here is because the door of this small building is locked and the moss outside the wall has grown very high. It's obvious that no one has lived here for a long time. There are most likely no zombies in the house, so it's relatively safe. After driving the car slowly over, Wang Tao unexpectedly discovered that this small building also had an indoor garage, which was connected to the rooms inside the building. That's just right. Wang Tao, who had learned the true skills of a locksmith, opened the garage door in a few strokes, and the building was full of dust. He first took the weapon and took a look around, and after making sure there was no problem, he drove the car in. Then he locked all the doors and windows, ate the dry food he had with him, and then came to the airdrop box. This airdrop box cannot be opened just like that. It has a lock on it, and it is a key combination lock. If you don't pick the lock, even Wang Tao can't open it. But there were a few words written on the box. 1 plus 8 equals, 7-2 equals, 2 times 1 equals, 7 divided by 1 equals. These questions are too simple. It is probably set up this way to prevent zombies from accidentally opening the airdrop box. After Wang Tao pressed 9, 5, 2, and 7, the lock opened with a click. Chapter 41 Inhibitors and Guns. The airdrop box is large, but after opening it, the space inside is not as big as it looks because a lot of black shockproof materials are used. The inside is divided into 3 areas of different sizes. Each area has separate packaging. He opened the largest area first. As expected, except for a few small radios, everything else was filled with food. They are self-heating rice, compressed biscuits, energy bars, chocolate, sugar, powdered drinks, cans, and other convenient and portable foods. Wang Tao opened a few and tasted a few. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but he always felt that the food inside was more delicious. He then opened the second area. Are these first aid items? There are a lot of small medical kits in here. I counted them, and there are 20 in total. But in addition to the medical kit, there is also a small box with a snap lock. What is this? Wang Tao opened the small box and looked at the 20 bottles of blue potions neatly arranged inside, feeling a little confused. However, there were instructions printed inside the box, so he quickly read them. Zombie virus inhibitors. Can they suppress the initial infection and mutation to a certain extent? But there are side effects. Damn it. After reading the introduction, Wang Tao was a little shocked. It was mentioned above that this zombie virus inhibitor was developed by the leading figures in the medical field in a short period of time after the virus outbreak. It cannot completely solve the zombie virus, but it can suppress the outbreak of the zombie virus. Theoretically, if a person infected with the zombie virus continues to take this inhibitor, he will never mutate. Of course, this is theoretically impossible. Not to mention that the quantity of this inhibitor is limited. Even if it can be supplied in unlimited quantities, it is not certain whether people can bear it. Because this inhibitor has serious side effects, it will affect your own health, and excessive use may even lead to death. And inhibitors are somewhat painful to use. For inhibitors to work best, at least one of the two conditions must be met. One is a strong will, and the other is a strong physique. If a person with weak willpower and poor physical condition uses inhibitors, he may die from the pain of the inhibitors without waiting for mutation. So as mentioned above, you must be cautious before using inhibitors. If an ordinary person is infected by the zombie virus, the priority is to remove the infected part. If it cannot be removed or removal is ineffective, then use inhibitors. After reading about this inhibitor, Wang Tao felt that it was a useful but useless thing. To say it is useful is that it can save lives at critical moments. The reason why it is useless is that the conditions for use are somewhat harsh, and it is not 100% effective. Of course, this is definitely useful for Wang Tao. It's hard to say whether he has a strong willpower, as he may be narcissistic, but his physical fitness is absolutely impeccable. He can use this inhibitor. Of course, he hoped he would never have to use it, etc. Suddenly, Wang Tao thought of something. After the human and zombie crystal cores fuse, they gain superpowers and accumulate impurities in their bodies. The more crystal cores fuse, the more impurities there will be, and there is a danger of turning into a zombie. So can this inhibitor be used for this kind of superpower? They can kill zombies and obtain crystal cores, so their physical fitness must be impeccable and their willpower may be relatively strong. So the effect of using inhibitors will definitely be very good. As for the side effects of inhibitors on their health, they are about to turn into zombies, so why would they care about health? Wang Tao thought that maybe this was the correct way to use the inhibitor. But that was a matter for the future, and it was not known whether anyone could become a superpower. After covering and locking the box containing the inhibitor, Wang Tao looked at the last area inside the airdrop box. He rubbed his hands and opened it with anticipation. There are multiple small boxes inside? There are also buckles and anti-collision materials. Press the catch to open one of the boxes. After seeing what was inside, Wang Tao's eyes widened instantly. Fuck. What did he see? Gun. He saw the gun. There is actually a gun in this box. There are a total of 10 Type 400 family military pistols. There are also an additional 20 magazines, 10 silencers, and 10 boxes of 5.8mm pistol bullets, with 100 bullets written on each box, which means a total of 1,000 bullets. Wang Tao guessed that some of the previous airdrops did not have parachutes, but his had a parachute. It is probably because he has weapons and ammunition inside. If it was just food, there would obviously be no need for a parachute. Wang Tao took out a pistol and played with it. He had actually touched real guns before, once when he was filming and once at a shooting range. Not to mention the ones used in the filming, they were all old guns, and there was no real shooting, not even blank bullets, it was all special effects. The guns in the shooting gallery can be used for shooting, but each bullet costs 20 yuan. Wang Tao has only tried it a few times, but his family financial situation does not allow it. He knew a little about guns. Now that I can touch these real guns, it would be a lie to say I'm not excited. After all, which man doesn't like guns? With these guns, it will be easier to kill the zombies with one shot each. Although Wang Tao's shooting skills may be average, the zombies will not deliberately hide, so a headshot should be no problem at close range. A zombie's head might be able to withstand a few blows from the sticks, but it definitely can't withstand a bullet. But there is a problem. The noise of firing a gun is too loud. The so-called silencer can only suppress the sound, but cannot completely eliminate it. If the consequence of killing a few zombies is being besieged by a large group of zombies, Wang Tao thinks there is nothing wrong with using cold weapons. There was an envelope in the box containing weapons, which Wang Tao opened. There are 3 sheets of paper in total. The first piece of paper contained the basic instructions for using a pistol, along with a diagram and a warning in red letters. Don't shoot unless necessary, because the gunshots will attract a large number of zombies. The silencer doesn't do much. It is best if multiple people can act together, take care of each other, and have a quick evacuation route after firing. Otherwise, the danger of shooting is much higher than its lethality. Wang Tao agreed with these words. He liked these guns very much, but he would not shoot them unless absolutely necessary. The second piece of paper contains what the government knows about the end of the world. It said that the end of the world came too suddenly and without any warning. The government had no preparations. Although there were many civil air defense projects in the country, the zombie virus spread in an unbelievable way in its early stages and could not be stopped at all. The local government and the Qinghua government also lost contact one after another. The unit airdrop this time was a military base in Wuyang province. Wang Tao thought it was the Hongsha base, but it turned out it was not. The situation at the Wuyang military base was also very bad. After the disaster, they could only barely protect themselves and were unable to carry out any rescue operations. They also encouraged citizens to take up arms to protect themselves. As for whether there will be another airdrop, the letter said, "Don't have too high expectations." Chapter 42. Encountering a Survivor. Call. After reading the message on the second piece of paper, Wang Tao sighed. Although he knew that the situation outside must be bad, he was still a little disappointed after confirming it. There is one last piece of paper in the envelope. The paper contained instructions on how to contact their base by radio, the exact location of their base, and a blueprint. This blueprint is not a map, but a zombie blueprint. The above records the various zombie information encountered so far. Compared to the contact information, Wang Tao was more interested in the zombie blueprint. After all, he is too far away from the military base now, and there is no way to contact them even if he knows the method. But the zombie information on the blueprint can definitely bring a lot of help to Wang Tao. There are more than 20 types of zombies on the blueprint, and Wang Tao saw several familiar ones. The old sinister zombie he encountered before was called the Silent One. The Silent Ones lurk in the dark or disguise themselves as human corpses. They make no sound and have very little perception. Only when the prey comes close to them will they discover the prey and suddenly launch a fatal attack. The frontal combat power of this kind of zombie is actually similar to that of ordinary zombies, but because of the sneak attack, many people have died at the hands of the Silent One. In the house, this is a very dangerous zombie. The child zombie that Wang Tao saw before could sprint over short distances was officially called the Sprinter. They are faster than ordinary zombies and have higher attack power. When the prey is relatively close, the sprint ability will be activated. The threat of a single sprinter is not great, but if the sprinter mixes among other zombies and launches a sudden attack, the survivors will be in great danger. There are also screaming zombies that Wang Tao encounters and kills while driving on the road. These are called screamers. They themselves are relatively weak, much weaker than ordinary zombies. An adult male with normal physical fitness can completely fight with cold weapons. But this zombie is very sensitive to sound, and it will make certain preparations before discovering humans. After the preparations are completed, it will emit a loud scream that can attract surrounding zombies, especially special zombies. If you kill the screamer before it makes a sound, there will be no problem. But if the screamer makes a sound, then the best option is to run. Otherwise, you will be besieged by the zombies and die. As for the sledgehammer zombie that Wang Tao encountered today, it was also introduced above, but not much. The sledgehammer zombie is called the Violent Terrorist. It is a zombie that appears a few days after the end of the world. At that time, everyone is protecting themselves and no one will take the initiative to kill him. Terrorists are slow, but they can use weapons, have strong attack and defense capabilities. And its attacks will carry shock waves that cannot be explained by science. As for the characteristic of the eyes being afraid of light, it is not written on it. I guess no one has discovered it. Wang Tao hasn't encountered other types of zombies yet, but he has memorized the information of these zombies firmly in his mind, which will definitely come in handy in the future. The information also states that most zombies are afraid of fire. If you want to build a survivor base, fire is an indispensable item. At the end of this document, zombie crystal cores are also mentioned. It is said that only powerful zombies can have crystal cores, but the specific use of this thing is still unknown, because several people who volunteered for the experiment all failed and suffered serious sequelae. They speculated that taking this crystal core would enhance human physical fitness, but it would have significant side effects. If someone wants to use it, they must be mentally prepared. They are not recommended to use. After reading the information on the 3 pieces of paper, Wang Tao carefully put them away and placed them in the weapons box. As for the guns, he thought about it and took out one, loading it with 10 bullets. You don't have to use a gun, but you have to prepare it in advance, just in case it plays an important role at a critical moment. Then Wang Tao packed up the airdrop, which he had to take back. It was a pity that these things could not be put into the space backpack, otherwise it would be much easier. At this time, the sun was about to set. The sunset was beautiful, but unfortunately Wang Tao was not in the mood to appreciate it. He prepared himself a simple, filling dinner, and when he was halfway through his meal, his eyes suddenly fixed, because he saw a group of people appearing in the distance. There were 6 people in total, for men and two women, all dirty, carrying large and small bags on their backs, holding some homemade weapons in their hands, and there seemed to be a policeman among them. There are survivors. Wang Tao felt a little surprised. It's not surprising that there are survivors. The world is so big, there must be people who survived. But the survivors come out at this time. Are they thinking they are lucky? It's going to be dark soon. He himself doesn't even dare to go out at night. However, Wang Tao soon discovered that he might have misunderstood. These survivors may not have come out in the evening, but may have come out earlier and walked until the evening, because they were hiding in the corner, pointing at the water plant, as if they wanted to come over and stay overnight. But they also looked a little scared. Wang Tao had no intention of going out to say hello to the other party. He had been struggling in society for so many years and had long known the wickedness of human nature. Especially now that he has so many supplies and his health is low, he has to be more vigilant. Although the small building where Wang Tao was staying was some distance away from the entrance, there were no buildings blocking his view, so he could clearly observe the situation outside. The group of survivors walked into the water plant cautiously, and they were excited when they saw that the gate was not locked. But there was a young man with dyed yellow hair who was frightened when he found the zombie in the sentry box that was killed by Wang Tao's hammer, and ran into the crowd in panic. There are zombies. Don't be nervous, we have more people, and one zombie can't defeat us. A woman in a black police uniform pulled out a police pistol and pointed it at the security booth while yelling in a low voice. When the others saw the female police officer speak, they suddenly felt like they had found their backbone. They immediately clenched their kitchen knives, steel pipes, table legs, and other weapons in their hands and surrounded the security booth in a fan shape. The policewoman was about to say that she would go and take a look, when a thin young man next to her suddenly said to her, "Wife, why don't you go and take a look?" The policewoman opened her mouth and then said nothing. She put away the pistol, picked up the baton at her waist, and approached the security booth cautiously. Others followed her with weapons in hand. The female police officer came to the security booth and carefully took a look at the zombie inside. When she saw the bloody hole on its head, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, everyone. The zombies inside are dead." After hearing that the zombie was dead, everyone dared to breathe loudly. The policewoman's husband was still a little worried. He went over to take another look and saw that the zombie was indeed dead. Only then did he straighten his back. However, how did this zombie die? Judging from the wound, it seems that he didn't die for long. The policewoman frowned. She looked at the water plant. Could there be someone inside? In the small building, Wang Tao relaxed immediately after seeing the situation of the survivors outside. It turns out they are a bunch of rookies. Chapter 43. Hundreds of corpses at night. Do you think there are other survivors here? After entering the water plant, another petite girl with dust on her face and body spoke in a low voice. Shouldn't it be? A slightly fat man with a crew cut said uncertainly. Let's hope. I hope we don't run into other survivors. The petite girl muttered. This made everyone silent. Before they came out, they hoped to meet other survivors. After all, there is strength in numbers. But due to some things, they lost trust in the survivors other than their team. To be precise, I hope not to encounter any survivors with bad intentions. The female police officer corrected the petite girl's words and then encouraged her. Even in peacetime, there are scumbags in society, let alone now. We can't deny all of humanity because of a few individual scumbags. We must always remember that unity makes people stronger. Of course, we still have to be vigilant. What happened before made the policewoman feel very sad, but she still wanted to give everyone a shot of blood so that everyone would not give up. After all, the destination of their trip is a survivor base. If they completely lose their trust in others, they will never be able to reach this survivor base. Officer Han is right. Let's not be too pessimistic. There are still good people in the world, such as the survivor base at our destination. But there are also bad people, so we have to be vigilant. A boy who looked like a college student quickly spoke. The policewoman surnamed Han immediately gave the other party an appreciative look. In times of crisis like this, external pressure is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is internal strife and despair. As long as they have even a glimmer of hope for the future, their chances of survival will be greatly enhanced. Yes, we must firmly believe that we can make it to the survivors' base alive. The others quickly chimed in, and the mood became slightly more elevated. The male college student straightened his chest when he received the admiring look from Officer Han. Officer Han's husband looked at the male college student calmly, his eyes somewhat unhappy, but he didn't say much. Officer Han looked around carefully. There was something she didn't say to everyone, Judging from the wound on the head of the security zombie, it should have been dead not long ago. There might really be someone in this water plant. She has to be careful. The water plant was relatively empty and there were no zombies, so they quickly reached the small building where Wang Tao was. Officer Han, why don't we just rest here for a night? The petite girl spoke weakly. She was afraid that she would encounter zombies if she went any further. Before Officer Han could say anything, her husband immediately said, "No. Don't you realize that this building has been abandoned for a long time? The moss has grown so high. The door is also locked. And we don't just want to rest, we also need to find food. Without food, we can't reach the survivor base. There are no zombies in the water plant now. It's a good opportunity for us to loot." Seeing that everyone was hesitant, he asked again, "Do you want to plunder food now when it is not dangerous? Or do you want to wait until tomorrow to plunder food in a dangerous place with zombies?" When he said this, everyone instantly felt that it was better to take some small risks now than to take greater risks later. However, everyone still subconsciously looked at Officer Han. After all, they were all rescued by Officer Han, and Officer Han also protected them all the way. Officer Han's husband's face suddenly turned dark. He felt that this was the most correct decision at the moment, and anyone with a bit of common sense should agree with it instead of looking at others with questioning eyes. A bunch of opinionless people. He cursed inwardly. I think Wei Guang is right. Let's go inside the building and take a look. Officer Han thought for a moment and nodded. Although she felt that if there were any survivors, they would most likely be in that building. But the survivors were not necessarily bad people, and everyone could communicate. Zombies are all enemies, and it's a life and death fight if you meet them. So it's worth taking some risks now, and if you can actually find some food, you won't have to take too many risks later. After getting Officer Han's consent, everyone slowly walked towards the building. Officer Han walked in front holding a baton, and the male college student followed closely behind holding a table leg. In the middle were the empty-handed husband of the police officer Han and the petite girl. The blonde young man and the slightly fat man with a crew cut were at the rear, holding a kitchen knife and a steel pipe respectively. The water plant building had 3 floors, and the main door was open. The group walked in cautiously. In a dilapidated little building, Wang Tao, who was behind the curtain, frowned as he watched the group of people leave. Survivor base? Could it be the Redstone Survivor base? No, it shouldn't be the Redstone base. It's 50 kilometers away from here. These people can't possibly walk there. Suddenly, Wang Tao raised his eyebrows as if he remembered something. I heard on the intercom before that there is a survivor base near Mizusawa University, and Mizusawa University is not far from here. They might be going to Mizusawa University. Wang Tao is still very interested in the survivor base. If these people came out of the survivor's base to look for supplies, then Wang Tao might go to them to inquire about the specific situation. But these people obviously had never been to the survivor base. They were preparing to go there, and they probably didn't know much information. So Wang Tao was not interested in it. After lowering the curtains, Wang Tao checked the entire building. After making sure that no doors or windows were locked, he returned to his room and took out the radio, intercom, and mobile phone. I checked my phone, but there was still no signal. I picked up my phone out of habit. I used to have to hold my phone even when I went to the toilet. He turned on the radio and intercom again, but there was still a buzzing sound and no signal. However, Wang Tao was having a lot of fun. Sunset. Darkness slowly enveloped the earth. Wang Tao could clearly feel that something was different outside. During the day, it is actually very quiet outside, with almost no sound at all. But at night, you can vaguely hear all kinds of roars coming from outside. Even if you don't go out, just listening to these sounds is terrifying. Wang Tao took a deep breath, and after making sure that the house was safe, he prepared to go to bed. Before going to bed, he habitually lifted the curtains and looked out the window. Then his pupils shrank instantly. What the hell? I saw a sea of heads like a black tide appearing on the road in the distance. They twisted their figures and walked towards here slowly. Zombies, all zombies. Chapter 44, Mizusawa University Base. What's happening here? Wang Tao quickly took out the telescope. Looking at that large group of ferocious figures, his scalp tingled. At first glance, there are at least tens of thousands of zombies. With so many zombies, anyone who comes will die. He even panicked for a moment, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Because panicking was useless now, he could only act according to the situation. Wang Tao immediately went downstairs and packed up his things. If he was really besieged by so many zombies, he could only choose to drive away. Although driving at night is almost tantamount to seeking death, it is better than being torn to pieces by zombies here. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. He still had a bottle of cloaking potion that could hide from zombies, and he wanted to keep it for later use. But if there was really no other way, he would have to use it first. After preparing everything, Wang Tao went to the upstairs window again. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. It's not for the water plant, that's good. But these zombies didn't seem to be organized. They just seemed to be wandering around the street. They came from the east side of the road and then left from the west side. But there are so many zombies entering the water plant. Looking at the zombies in the water plant, Wang Tao felt a headache. He thought he should have locked the gate of the water plant. No, even if he locked it, the survivors would definitely be able to pry it open. Anyway, no matter what, there are quite a few zombies coming in now. But it's not to the point where he feels he has to risk his life to run away. He can only wait. Wang Tao lowered the curtains and went to the top floor, ready to take a short nap. The top floor is far away from the zombies downstairs, so the human smell on him must be relatively lighter, so it is naturally much safer. When it's almost dawn, Wang Tao, who was sleeping, suddenly heard a scream from a distance. He got up reflexively and grabbed his weapon, then went to the window, parted the curtains, and took a look. It's in the direction of the water plant building. Something's wrong with those survivors. The moonlight was very bright tonight. Wang Tao saw that the glass door under the building in the distance was broken, and many zombies were trying to squeeze in frantically. Wang Tao couldn't see the situation inside clearly, but if these survivors were smart, there was still a chance they could survive. After all, the houses in the building were not without doors. Or they could put something in the stairwell to prevent the zombies from coming up. It depends on how smart they are. Wang Tao shook his head. It was already morning and he was no longer sleepy, so he fiddled with the radio and walkie-talkie out of habit. Then suddenly I heard a voice on the intercom. Zila Lala. This is the survivor base of Mizusawa University. Please reply if you get it. Please reply if you get it. ZZZ. After listening to the tired female voice repeating a few sentences, Wang Tao pressed the PTT button on the walkie-talkie. Received. This is the water plant. This is the water plant. Wang Tao also repeated it several times. When you press the PTT button on a walkie-talkie, you can only send your own voice but cannot receive the other party's voice. So you need to repeat it several times to avoid missing the conversation. After a moment. Hello, survivor. Please repeat your location. I didn't hear it clearly. Please repeat it. ZZ. Great. I have contacted someone. Wang Tao repeated, I'm at the water plant. I'm at the water plant. I heard it. I heard it. How is your water plant? Is it safe? Wang Tao looked at the zombies downstairs. It's safe for now, but there are zombies downstairs. The other party paused for a moment, then continued, I'm sorry that we can't help you for the time being, but we have established a survivor base at Shuai's University. If you can leave the water plant safely, you can come to the Shuai's University base. We will provide you with safety and food, and you only need to do some work to build the base. That sounds pretty good. By the way, how many survivors are there in your water plant? How long can your food last? Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, there are 6 of us in total, including a female police officer. Female officer. Oh, I see. Are you the people rescued by Officer Han Rue? Han Rue? Wang Tao confirmed, yes, it is this Officer Han. But they are all asleep and haven't woken up yet. In order to prevent the other party from asking directly about Officer Han Rue, Wang Tao simply blocked the question. The person on the other end really wanted to ask if Han Rue was there. After all, she was a professional police officer and her ability to express herself on certain matters must be better than that of ordinary people. But since he's asleep, it's not easy to wake him up. At this time, it's important to stay in shape. Can I ask what the situation is at your Mizusawa University base? Wang Tao asked again. Of course, we now have more than 300 survivors in our Shuai's base. When Wang Tao heard this number, he was immediately surprised. There are more than 300 survivors, which is a lot. After listening for a while, Wang Tao roughly understood the situation of the Shuai's University base. Before the doomsday came, Mizusawa University happened to be undergoing renovations. Because the smell of paint was too strong, they took 2 days off. After the doomsday came, the university was very empty. Except for some people on duty, there were not many zombies. There was a security army squadron next to the university. A large-scale infection occurred inside their barracks, and the surviving security forces ran out with weapons and ammunition. They rescued civilians while escaping, and then settled on Mizusawa University, where they established a survivor base. The security forces had thermal weapons, were in good physical condition, and were joined by some police officers, so they rescued many people. Even Huangfeng Film and Television City, which is a little far away from Mizusawa University, has many star actors and actresses rescued. The current Mizusawa University base is not that strong, but it has stabilized. Every survivor in the base can find something to do. There is food and safety. This is considered the best survivor base in Shuai's County. Many people nearby wanted to go over there, but even if it was only a few kilometers away, they would risk their lives. Officer Han Rui and her team heard about the Shuai's University base from other places and then found a way to contact the Shuai's base. After learning more about it, they decided to take the risk and go there. After understanding everything he needed to know, Wang Tao said, "Thank you very much for your answer. I won't say any more. My intercom is running out of battery. I hope we can meet again in the future. Yeah, I wish you good luck. Our radio channel has. We will open it at a fixed time every day." The other party said some more information and then ended the call. Wang Tao stroked his stubble and muttered, "This Shuai's University base might be a good place to go. But this is just one-sided words from the other party. Don't believe it completely before you see it with your own eyes." Chapter 45 Suicide. After breakfast, the sun came out. Wang Tao lifted a corner of the curtain and looked outside. Wipe. Good news. Last night's zombie horde is gone. Bad news. Some zombies remain in the water plant. Moreover, it seemed that the number of zombies left behind was more than what he saw before he went to bed last night. I don't know if it was attracted by the screaming. It seems that I can't go back today. Wang Tao looked at the zombies in the water plant, then looked at his own health bar, 80/300, and decided not to take any risks today. Although he had a car, there was only one way out of the water plant, and there were many zombies on this road. It's no problem for him to drive his car and hit some zombies, but with so many zombies here, he doesn't dare to compare the quality of his car with that of the zombies. If the engine stalls, it means death. Still can't rush today. Anyway, he has plenty of food and clean water here. Everything is fine except the lack of electricity. We can wait a little longer. Wang Tao looked at the water plant building again, his expression somewhat surprised. Those survivors are still alive? He took out his telescope and took a closer look. On the roof of the water plant building, I saw a group of people lying on the ground covered with clothes. The female police officer named Han Rui was on guard with a baton and a pistol. Wang Tao counted carefully and found that there were only 5 people. They were 6 people yesterday, one less. After recalling it, the one who was missing was probably the fat young man with short hair. In this case, without people, the consequences are self-evident. Wang Tao took a closer look at the situation on the roof and suddenly understood. Quite smart. In the building, there are many stairs that you can go up, and they can't block them even if they want to. There is only one way to the top of the building. So they all came to the top of the building and blocked the road so that the zombies couldn't get up. Soon, the sleeping survivors woke up one after another, and the female police officer went to rest. The male college student brought some food to the female police officer, who thanked her. The policewoman's husband was lying on the edge of the building, looking down and cursing. After watching for a while, Wang Tao started rehabilitation exercises. His injuries had not yet healed, and proper exercise would help recover from his injuries. After intermittent exercise for a whole morning, Wang Tao began to prepare lunch. While eating, he observed the group of survivors again. Then he discovered that the group of survivors seemed to have some disputes. The policewoman's husband was saying something loudly to the petite girl, who was kneeling on the ground with her hands covering her face, crying. The female police officer and the male college student quickly came to act as peacemakers, while the yellow-haired man angrily exchanged a few words with the female police officer's husband, and then hugged the petite girl's shoulders tightly. The petite girl went into the yellow-haired man's arms and cried. The policewoman's husband was a little annoyed and went to stay far away by himself. Wang Tao suddenly felt that observing others was quite interesting. Anyway, he has nothing to do now, so he might as well kill time. Night. Wang Tao did not go to bed early, but waited at the window. As expected, there are more zombies on the street outside. These zombies like to be active at night, but there are not as many zombies today as yesterday. But suddenly, Wang Tao let out a light exclamation. He discovered that some zombies in the water plant followed the zombies outside and left. Wang Tao was a little surprised. The next morning, Wang Tao woke up and went to the window first. Sure enough, there are fewer zombies. Maybe they couldn't find blood food, so they left. Wang Tao didn't quite understand it, but this was definitely good news. Nothing happened today, there were no casualties among the survivors, and Wang Tao's side was also very safe. The second day at the water plant passed uneventfully. At night, female police officers were still on guard on the survivors' side. Wang Tao observed the number of zombies in the water plant and found that they were indeed fewer. Looking at this situation, I guess we'll be able to leave in another day. The third day of being trapped in the water plant. Wang Tao's mental state is still pretty good. His health bar has recovered by 20 and is now 100/300. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Many of his injuries were internal injuries, and even the medical kit was useless. There were no professional doctors here, so he could only rely on time to slowly recover. Wang Tao continued to observe the survivors on the rooftop not far away. The situation over there wasn't very good. After being trapped on the roof for so long, everyone's mental state was very bad, and their food seemed to be a little insufficient, so there were quite a few disputes. Wang Tao felt that their small team might not be able to last much longer. After all, the disintegration of a team usually starts from within. But this has nothing to do with Wang Tao. They are lucky enough to be able to protect themselves now, but they have no ability to take care of others. However, since Wang Tao is going to leave tomorrow, driving would definitely cause some noise and attract some zombies. If the survivors could seize this opportunity, they would have a high chance of escaping. At night, there are still many zombies roaming the streets. Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief after he discovered that another group of zombies had followed the zombies outside and left. There were probably only about 20 zombies left in the water plant, and they were still scattered everywhere. There were only 3 or 2 blocking the gate, so he could have driven away during the day. Just wait patiently for another night. After routinely observing the group of survivors, I prepared to go to bed. Lying on the bed, Wang Tao suddenly thought of Ding Yuqin. I left her some food and water. As long as she stays at home well, she should be safe. I don't need to worry about her. Early morning. Wang Tao got up very early. He went to the window to check first. The situation was similar to last night, and most of the zombies had left. Have breakfast and leave. After making some simple food, Wang Tao habitually observed the group of survivors, then he raised his eyebrows. On the rooftop, the policewoman's husband and the petite woman were on guard today, and the other survivors were still asleep. But somehow, these two, who were apparently at odds a few days ago, got together. Literally. Wang Tao quickly took out his mobile phone, turned on the telephoto camera, and started the video recording mode. He likes eating melon the most. A minute later, the two dirty people didn't even bother to wipe and hurriedly put on their clothes. The policewoman husband said something to the petite woman, and the petite woman looked horrified, but finally nodded. Then the two men came to the edge of the building, where the male college student was sleeping on the ground leaning against the edge of the building. The female police husband and the petite woman looked at each other, then suddenly reached out and lifted up. The male college student was still asleep, and before he could even scream, he fell directly downstairs. Snap! The main entrance is downstairs, and there are several zombies blocking the way out. Huang Mao, who was lying on the ground next to him, seemed to have heard the noise and woke up in a daze. He got up and saw the two people in front of him, but he was still a little unresponsive. The policewoman's husband didn't expect that Huang Mao actually woke up and seemed a little panicked, but the petite girl suddenly pushed Huang Mao. Ah! The yellow-haired man's screams suddenly woke up the female police officer in the distance. She immediately prepared to come over to check, but was blocked by her husband and the petite woman. The two men grabbed the policewoman's arm and said something to her in a panic. The policewoman's husband was facing Wang Tao, and judging by his lip movements, he seemed to be saying, "He committed suicide. We took the opportunity to escape." Chapter 46 Test Subjects. How could they? Han Rui looked a little confused. We had clearly encouraged each other last night and agreed to hold out for 2 more days, and once the zombies downstairs were gone, we could go to the Mizusawa University base. But why? Why did they want to commit suicide? They could just wait for 2 more days. What is going on? Han Rui forced herself to calm down, her eyes a little cold. Oh Yingying didn't dare to look Han Rui in the eye. She just lowered her head and covered her mouth and cried. Sun Weiguang said with a sad face, "Wife, Li Cheng was not in a good mental state after he woke up just now. He said he wanted to die. Wu Fei and I were trying to comfort him, but he suddenly jumped off the building. Wu Fei was close and grabbed Li Cheng's arm, but he was dragged down by him. Li Cheng doesn't look like a man who has lost hope." Han Rui scratched her messy hair a little madly. Sun Weiguang pinched Oh Yingying secretly. Oh Yingying's body trembled, then she grabbed Han Rui's arm, lowered her head and cried, "Sister Han, let's escape now." Sun Weiguang immediately grabbed Han Rui's shoulders and shook her, saying, "Yes, wife, let's go now." Li Cheng committed suicide. In addition to his despair for the world, he may have also wanted to buy a chance for us. The zombies downstairs have all gone to find him. We can't let him down. Han Rui quickly broke free from the two of them and went to the edge of the roof to look down. She saw a bloody head of Li Cheng, as if he had hit his head on the ground, and he was probably dead on the spot. Wu Fei was still crawling on the ground, but his body was covered in blood and his yellow hair had turned red. The most important thing is that the zombies at the door surrounded them and even started to eat them. Obviously, neither of them would survive. Let's go. Han Rui was not a person who would waste time. Since the matter was irreversible, it was useless to say anything more. Now was the most appropriate time to escape. She quickly took the two of them to pack up and go downstairs. There were no zombies in the corridor anymore, and the few zombies downstairs were attracted by the two people who fell from the building. Han Rui led the two of them all the way smoothly. The zombie that was eating the two people was so focused on eating that it didn't notice the people coming down. Han Rui immediately used gestures to direct Sun Weiguang and O Yingying to go to the wall not far away. The wall was not very high, and there were no zombies there, so they could climb over the wall to get out. There were still several zombies at the gate. Without using guns, they obviously couldn't rush through. Using guns would mean seeking death, so climbing over the wall was the best option. Han Rui took a last look at her two teammates who were surrounded by zombies. She felt very sad. There were 6 of them when they came, but only 3 were left when they left. But now is not the time to be sad. She tried not to make any sound and waved to the 2 people behind her. Sun Weiguang and O Yingying quickly followed, but while running, O Yingying seemed to feel that someone was looking at her. She subconsciously turned around and saw a bloodshot eye among the zombies staring at her. She shuddered for a moment, then grabbed Sun Weiguang's clothes tightly and ran away without looking back. Wang Tao didn't end the video shooting until he saw the female police officer was the last one to climb out of the courtyard wall. He originally just wanted to have a good time, so he took out his mobile phone to take pictures, but unexpectedly he witnessed the ugliness of human nature. In fact, as long as this group of survivors waits for Wang Tao to drive the zombies out later, they will most likely be able to leave safely without reducing their numbers. Of course, they didn't know about it either. Wang Tao had no way to contact them, but Wang Tao didn't think it was his fault. He was lucky to be able to protect himself, so he didn't care about others. He just felt a little sorry that there were 2 fewer survivors in the world. This incident also reminded him that now is the end of the world. It is okay to believe in others, but it is better to believe in yourself. Looking at the 2 survivors being surrounded and eaten by zombies, Wang Tao picked up his weapon. Let's go and have a look. After putting on his equipment, Wang Tao left the small building and ran down the building. Most of the zombies in the water plant have left today. Except for a few zombies at the gate, there are only 4 zombies left at the entrance of the building. For zombies were not a big problem for Wang Tao, especially in such an open area. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could run back. He trotted to the door of the building. The zombies might have been too focused on eating and didn't notice Wang Tao coming. Wang Tao attacked the 2 zombies with a steel pipe short spear in one hand and a steel pipe claw hammer in the other. Wu Fei was so angry. I hate myself for being so blind that I actually fell in love with such a vicious woman. He worked 12 hours a day and gave her 4,000 out of his 6,000 yuan monthly salary. He cared about her every day, treated her to a big meal on weekends, and gave her all kinds of small gifts on holidays. When she was sick, he went to work during the day and stayed with her in the ward all night. The end of the world has come, and the first person he thinks of is her. He thought he had done well enough. How have I ever let her down? Why did she push herself down the stairs? Bitch, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Wait, someone is coming. He's killing zombies. He's so awesome. Zombies are no match for him. I want his strength. Help me. A few minutes later, Wang Tao thought about it and instantly put away the spoils. Get pure water, small 4. Pure water, small 5L, drinkable. What the 4 zombies dropped was purified water, small. Wang Tao never had too much purified water. Adhering to the fine tradition of thrift and diligence, Wang Tao touched the 4 zombies again and found several wallets and a box of cigarettes. Then he looked at the 2 unlucky survivors. The male college student's neck had been bitten off and his eyes were wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. What surprised Wang Tao was that the yellow-haired man was not dead yet. 10/105. But he only had 10 drops of blood left and was on the verge of death. Wang Tao squatted down in front of Huang Mao, looking at the unlucky guy whose thighs, arms, one eye and half of his face had been eaten. He frowned and said, "Are you still conscious? If you are, blink." Hearing Wang Tao's words, Huang Mao blinked wildly excitedly. Gurgle. He tried to speak, but blood spurted out as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't talk if you don't want to die. Wang Tao stripped a few pieces of clothes from the zombie next to him, simply wrapped the yellow-haired man's head with them, then grabbed his legs and dragged him back to the outside of the small building. You wait outside. After giving instructions, Wang Tao entered the house, came to the airdrop box, and took out a bottle of inhibitor. Just when I was worrying about the unclear effect of the inhibitor, here comes the test subject. Chapter 47. The dog has nothing. Wang Tao knew all about this inhibitor from what he read on paper. He wanted to see the effect with his own eyes. It would be better if Huang Mao could be rescued. If he can't be saved, he won't lose anything. He already has 20 bottles of inhibitors, so this one won't be a big deal. Wang Tao came out holding a bottle of inhibitor. In just a short while, there were only 5 drops of blood left on the green blood bar on the yellow-haired man's head. I don't know if he will die first after his health bar is reduced to 0, or turn into a zombie directly. Wang Tao squatted beside the yellow-haired man, looking at the black lines slowly appearing on his neck. He guessed that after being infected, his health bar would be reduced to 0, and he would directly turn into a zombie. Are you still alive? If you are, blink. Wang Tao asked Huang Mao. The yellow-haired man raised his one eye and looked at Wang Tao. His eyes were a little dazed, but he still blinked with difficulty. Wang Tao took out an inhibitor and waved it in front of him. This is an inhibitor, something the government has developed to combat the zombie virus. As soon as these words came out, one could clearly feel some light in the yellow-haired man's eyes. But it can't completely detoxify. It can only inhibit the onset of the zombie virus. If you use the inhibitor now, you won't mutate into a zombie, but it's unclear when the onset will occur again in the future, so you have to continue using the inhibitor. Huang Mao was not disappointed at all. He was in this state now and asked for nothing else. He could smile secretly if he could live even one more day. However, this inhibitor has serious side effects, and only people with strong physical fitness or strong mental will can use it. Otherwise, you will die if you use it. So, are you ready? Huang Mao used his remaining strength and began to blink wildly. Very good. Wang Tao nodded. This inhibitor can be injected or taken orally. But before pouring the inhibitor into his mouth, Wang Tao added, now think about the reasons why you can't die. For example, your parents are still waiting for you to save. For example, the woman who just killed you is still alive and well. Well? Huang Mao's one eye widened instantly, filled with resentment. So Wang Tao stopped talking nonsense, pinched the yellow-haired man's mouth, and poured the whole bottle of inhibitor into him. Gurgle. After drinking the inhibitor, Huang Mao's whole body began to twitch. This doesn't seem like suppression, but rather turning into a zombie. Is it not possible? Wang Tao took a step back, claw hammer in his hand. As long as he sees the yellow-haired man's health bar turn red, he will hit him with a hammer without hesitation. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Wang Tao was about to raise his hammer when he saw that Huang Mao only had 1 drop of blood left. Suddenly, Huang Mao's body stopped shaking, and the black lines on his neck slowly disappeared. The green health bar above his head suddenly increased to 20, but his health bar limit dropped by 20 drops. 20/85. Are you awake? The yellow-haired man closed his eyes and hummed with difficulty through his nose. What did you feel just now? It hurts. My whole body hurts. I feel like my brain is going to explode. Very good. Welcome to rebirth. Wang Tao patted him on the shoulder and then went to get a medical kit. He was given some hemostatic agents, sedatives, and the like, and his wounds were bandaged roughly and amateurishly. Huang Mao bared his teeth the whole time. After everything was done, Huang Mao's health bar increased by another 10 drops. The effect of this military medical kit is immediate. Thanks. Huang Mao looked at Wang Tao with gratitude. You're welcome. I just want to test the effect of the inhibitor and use you as an experiment. The truth really hurts. But Huang Mao was still very grateful. No matter what the purpose of this masked big guy was, it was a fact that he saved him. Especially since he was attacked by someone close to him just now, and then he was rescued by Wang Tao. This feeling of gratitude cannot be expressed in words. Do you smoke? Seeing Huang Mao's eyes light up, Wang Tao took out a cigarette, roughly inserted it into Huang Mao's mouth, and helped him light it. Tell me about your situation. What happened between you two? Wang Tao was still very curious about what was going on between them, and before leaving, he didn't mind eating a whole melon. After taking a deep puff of the cigarette, Huang Mao felt much better. He then explained, My name is Wu Fei. 10 minutes later, Wang Tao roughly understood the cause and effect of the matter. Before the end of the world, Wu Fei was a worker in an electronics factory in the neighboring city. He met Owen Ying, who was also a worker in an electronics factory, on the internet. In order to pursue Owen Ying, He spent a lot of manpower and resources and finally got her half a year ago. When pursuing her, Wu Fei paid a lot. After he got her, he paid even more. He treated Oh Ying as his wife. However, until now, the two have only been able to engage in intimate actions such as hugging each other and have not gone any further. Oh Ying said she wanted to save the best things for her wedding night. After hearing this, Wu Fei was not angry, but very happy. Because Oh Ying said, "Wedding night? Doesn't that mean she will agree to marry him?" After the doomsday, Wu Fei lost contact with his parents. He was thousands of kilometers away from his hometown and could do nothing. Oh Ying rarely took the initiative to call him and ask for help. Wu Fei agreed without saying a word. Under the power of love, he even killed a zombie in order to see Oh Ying. After that, the two of them depended on each other for survival, and Wu Fei left most of the food to Oh Ying. When the food was finished, Officer Han Rue came with her husband's son Wei Guang. Officer Han Rue said they were going to the Mizusawa University survivor base and asked them if they wanted to join them. If they stayed here, they would just wait for death, but if they followed Han Rue, they would not only have food but also be protected. The two had no choice. Then I met a few more people on the road, and we continued our journey together. On the way, they were blackmailed by a group of ruthless survivors. If it weren't for Han Rue, they might have all been fed to the zombies. What happened next was what Wang Tao saw. They arrived at the water plant. Although there were some quarrels between the teams, they were still relatively harmonious. But on the first night, his girlfriend was frightened by the zombies outside and screamed, attracting many zombies. When they were running away, one of them was bitten by a zombie. Because of this incident, Sun Weiguang was very dissatisfied with Oh Ying. Not only Sun Weiguang, but Han Rue and the male college student Li Cheng also looked unhappy, but they didn't say much. In order to protect his girlfriend, Wu Fei even had a quarrel with Sun Weiguang. After that, several people stayed on the rooftop, feeling very irritable. This morning when he was sleeping, he heard some noise. He just opened his eyes and got up, but before he could figure out what was going on, he was pushed down by Oh Ying. Even until now, he still didn't understand why Oh Ying wanted to kill him. He didn't see the male college student fall from the building. Wang Tao looked at him with some pity. The liquor ends up with nothing. You are also a yellow-haired guy, but you are not that good. Since Wu Fei satisfied his curiosity, he naturally had to satisfy Wu Fei's doubts. So Wang Tao showed Wu Fei the video he had shot. It's the unedited version, starting with that couple having sex. Chapter 48 Method of Brushing Pure Water. Bastards. Bitch. I beep, beep, beep. After watching the video, Wu Fei's mouth suddenly turned into a Gatling machine gun. If words could kill, Wu Fei would have shot everyone in the world in just a few minutes, without even the end of the world coming. Do you know why she wanted to kill you? Because you saw the evidence of their murder. Of course, you didn't actually see it, but they thought you saw it. The collapse of order in the end times, and the harming of others for personal gain will happen sooner or later. Wang Tao is also prepared. As for why these two people were afraid that their murder would be discovered, it was obviously because of the female police officer Han Rue. Han Rue obviously has a strong sense of justice, and it would be very troublesome if he found out that she killed her teammates. Oh Ying was especially afraid. After all, she and Han Rue were not related at all. She couldn't guarantee whether Han Rue would kill her. So, in order to avoid trouble, she simply killed Wu Fei. I have to say, this woman is very decisive. Regardless of his character, just based on his ruthlessness, he can probably survive for a long time in this doomsday environment. No wonder this bitch kept looking at Sun Weiguang secretly when she met Han Rue and her husband before. Wu Fei grabbed his hair in pain. He had previously thought that Oh Ying just wanted to look at the handsome guy a few more times, just like he wanted to look at Officer Han Rue a few more times. In fact, he was just simply admiring her and did not have too many thoughts in his mind. After all, they were husband and wife. But who knew that Oh Ying had been thinking about him for a long time? Unfortunately, I had a falling out with Sun Weiguang before. It turned out that I was a clown. As for the college student Li Cheng they wanted to kill, I guess it was because Li Cheng was always courteous to Officer Han Rue on the road, which made Sun Weiguang resentful. And Sun Weiguang wanted to find someone to attract zombies, so he chose he. After understanding all these things, the anger bursting out of Wu Fei's one eye seemed to be real. This couple of bitches, I must let them die a miserable death. Okay, I don't know if others will die, but if you continue to be so excited, you may die first. Wang Tao pointed to the wounds on Wu Fei's body that were bleeding due to excessive excitement. Wang Tao looked at his watch again. What do you want to ask? I'll give you 10 minutes. You, that thing. Wu Fei pointed at the empty bottle of inhibitor on the ground. This is something that the government organized a large number of experts to develop. Wang Tao briefly introduced the inhibitors. Then how can we get the inhibitor? Wu Fei did not forget that Wang Tao told him that he might need inhibitors in the future. At present, I only know that there are inhibitors in the airdrops, so you should pay more attention to the airdrops. Airdrop? Wu Fei's eyes lit up. He had obviously seen the previous airdrop. So, brother, are you at the survivor base? Can you take me there? I will repay you. Wu Fei looked at Wang Tao with some longing. Wang Tao shook his head. I'm not at the survivor base. I'm at my home. Hearing this, Wu Fei was immediately disappointed. He is in his own home, so obviously he would not bring an outsider like me. I think you are capable of going to the survivor base yourself, Wang Tao said while looking at the wound on Wu Fei's body. I don't know if it's the after effect of using the inhibitor or the after effect of Wu Fei almost getting mutated. Anyway, Wang Tao found that his body seemed to be much stiffer, and he always felt like he would turn into a zombie at any time. But his physique seemed to be stronger too. Wang Tao estimated that after he recovered, even if his health bar was reduced by 20, his strength should be stronger than that of an ordinary person. As long as he could fight the zombies alone and be careful on the road, there was still a certain probability that he could reach the survivor's base. After all, the base was not too far away. And killing zombies could also increase the upper limit of the health bar. The more he killed, the stronger he would be. Wang Tao left the medical kit he had used with Wu Fei, and also left some food, then got into the car as the other party watched. This big brother actually drove out here? Wu Fei was a little dumbfounded. Those who dare to drive in the Doomsday City must be awesome. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He should have shamelessly begged to follow this big brother. He didn't even know this big brother's name or what he looked like. Wang Tao drove the pickup truck to the gate, where there were 4 zombies. Since he saved Wu Fei's life, he might as well give him a ride and get rid of these 4 zombies at the same time. In a few minutes, all the zombies died under his claw hammer. Get pure water, small 4. Wang Tao discovered that any zombies killed at the water plant seemed to produce purified water. If there is a water shortage in the future, can we come to the water plant to buy some water? While thinking, Wang Tao locked the door of the water plant again. Now Wu Fei is basically safe in the water plant. Boom! The pickup truck engine made a slight roar as it left the water plant. Wu Fei, who was standing on the small building, watched the car leave and murmured, "Brother, we'll meet again if we're lucky enough to meet again. If I'm still alive, Wu Fei, will definitely repay you." In the pickup truck, after Wang Tao drove out of the water plant, he immediately injected Hidden Potion, Medium, into his arm. The familiar feeling came again. My body was getting colder, my breathing was getting slower, and my hands and feet were getting heavier. Phew, this taste is really unpleasant. Injecting the invisibility potion itself was not too uncomfortable. What was uncomfortable was the feeling of losing strength. After injecting the potion, his strength would be reduced. Even though the reduction was not much, it was still a little uncomfortable for Wang Tao, who was used to strength. In the end times, without strength, there is no sense of security. After the cloaking potion took effect, Wang Tao's car speed became slower and slower. Some zombies around noticed the car, but they did not go crazy. Instead, they walked slowly towards it out of curiosity. Before they came, the car had already left. Wang Tao did not take the outer ring road this time. There was a monster with 10,000 HP in the woods on the side of the road, so he did not dare to go. The duration of the invisibility potion was 1 hour, so even if he took his time, he would be able to go back. But before going back, Wang Tao had one more thing to do, which was to get some gasoline. When passing by a small parking lot, Wang Tao was inspired when he saw those intact vehicles. There are no zombies here, so it's a good opportunity to get gasoline. He had obtained 3 oil barrels from a small restaurant, only 2 of which contained oil, and the remaining empty barrel was just the right size to store gasoline. In addition, he had been outside these few days and drank a bucket of pure water, small, and the remaining empty bucket could also be used to hold gasoline. He got out of the car with the tools, and after spending some time, Wang Tao filled the 20L oil barrel and the 5L water barrel with gasoline. Haha, I can make Molotov cocktails now. Suddenly I'm looking forward to encountering the sledgehammer zombie again. Happy community. Knock, knock, knock. You bitch, hurry up and open the door. Hearing the knock on the bedroom door, Ding Yuqin, whose face was pale and haggard, hugged her knees, curled up in the corner of the room, her eyes full of despair. Wang Tao, you really abandoned me. Where are you? I hate you. Woo woo. Chapter 49, The Second Terrorist. Damn, do you have to be so crow-mouthed? Looking at a terrorist, zombie not far away, Wang Tao was dumbfounded. He just casually said that he hoped to encounter the sledgehammer zombie, but he didn't expect to encounter it now. Take a detour? It's not too late to take a detour now. But to be honest, after seeing this terrorist, he didn't want to leave anymore. After all, this zombie can explode shockwave zombie crystal cores. What to do? Wang Tao looked at the terrorist in the middle of the road in the distance, and then looked at the duration of the invisibility potion below his health bar. The invisibility potion will last for 40 minutes, and it will take me another 20 minutes to go back. In other words, I still have 20 minutes. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Tao made up his mind. Try it. If it doesn't work, retreat. Wang Tao slowly parked the car in an alley on the street. It was a dead end, very messy and full of rotten garbage, but no zombies. After getting off the car, Wang Tao looked around carefully and then came to the door of a house next to him. The door was open, and there was chaos inside, with a lot of black bloodstains on the floor and walls. Wang Tao walked in with a claw hammer and rummaged carefully. Food and other things were gone, but he found what he wanted. 2 glass condiment bottles. The bottles are empty, so Wang Tao doesn't have to clean them up. He went to the next door house to search again. Although he only found a glass bottle, he found a bag of washing powder. Many bottles are broken. It's a pity, but it should be enough to make 3 Molotov cocktails. Wang Tao returned to the car, took out the gasoline can, and poured more than half but no more than 2/3 of the gasoline into the 3 glass bottles. Do not fill it with gasoline, otherwise it may not burn. After pouring gasoline into these 3 bottles, Wang Tao added some things he had found in the small restaurant to each Molotov cocktail. The first Molotov cocktail was added with sugar to extend the burning time. The second Molotov cocktail was added with flour to make the burning temperature higher. The third Molotov cocktail has laundry detergent added to it to increase the stickiness. Finally, block the bottle mouth as much as possible and stuff a piece of cloth in it as a fuse. In this way, 3 simple Molotov cocktails are made. Oh no, there is still a problem. The bottles must be wiped clean. When I poured gasoline into the bottle just now, some of it spilled on the bottle. If I don't wipe it off, I'll burn myself. After everything was ready, Wang Tao took a deep breath, took all the equipment he could, including a pistol, and then got out of the car and walked towards the terrorist zombies. The effect of the cloaking potion on him was still there. As long as he didn't get too close to the zombies, he would basically not attract their attention. After coming to a position about 10 meters away from the terrorist, Wang Tao stopped. This terrorist was similar to the ones he had encountered before. They were both big men over 2 meters tall and wearing work clothes, and they were holding reinforced concrete hammers in their hands. However, this terrorist feels more ferocious and has a much larger health bar. 1200/1200. It is estimated that its strength may be stronger. But it doesn't matter whether you are strong or not. After all, Wang Tao didn't intend to have a fair duel this time. After carefully observing the surroundings, Wang Tao took a fancy to a 2-story old building. This small building is under the sun. If he stands on it and the terrorist wants to attack him, he must face the sun. The door of the small building was locked. Looking through the broken glass security window, one could see that there seemed to have been a great battle inside, with blood everywhere. And they blocked the door with lots of furniture. There was no point in unlocking it. I took another look at the exterior of the building. The windows and other parts were all protruding, and there were many places to climb. Wang Tao picked up his things and started climbing the wall without saying a word. A few minutes later, Wang Tao climbed onto the roof of the 2nd floor. Looking at the terrorist not far away, Wang Tao was eager to make a move, but he did not attack immediately. Instead, he took out a long rope. This rope is placed inside the pickup truck and is very strong. He tied one end of the rope to the railing on the roof and threw the other end down. Seeing that everything was ready, Wang Tao took a deep breath. Then he took a few bricks and threw them at the terrorists in the distance. Snap, snap, snap. His accuracy in throwing bricks was not very good, and only one brick hit the terrorist. Roar. After being hit, the terrorist turned around immediately, but he did not find out who hit him. After all, there was still the effect of the concealing potion on Wang Tao's body, which made it impossible for it to smell anything. So Wang Tao hit it a few more times and deliberately used sound to guide it. As expected, the terrorist followed the sound and came over. When he walked downstairs, he looked up at Wang Tao on the roof with some confusion, but because the sunlight was too dazzling, he subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands. At this moment, Wang Tao stuck gasoline on the fuse cloth on the Molotov cocktail and then turned on the lighter. After watching the Molotov cocktail being lit, Wang Tao threw it at the terrorist below. Snapped. The first Molotov cocktail hit the terrorist right on the head. Boom. In an instant, A huge fire appeared and engulfed the terrorist, and a string of numbers jumped out above his head. 53, 52, 55. Wang Tao, who was on the roof of the second floor, subconsciously took a step back due to the heat wave. Roar. Burned by the flames, the violent and terrorist zombie suddenly let out a roar. At this time, it finally discovered Wang Tao on the rooftop. Although it didn't know why the zombies on the rooftop attacked him and set fire, it just did it. The terrorist in the flames raised a sledgehammer and smashed it against the building. Boom. There was a loud bang, accompanied by a circle of shock waves, and Wang Tao felt that the small building was shaking. Fuck. Wang Tao was a little dumbfounded when he saw the terrorist smash a big hole in the building with a hammer, revealing the red bricks inside. This old-fashioned brick wall structure doesn't seem to be able to withstand being hit, and such a loud noise will attract a lot of zombies. No, we have to make it quick. Wang Tao had originally planned to slowly kill him with the remaining Molotov cocktails, but now he was forced to change his mind. After packing up his things, Wang Tao grabbed the rope and parachuted down from the roof. The terrorist in the sea of fire had been burned beyond recognition, but he still had the strength to hammer the wall, and he seemed to be able to see Wang Tao. He hammered directly at the ground, but the hammer missed, but the shock wave hit Wang Tao. 8-2. Wang Tao felt a sweet taste in his throat. He endured the pain in his body, turned over, quickly took out 2 pistols, and pulled the trigger at the terrorists. Bang, bang, bang. After the gunshots, all kinds of creepy roars were heard on the street. Wang Tao's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to pull the trigger. When several -300s popped up above the terrorist's head, he fell to the ground instantly. Wang Tao rushed over in the midst of the fire, used a hammer to pry out a red transparent crystal core from the terrorist's head, collected the spoils, and ran away. Boom, boom. As soon as Wang Tao left, a group of zombies came from behind. The group of zombies saw Wang Tao from afar, but did not chase him. In their eyes, Wang Tao was the same kind as them. Call. Wang Tao ran while patting the sparks on his body. Wang Tao ran all the way to the car and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no zombies chasing him. He quickly started the car and glanced at the loot in the space backpack. First order crystal core shockwave. Quality. Excellent. 80%. Purity. 50%. Side effect. Eyes are afraid of light. Chapter 50. Superpower shockwave. Buzz. The car started and turned to leave from another road. Wang Tao suddenly felt that the shooting just now seemed to have some benefits. At least it attracted the surrounding zombies, and he could drive a little faster. Only when they were far away from the street did Wang Tao breathe a sigh of relief. Then he took out the painkiller from the military medical kit and injected it into his arm. Although the terrorist hammer didn't hit him directly, the shock wave hit him hard, taking away more than 80 points of his blood. His injuries had not healed to begin with, and now his entire body was in so much pain. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes and had some books on him, which helped him to avoid some damage. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes, otherwise he might have been burned by the fire while taking the spoils. Looking at the holes burned on his clothes, pants, and even his hood and mask, Wang Tao felt somewhat relieved. I almost got disfigured again. The painkillers worked well, and I soon felt much more energetic. Then he had time to examine the spoils. Killing this terrorist brought his health limit back to 40 drops. It has reached 54/380, almost breaking through 400. However, the current health has dropped a lot during the battle, and it is still very low. Wang Tao put the terrorist's weapons into his space backpack just like before. The package that exploded from the terrorist was also strength potion, small 1, but this time there was no blueprint. Finally, this is his goal this time. First order crystal core shockwave. Quality. Excellent. 80%. Purity. 50%. Side effect. Eyes are afraid of light. This time the appearance of the crystal core is not white and transparent, but a red and transparent crystal. Compared with the previous crystal core, the quality has changed. The quality of the previous crystal core was ordinary, 20%, and this time it is excellent, 80%. Quality will affect the success rate of fusion, which means that the success rate of fusing this red crystal core is 80%. This success rate is amazing. As long as you are not too unlucky, it is basically a sure thing. Of course, Wang Tao is pursuing a 100% success rate, so it is definitely impossible for him to fuse this. He needs to collect tin to synthesize. Wait. Wang Tao was suddenly stunned. The fusion success rate of the first shock wave crystal core is 20%, and the second one is 80%. Isn't the combined success rate already 100%? He quickly looked at the space backpack and saw some changes in the grid where the zombie crystal cores were placed. First order crystal core shockwave. 2 out of 10 can be synthesized. It's ready to be synthesized. It turns out that 10 does not mean that a minimum of 10 crystal nuclei are needed to synthesize one time, but it means that a maximum of 10 crystal nuclei can only be synthesized. Just when Wang Tao was thinking about synthesis, another prompt popped up. The attributes of first-order crystal nucleus shockwave after synthesis are quality, ordinary, 20%, plus excellent, 80%, equals epic, 100%, purity, 50% plus 50%, equals 100%, impurities, none, side effects, none. After synthesis, the quality will be 100%, and the purity will also be 100%. The stability will be maximized, the impurities will be gone, and the side effects will be removed. So what are you waiting for? Wang Tao did not hesitate and directly chose synthesis. Brush. I saw the grid where the crystal core was placed in the space backpack burst into colorful light, and an orange zombie crystal core appeared. First order crystal core shockwave. Quality. Epic, 100%. Purity, 100%. No side effects. When Wang Tao saw the orange zombie crystal core in the space backpack, he felt his heartbeat quicken. But Wang Tao still had his reason. He knew it was not appropriate to integrate this thing now, so it would be better to go back and integrate it. However, just when Wang Tao took the crystal core out of the space and wanted to admire it, he suddenly felt like he had been hungry for days, and there was a delicious dish in front of him. He subconsciously took a bite. Then, he swallowed the beautiful orange crystal core. Fuck. After swallowing it, Wang Tao finally reacted. He quickly stopped the car and touched his body to see if there were any changes. It's a little hot. Wang Tao felt that his body was a little hot, but it was just a fever and there was no other movement. This slightly warm feeling lasted for 3 minutes. Then Wang Tao felt that he seemed to have a little more strength, but not much. He quickly looked at his attributes. The health bar limit remains unchanged, but the current health has increased by 10 drops, becoming 64/380. And below his health bar, a blue bar appeared, 100/100. When Wang Tao saw this blue bar, he suddenly had an epiphany. This blue bar is the energy bar. He needs this energy to release the shock wave. Then a small fist icon appeared next to the space backpack icon. Inside the little fist icon is a ripple-shaped icon, superpower shock wave. Do I really have superpowers? Wang Tao felt it was a little unreal. The main reason is that he didn't feel any major changes in himself. Thinking in his mind, Wang Tao suddenly punched the car window casually. Boom! It was clearly a punch hitting the air, but it turned out to be like hitting the water surface, and a ripple visible to the naked eye appeared. The diameter of the ripples is about 1 meter. At the same time, his mana bar dropped by 10 points. Then he punched the air again, but this time nothing came out. I see. Wang Tao already understood how to use his superpowers. As long as he thought about using the shockwave superpower, he could use it. If he didn't want to use it, it would be a normal attack, and he can roughly control the amount of energy used. Just now he wanted to use the least amount of energy, so he used 10 points of energy. He can also use less or more energy at once. But he had a feeling that using less energy would require extremely precise control, which he couldn't do yet. If he used too much energy at once, he might become exhausted or damage his body. The maximum amount of energy he could use each time seemed to be around 20. Therefore, if you want to use this supernatural power as easily as your own hands, you have to learn more and practice more. If psychics with the same energy and abilities were to fight head-on, the one with a better ability would definitely win. But no matter what, Wang Tao is now a real psychic. He wanted to roar with excitement. After all, which man hadn't fantasized about having the ability to go to heaven and earth when he was a child? Although he cannot reach the sky and the earth now, he believes that as long as he works hard to become stronger in the future, he may have a chance. With such excitement, Wang Tao finally returned to the Xingfu community 1 minute before the effect of the concealment potion disappeared. What's going on? Wang Tao suddenly frowned. He found something wrong. Why did the zombies in the community yard disappear? There were clearly more than 20 zombies in the yard, but when he went out, the zombies did not chase him out. Could it be that someone came out and led the zombies away? No. Zombies entered the building. When Wang Tao saw that the door of the unit downstairs in Building 4 was actually open, his face suddenly turned ugly. Chapter 51 Crazy. There were fewer zombies in the yard of Xingfu community, so Wang Tao simply parked his car in the community. By the way, he also locked the gate of the community. At this time, The time of the hiding potion had just ended, and Wang Tao felt that his body was full of strength again. He got out of the car with a claw hammer in one hand and a jug of oil in the other. After acquiring superpowers, Wang Tao became bolder. However, he did not go directly to Building 4, but went to Buildings 1, 2, and 3 first and closed their unit doors. There are obviously still zombies in these buildings. When the doors are closed, you can hear the sound of zombies coming down the stairs. Wang Tao didn't have time to deal with them for the time being, but he had to prevent these zombies from sneak attacking him while he was fighting. The gate of the community was locked, and the doors of the 3 buildings were also closed. Now only the zombies in Building 4 were left. Wang Tao came to the door of Building 4 and looked at the zombies in the stairwell. Instead of going in, he climbed onto the awning on the unit door. Then he tapped the iron oil drum gently with the claw hammer. Dong dong. The knocking sound immediately attracted the attention of the zombies in the corridor. Hee hee. One by one the zombies began to come out following the sound. After coming out, they seemed to smell the human scent on Wang Tao, and then slowly became a little violent. However, Wang Tao was now on the awning above the gate, and the zombies could not reach him, so they could only rage helplessly below. After a while, there were more and more zombies under his feet, a pile of blackheads, estimated to be about 30 or 20, which looked very creepy. If Wang Tao fell down, he would definitely die. But Wang Tao was not panicked. When he saw that the time was almost right, he looked at an open window on the second floor, about 2 meters away from him. This was the window of room 201, which he had opened before he left. Wang Tao first threw the oil bottle in, then he took off his shirt, revealing his muscles covered with scars. As soon as the clothes were removed, the smell of human blood seemed to become stronger, and the zombies underfoot became more and more violent. Wang Tao immediately threw away the blood-stained clothes. Hee hee. The zombies smelled the scent and immediately pounced on the clothes. Wang Tao jumped towards the window and jumped over easily. After entering, Wang Tao took his things and ran to the door and opened it from the inside. Hee hee. The moment the door opened, a zombie with one arm missing pounced towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao had been prepared to be killed when the door was opened, but he didn't even look and kicked him out. Boom. The zombie was kicked directly into the door of room 202. Wang Tao then had time to take a look, and then he cursed angrily. Grass. The zombie that he just kicked away turned out to be a bald uncle. The bald uncle got up and pounced on him again. Wang Tao simply dodged sideways and avoided his attack. He pushed him into room 201, closed the door and locked it. Then he rolled over and jumped directly to the first floor. The zombies outside the door might also be a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect a person to suddenly jump down from the corridor. Looking at the group of zombies in front of him, Wang Tao didn't panic at all and slammed the door of the unit. Then he ignored the roars behind him and rushed upstairs. In room 401, the door to the second bedroom, a young man wearing glasses and looking polite but pale was sitting on the ground. He was holding a kitchen knife in his hand, knocking on the door, eating the last piece of bread in his hand, and then shouted weakly, "Beauty, open the door and I promise not to kill you." No one inside answered him. "Beauty, believe me, I really didn't kill that uncle on purpose. I was forced to do it." Still no one answered. "Beauty, I'll give you a chance. You take the initiative to open the door. Otherwise, don't blame me. What are you waiting for? Waiting for your husband who has already escaped alone? Forget it. No one will come to save you. Accept your fate and follow me. I promise not to let you die. Fuck. You stinky bitch. I want you to live a life worse than death. I want to kill you alive." The man with glasses suddenly changed his expression and became as vicious as a madman. As soon as I said this, I heard a faint crying sound coming from the bedroom. After hearing this, the man with glasses suddenly changed the subject. "If you take the initiative to open the door, I promise you, as long as you are willing to be my wife, I will not kill you. I will treat you well." Seeing that the door was still closed, the man with glasses didn't want to wait any longer. He stood up by holding onto the wall, then picked up a kitchen knife and started prying the door lock. "Fuck, you stinky bitch, just wait. When I catch you, I'm going to strip you naked, chop you into pieces, throw you into the zombie swarm, and fuck you to death." As the man with glasses was muttering to himself, he suddenly heard some noise outside the door. Heh, these shabby zombies are here again. The man with glasses was suddenly stuck. He found that the door of his house was open. Gurgle. The man with glasses swallowed his saliva, then held the kitchen knife tightly and limped towards the door, sticking to the wall. Suddenly, a tall black shadow rushed in, and before the man with glasses could see clearly, he found that his feet were off the ground. Wang Tao looked at the man he had grabbed by the neck with one hand, his eyes cold. Seeing that the man's breathing was becoming more and more difficult, Wang Tao loosened his grip and the man with glasses fell to the ground. Wang Tao stomped hard on his stomach, and only after seeing that he had only a trace of blood left did Wang Tao let him go. Then Wang Tao came to the door of the second bedroom and knocked. "Open the door. It's me." No one answered from inside. Wang Tao didn't say anything, took a half step back, and then kicked up suddenly. Boom. He kicked the door open. Ah! A hoarse scream came from the corner of the room. Looking at the woman with disheveled hair, Wang Tao strode over. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die." Ding Yuqin, sitting on the ground, waved her arms and legs wildly. Wang Tao squatted down and grabbed Ding Yuqin's limbs without much effort, then pinched her chin and forcibly lifted her head up. "Sister-in-law, it's me." Ding Yuqin looked over in horror, looking at the tall figure in front of him with a naked upper body, covered with scars and wearing a broken mask. She was stunned for a moment and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Wang Tao. It's me. Wang Tao. Woo-woo. Is this true? I thought you didn't want me anymore. I thought I was dead. I am not dreaming. Ding Yuqin cried with joy and was somewhat incoherent. Wang Tao patted her shoulder gently. "Sister-in-law, it's me. I'm back." Seeing Wang Tao reaching out his hand, Ding Yuqin immediately threw herself into Wang Tao's arms. "Wow, I thought you." Wang Tao patted Ding Yuqin on the back, helped her stand up, and then asked, "What the hell is going on? Why are you here? What's going on with the people outside?" When talking about this matter, Ding Yuqin suddenly became nervous again. "That man is crazy. He attracted the zombies. He wants to kill us. The bald uncle tried to save me, woo-woo." Chapter 52, Murder. "Don't be nervous. Speak slowly." Wang Tao helped Ding Yuqin out. When she saw the figure lying on the ground, Ding Yuqin subconsciously hugged Wang Tao's waist tightly. He's crazy. He wants to take us to commit suicide together. And then, Ding Yuqin trembled as she told the whole story. It turned out that the day after Wang Tao left, the man with glasses in room 401 took the initiative to come out and invited the bald uncle downstairs and Ding Yuqin to his house. Of course, although he was a guest, he didn't have anything to offer. In fact, he just wanted to discuss with everyone what to do in the future. Ding Yuqin didn't want to go out at first, but because she thought Wang Tao had abandoned her and left alone, she felt that she could only save herself if she wanted to survive, so she came out. The bald uncle also came out. After all, the man with glasses behaved very normally, and she and the bald uncle both thought that he really wanted to unite everyone to save themselves. Unexpectedly, after inviting everyone out, this man with glasses suddenly opened the unit door while everyone was not paying attention. Zombies are brought in. His family has long run out of food and ammunition, and with the power, water, and internet cut off, he has been driven crazy by the apocalypse. The mentally disturbed man with glasses wants to drag everyone to death together. The man with glasses thought that death was no big deal, but after seeing the ferocity of the zombies, he suddenly got scared again. Ding Yuqin and the bald uncle who were framed didn't have time to go home, so they had to hide in the glasses man's house. In his house, the bald uncle naturally wanted to settle the score with the man with glasses, but the man with glasses burst into tears, saying that he was obsessed with evil spirits or something, and then deceived the kind-hearted bald uncle. Although Ding Yuqin no longer believed the man with glasses, she was a weak woman after all. If the zombies came, she would still need 2 people to protect her, so she didn't say anything and just focused on monitoring the man with glasses. So, they stayed in room 401 for 2 days, but there was no food in his house and only very little water. The 3 of them were a little tired. Just at this time, most of the zombies in the corridor had gone out, leaving only one zombie upstairs. So, the bald uncle suggested going to his house downstairs to get some things, as he still had some food that Wang Tao had sent. But he was afraid that the man with glasses would hurt Ding Yuqin, so he proposed to go with the man with glasses and let Ding Yuqin stay at home. When he heard that there was food, the man with glasses suddenly perked up and said it was no problem. Then he sneaked out with the bald uncle. But after the 2 went out, they didn't know what happened downstairs, which attracted a zombie, and the 2 ran back. When Ding Yuqin was opening the door, the man with glasses suddenly pulled Ding Yuqin out and opened the door. He wanted to drag everyone down with him again. At this time, he was already mentally unstable. Seeing that Ding Yuqin was about to be bitten by a zombie, the bald uncle desperately pushed the man with glasses away and pulled Ding Yuqin back, but he himself was bitten by a zombie. At the last moment, The bald uncle slammed the door of room 401 shut with force. During the struggle between the two men, the man with glasses also lost his key. The bald uncle resolutely dragged the zombie down the stairs. Ding Yuqin hurriedly hid in the bedroom and locked the door. Since the man with glasses didn't have the key, and he hadn't eaten before, so he didn't have much strength, so he couldn't open the bedroom door. The two of them have been in a stalemate from yesterday to today. But the man with glasses got some food from the bald uncle's house when he went down with the bald uncle. So as long as he recovered some strength, he could break open the bedroom door. At that time, Ding Yuqin was doomed to die. After all, Ding Yuqin's physique was not as good as the man with glasses, and she had not eaten for several days, so she had no way to resist. And when Ding Yuqin was most desperate, Wang Tao appeared before her like a god. After listening to Ding Yuqin's general explanation, Wang Tao looked at the man with glasses as if he was looking at a dead person. Then he said somewhat unhappy, "Sister-in-law, didn't I tell you to stay in the house and not come out? Why are you coming out?" I won't do that again." Ding Yuqin lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly into Wang Tao's eyes. Wang Tao seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, "Do you think I left you alone?" When he went to chase the airdrop, he was driving a car. If Ding Yuqin was in front of the window, she would have seen it. Most people would probably think that Wang Tao was leaving alone when they saw this. Ding Yuqin really wanted to say yes, but she didn't dare to. She was afraid that Wang Tao would be disgusted by her distrust of him. Only when she lost Wang Tao did she realize how much she needed him. During the days when Wang Tao was away, she truly experienced what the end of the world was like. Wang Tao looked at Ding Yuqin and saw that she didn't say anything, so he knew what was going on. "Stupid woman. Even if I really left, you wouldn't ask the bald uncle to open the lock of my room. You know I have food at home, but you trust a stranger? Really, Dash?" Wang Tao scolded with some annoyance. The death of the bald uncle made him feel a little uncomfortable. Although the two were strangers before, the other party taught him a full set of lock-picking techniques after all, and the other party had a good personality and was not one of those greedy people. Wang Tao had a good impression of him. As a result, such a person died just like that. "I'm sorry. Woo-woo." It was the first time that Wang Tao was so mean to Ding Yuqin, which frightened her instantly. She pinched the corner of her clothes and apologized with tears in her eyes. "Oh, okay. I don't blame you." Seeing Ding Yuqin's haggard and frightened appearance, Wang Tao couldn't bear to say anything more. After all, she only had 10 drops of blood left, and if he continued, he was really afraid that she would die. Wang Tao helped Ding Yuqin sit on the chair, then took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, peeled it, and handed it to her. Ding Yuqin swallowed her saliva, but was a little hesitant to answer. Wang Tao simply pushed aside Ding Yuqin's messy hair, and then roughly stuffed the dark chocolate into her mouth. "Eat." Well, after seeing that Ding Yuqin was still able to eat, Wang Tao turned his gaze to the man with glasses on the ground. The man with glasses only has 5 out of 100 of his blood left. He didn't have much blood to begin with, and after being beaten up by Wang Tao, he is now on the verge of death. Wang Tao strode over, grabbed the man with glasses by the collar, and picked him up from the ground. "Mercy." The man with glasses spoke with some trembling. Wang Tao didn't waste any time. He just grabbed his neck and exerted force suddenly. Click. 5-0/100. Well, the man with glasses' eyes bulged out, and his pupils slowly lost focus. Ding Yuqin, who was eating chocolate with her head down, trembled all over. Wang Tao looked back at her. "Sister-in-law, please stay here first. I'll be back soon. Don't run around anymore." "I'm good." Chapter 53 Weakness Potion. In this apocalyptic world where civilization has gradually been replaced by barbarism, the man with glasses killed the bald uncle and wanted to kill Ding Yuqin. His fate is already sealed. Wang Tao didn't want to know any details or psychological activities from him anymore. He just wanted the man with glasses to die. Wang Tao originally thought that he might feel uncomfortable and disgusted if he killed someone with his own hands. But perhaps because he had killed too many zombies, after he killed the man with glasses, he found that he didn't feel anything at all. It's even worse than zombies. After all, zombies are much more disgusting than the man with glasses. Wang Tao dragged the bespectacled man's body to 202, the bald man's home, and threw him out of the window. Boom! As the body of the man with glasses fell to the ground, the group of zombies outside immediately surrounded him. Wang Tao didn't look at the disgusting scene. He looked at what he had just killed the man with glasses and exploded. First of all, it is certain that killing people can also explode things. But killing people will not increase the upper limit of the blood bar, nor will there be a slight improvement in physical fitness. Obtain. Weakness potion, small, 2. Weakness potion. Small creatures contaminated with weakness potion will have all attributes reduced by 1% to 20%, depending on the dose, lasting 10 minutes, and the cooling time on the target is 12 minutes. Is it reasonable to kill an ordinary otaku and explode 2 bottles of weakness potion? This bottle of weakness potion is different from the previous potions. It is something that looks like a glass bottle, not an injection. Just think about it. Who would inject themselves with a weak medicine? Wang Tao feels that the correct way to use this thing is to throw it or administer medicine. I can't use it right now, but maybe I can use it someday. And the introduction says that any living creature that comes into contact with the weakening potion will be weakened. So zombies should also be considered living creatures, right? After putting the things back into the space backpack, Wang Tao came to the door of room 201 and listened to the roars of the zombies inside. He took a deep breath and then used the key to open the door. Boom. The moment he opened the door, Wang Tao kicked it. He kicked the bald uncle zombie away directly. Then he ran over quickly with a claw hammer and started hammering the bald uncle zombie wildly. Soon, only a trace of blood was left of the bald uncle zombie. Wang Tao looked at this familiar but hideous face and immediately sighed. Why? The bald uncle escaped the virus outbreak, the zombies, and the food crisis, but he ultimately could not escape his own kind. If he could have come back yesterday, maybe he could have been saved. But now it's too late. Boom. 5-4. A0/500. Obtain. Rope 1. Rope. Production materials. The health bar limit is increased by 5 points, reaching 69/385. Wang Tao searched the bald uncle's body for a while and found a blood-stained photo. It was the family portrait that he had shown to Wang Tao before. Looking at the bright, smiling faces of the family of 3 in the photo, Wang Tao carefully put the photo away. If I have the chance to meet your wife and children in the future, and I happen to be able to do so, I will help you take care of them. Anyway, the other party taught him the knowledge of unlocking, and he was infected this time because of protecting Ding Yuqin. If Wang Tao had the ability, he wouldn't mind helping the uncle's family, but thinking of the terrifying figure with 10,000 HP that he had seen in the outer ring before, Wang Tao felt that the uncle's family had little chance of survival. Wang Tao sat here for a while, smoked a cigarette, and then threw the body of the bald uncle zombie out. Then he took the oil drum in the house and went upstairs to the door of 401. Open the door. It's me. Click. Ding Yuqin was waiting behind the door. After hearing what Wang Tao said, she opened it without even looking through the peephole. Sister-in-law, next time before you open the door, you can take a look at who is outside. You don't have to open the door so quickly. Wang Tao was speechless. Ding Yuqin was not stupid before. Why did she suddenly become stupid after going out? Oh. Ding Yuqin lowered her head and did not explain, mainly because it was Wang Tao outside. If it was someone else, she would definitely not open the door so confidently. Let's go home. Wang Tao waved his hand and Ding Yuqin hurriedly followed. Looking at Wang Tao's bruised back, Ding Yuqin suddenly felt distressed. It was hard for her to imagine what Wang Tao had been through outside these days. Wang Tao watched Ding Yuqin follow him all the way to the 6th floor, and he didn't say anything. I'm going to take a shower. You can help yourself to some water and something to eat. After saying that, Wang Tao went to the bathroom. Ding Yuqin then realized that she did not go back to her own home, but followed Wang Tao to his home. She drank some water, did not take anything, and left directly. After taking a shower, Wang Tao was a little surprised to find that Ding Yuqin had left, but he didn't care too much. He planned to have a good rest today, make some Molotov cocktails, get rid of the zombies in the yard tomorrow, and then get the things back from the car. Now the gates of the community are locked, and the doors of each unit are closed. There are only about 20 zombies in the yard. These zombies will definitely not be able to withstand his Molotov cocktails. Not to mention that I now have superpowers. But forget it today. After all, he is still low on health. An hour later, Wang Tao, who was cooking, suddenly heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, Wang Tao was slightly surprised. Ding Yuqin had just returned home to take a shower and change clothes, and she also put on some light makeup. Her hair was tied up high, revealing her delicate ears and slender white neck. She was wearing a set of slim-fitting navy blue pajamas, which covered her chest tightly, but still couldn't hide her tall and straight breasts. The hem of the pajamas was above the knees, covering the roundness of her lower body, but it couldn't cover her long and slender legs in flesh-colored stockings. She was wearing a pair of brown stilettos, and the pajamas and high heels seemed to go well together. Wang Tao, I will help you cook and wash clothes. Ding Yuqin lifted the hair beside her ear and whispered with her head down. Okay. Since Ding Yuqin can come to cook, Wang Tao can take a rest for a while. After the two of them had a simple lunch at noon, Wang Tao went to make a Molotov cocktail. After all, gasoline is a flammable material, and Wang Tao was not confident in letting Ding Yuqin do it. When the sun went down, the 30 Molotov cocktails were finally made. In fact, as long as the materials are good, it is very fast to make a Molotov cocktail. But I don't know whether Ding Yuqin did it intentionally or unintentionally. She often appeared in front of Wang Tao, causing Wang Tao to be unable to concentrate on making it, so he wasted a lot of time. With the smell of gasoline on his body and feeling a little angry, Wang Tao went to take another shower. When she came out shirtless, Ding Yuqin was leaning on the sofa with her legs diagonally placed, gently kneading her long legs in stockings. She seemed a little hot, and her pajamas were slightly open at the chest, revealing her deep cleavage. Feeling Wang Tao's gaze, Ding Yuqin lowered her head with an unnatural look on her face. Wang Tao walked straight over. Sister-in-law isn't going home? Chapter 54. Magical Blood Replenishing Ability. Sister-in-law isn't going home? Wang Tao looked down at Ding Yuqin. I cooked a lot of food at noon, and he could just heat it up and eat it in the evening, so he no longer needed Ding Yuqin. I want to rest for a while. I'm a little tired. Ding Yuqin lowered her head, not daring to look Wang Tao in the eye. Where are you tired? Wang Tao took a step forward. My legs are sore. She had just been doing housework and cooking at Wang Tao's house. If she had known, she would not have worn high heels. It was too tiring. Sister-in-law, do you want my help? Wang Tao suddenly smiled and said, Ding Yuqin hummed in a voice that she could hardly hear herself. Wang Tao heard it. So, he just sat down next to Ding Yuqin casually. Sister-in-law, let me give you a massage. 614 words omitted below. I was blocked even for rubbing my feet. I give up. Suddenly, a pair of slender, white little hands grabbed Wang Tao's big hands. Wang Tao looked up and saw a pair of shy eyes filled with tears. Wang Tao, you won't abandon me in the future, right? I have never abandoned my sister-in-law. Wang Tao was puzzled. I just want you to tell me in person. Ding Yuqin doesn't want to experience that feeling of despair anymore. The only person she is useful to Wang Tao now may be herself. She wasn't willing to trade herself in, but she had no choice. And this is not a pure transaction. After these days of apocalyptic life, she still has a good impression of Wang Tao. Especially today, when she was at her most desperate. The scene where Wang Tao, covered in blood, rushed in front of her, she might never forget in her life. Okay, as long as you are obedient, sister-in-law, I, Wang Tao, will definitely not leave you alone. Wang Tao promised. Although this was just a very ordinary verbal guarantee, Ding Yuqin still cried with joy. She let go of Wang Tao's hand and took the initiative to hug Wang Tao tightly. Wang Tao, woo-woo, thank you. Feeling Xiang Yu's embrace, Wang Tao gently wiped her tears and then slowly kissed her. After a long time, when Ding Yuqin was a little out of breath, Wang Tao finally let him go. Licking his lips with some reluctance, Wang Tao said with a smile, Sister-in-law, have you really made up your mind? From now on, you are mine alone. Can you please stop calling me sister-in-law? Ding Yuqin buried her head in Wang Tao's chest with a complicated expression. Wang Tao chuckled. No, I'm going to shout. After an hour, Wang Tao walked out of the bedroom with an expression of disbelief on his face. I actually added 100 drops of blood. I don't feel that much pain anymore. An hour ago, his health bar was 69/385, and now it is 169/385. This is a bit magical. Is it his fault or Ding Yuqin's? Or was it a common reason between the two? Wang Tao didn't quite understand. It seems that what the experts said is right. Proper exercise is good for your health. I looked out the window and it was already dark. Wang Tao heated up the leftover food from lunch and cooked a bowl of porridge. After eating a few bites, he took the porridge to the bedroom. Ding Yuqin has fallen asleep. She has been in a weak and depressed state these days. Wang Tao forcibly woke Ding Yuqin up. Ding Yuqin was still a little confused, but after slowly seeing Wang Tao clearly, her pale little face suddenly turned red. Wang Tao pinched her cheek, then smiled and said, Sister-in-law, come and have dinner. You are too weak and need more nutrition. I am so tired. Ding Yuqin wrinkled her nose when she smelled the fragrance of the food, but she was indeed very sleepy and tired. It's okay. I'll feed you today. Wang Tao helped her up, then sat beside the bed and fed her porridge spoonful by spoonful. Ding Yuqin enjoyed Wang Tao's tenderness, and her eyes suddenly turned red. After feeding Ding Yuqin and watching her fall asleep again, Wang Tao quietly walked out of the bedroom. Now that the health bar has recovered a little, it is time to continue daily exercise. Wang Tao is very good in self-discipline. Wang Tao kept exercising until late at night. Feeling that his body seemed to be stronger, he took a shower with satisfaction and went to rest. Early morning. Ding Yuqin opened her eyes and felt very complicated when she saw the burly figure lying next to her. She is a very loyal woman. She has only had one relationship since she was a child, and the other person is her husband Zhao Yuan. If she had a choice, she would definitely not want to betray her husband, even though Zhao Yuan was very likely dead. But she has no ability to survive in the apocalypse. If she doesn't choose to rely on a man, she will either die or live a life worse than death. So, she had no choice. She felt gratitude, admiration, and trust towards Wang Tao, but not love. She thought she didn't have that yet. Woke up? Wang Tao's voice suddenly came. Ding Yuqin buried her head in Wang Tao's arms somewhat unnaturally and hummed. Today, I'm going to get rid of all the zombies in the yard, but before that, I want to see if I can replenish my blood again. Chapter 55. Testing the Molotov cocktail again. Wang Tao was a little disappointed that he didn't get any blood replenishment this time. I don't know if this blood replenishment is a one-time or periodic effect. After muttering to himself, Wang Tao looked at Ding Yuqin, who was lying on the bed like a dead fish, and patted her buttocks. Sister-in-law, it's time to get up and cook. Ding Yuqin blushed and gave Wang Tao a look, then said softly, I want to take a shower first. It just so happens that I want to do that too. Let's go together. Wang Tao grinned. After taking a simple shower, Wang Tao started his morning exercise at home with his bare chest. Wang Tao likes exercising very much because he can clearly feel that his daily exercise will improve his strength. Although the improvement was not significant, he felt very happy that his efforts were rewarded. Wang Tao, it's time to eat. After making breakfast, Ding Yuqin habitually prepared Wang Tao's bowl and chopsticks first, but she herself did not take anything and stood by waiting for Wang Tao to take a seat. Sister-in-law, don't you want to eat? After Wang Tao sat down, he glanced at Ding Yuqin and said, Oh. Only then did Ding Yuqin happily go to get the bowl and chopsticks. From now on, her 3 meals a day should be guaranteed. Sister-in-law, eat more. You've lost weight. Well, thanks. Ding Yuqin had been severely frightened these days and hadn't eaten anything. Although she replenished some energy yesterday, her health bar was still only over 30. Since Ding Yuqin chose to follow Wang Tao would definitely not be stingy and would at least fill up her health bar. The two of them didn't say anything else and ate quietly. However, Ding Yuqin would steal a glance at Wang Tao from time to time. Wang Tao could naturally feel her gaze, but he didn't care. I'm done eating. I'll go downstairs later. Sister-in-law, please stay at home and don't run around. Wang Tao, you want to go? When Ding Yuqin heard Wang Tao say he was leaving, he was subconsciously afraid. Clean up the zombies in the courtyard of the community. It's not a problem to have so many zombies outside. Wang Tao explained. The gate of the community was locked, and the doors of the other units downstairs were also locked. There were only these zombies in the yard. He must clean them up, and there was no way he could get the things in the car over with the zombies around. There are so many zombies. Then you have to be careful. Ding Yuqin quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks and grabbed Wang Tao's hand. She said nervously. There were at least 20 zombies in the courtyard of the community. It was difficult for him to imagine how Wang Tao would clean them up. However, she did not doubt Wang Tao, but was just worried. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. Wang Tao patted Ding Yuqin's hand, and then went to put on his equipment. Ding Yuqin hurried to help. The clothes he had before were lost, and the books were damaged, but Wang Tao still had plenty of these things. He found a new set of clothes and a brand new book, and then wrapped them up with tape. Ding Yuqin found other equipment for Wang Tao. When she was helping Wang Tao put on his clothes, she looked at the traces of battle on his body and subconsciously stroked the scabby wounds. She said with some heartache, What's wrong with these wounds? Do they hurt? Wang Tao smiled indifferently. I got hurt on the road yesterday, but it's just a minor injury. It doesn't hurt. It was still very painful yesterday. But since I replenished my blood from Ding Yuqin at night, my injuries have improved a lot, so it naturally doesn't hurt much now. When you come back, I will help you treat your wound, Ding Yuqin said while biting her lower lip. When she heard that the injury was sustained when she came back yesterday, Ding Yuqin was even more moved. After all, this was also the injury that Wang Tao suffered for her. Wang Tao nodded. After everything was ready, Wang Tao went out with a box of Molotov cocktails. There were so many zombies in the community, it was impossible for him to fight a group of them alone. It was not a question of whether he could win, but the risk was too great, and the benefits were not worth the risk. Wang Tao already had some idea of the power of these Molotov cocktails. When he attacked the terrorist zombies, each hammer only caused 50 to 60 damage, but a Molotov cocktail could burn more than 50 in 1 second. Although I don't know how much damage it can do to these ordinary zombies, even if there are only more than 50, it will be enough. After all, this is a continuous area attack. With this powerful weapon, there is no need for him to take risks. Wang Tao came to 201 with a Molotov cocktail and opened the window. The body of the man with glasses that he had thrown down yesterday was now just a skeleton, and there were still a few zombies gnawing on the bones. However, the teeth of these zombies don't seem to have evolved much, and they still can't chew some large bones. Wang Tao knocked on the window, which immediately attracted the attention of some zombies. He stood by the window, knocking on it from time to time. Soon, zombies gathered under the window. Hee hee. Roar. Looking at these zombies who were anxious but unable to climb the wall, Wang Tao grinned. He lit a Molotov cocktail and threw it at the zombies. Snap. Boom. After the Molotov cocktail hit the ground among the zombies and shattered, a large flame suddenly appeared, and Wang Tao could clearly feel a heat wave. He looked carefully and saw numbers starting to float above the heads of the zombies in the sea of fire. 6-4, 6-3, 6-1. Are the damage done by Molotov cocktails to ordinary zombies only slightly higher than that done by terrorists? Wang Tao was a little surprised. After all, his Molotov cocktails were filled with additives. But it's not a big problem. This Molotov cocktail can burn for a while, and these zombies will definitely be burned to death. The roars of these zombies attracted other zombies, but after seeing the flames, the other zombies were unwilling to come over and just roared and watched from a distance. Wang Tao was not in a hurry. He still had a lot of Molotov cocktails in his hand, which were enough to kill these zombies. The damage is getting lower and lower? Wang Tao discovered that after the zombies' blood volume decreased, the blood volume caused by burning also decreased. Soon, 3 zombies fell to the ground, with a trace of blood left, but they were not dead. But the flames were still burning. Although the gasoline in the Molotov cocktail had burned out, the zombies' bodies were flammable and could continue to burn. It just didn't smell good. Wang Tao waited silently for a while, and 3 zombies were burned to death. There was still one zombie that was alive, because the flames had only burned its arms before, and now spread to its body. However, the 3 dead zombies did not drop any packages, nor did they increase Wang Tao's health limit. Damn, this doesn't count as my killing? All the people I killed with guns before counted, so why doesn't this count as burning to death? Wang Tao was a little puzzled and decided to do more experiments to see what was going on. However, if burning the zombies to death does not count as killing them, then he will have to change his combat methods. I have to go down, burn them to a pulp first, then finish them off. Otherwise, it would be such a waste to kill these zombies. Chapter 56. Cleaning the community. The fire downstairs in 201 had not yet been extinguished and the zombies were unwilling to come over. So Wang Tao had to go to room 202, open the window, and attract the zombies. When the zombies came over, he did the same thing and hit 4 zombies with the Molotov cocktail again. After waiting for them to have only a little blood left, Wang Tao jumped out of the window with his weapon. There were still a dozen zombies in the yard. For safety reasons, he did not go through the main door on the first floor, but jumped down directly. Boom! The second floor window was only about 4 meters away from the ground, and Wang Tao landed easily. However, while landing, Wang Tao silently used the shock wave. A visible ripple emanated from under his feet and spread out in all directions like a ripple. 22, 21, 8, 1, 2. The 4 zombies with low health were instantly bounced up by the shock wave and fell to the ground. When they bounced up, they were all dead. For translucent packages appeared instantly. Haha, this shock wave seems to be quite good for finishing off enemies. It was the first time that Wang Tao used shock waves against the enemy, and he was slightly excited. He took a rough look and found that the range of these impact waves was about 3 meters in diameter, which was half of the 6-meter diameter of the terrorist shock wave. However, Wang Tao was also content, because since he could repeatedly fuse the same type of crystal cores, his superpowers would definitely be growth-oriented. After collecting more crystal cores, his superpowers would become stronger and stronger. After Wang Tao jumped off the building, he instantly attracted the attention of all the zombies, and they walked towards Wang Tao with twisted bodies. But Wang Tao did not hesitate to fight. He quickly stepped through the window and climbed up to the second floor. Then he lit the Molotov cocktail and threw it out. Snap! Boom! After 3 Molotov cocktails were thrown in succession, the downstairs was already a sea of fire. Wang Tao ran to 201 again, waited for a while, and then jumped down from here. With a bang, it landed easily. Looking at the zombies dancing in the sea of fire, Wang Tao chuckled. He endured the heat and strode over, picked up the claw hammer, and hammered at a zombie with a burning head. Phew. 4-5. A0/500. The zombie only had a little blood left, so it was easy to finish him off. At the same time, a circle of shock waves visible to the naked eye emanated from the claw hammer. 4-2. A0/500. This time it only affected one zombie, but it was also killed instantly. Soon, all the zombies with remaining blood in the sea of fire were killed by Wang Tao. Wang Tao discovered a correct way to use the shock wave, that is, when he wanted to finish the damage, he did not need to enter the sea of fire, but directly hit the ground or zombies outside the fire, and the shock wave could kill the zombies in the sea of fire. This is very convenient. However, the cost of this ability is also a bit high. The shock wave within a 3-meter range is currently his greatest power, and each use consumes 20 mana points. He can use it 5 times at most. Wang Tao used it 3 times to eliminate all the zombies in the sea of fire. There were 2 intact zombies left outside the sea of fire. Exactly. Then you two come and try your powers. Wang Tao quickly rushed over and gave one of the zombies a hard blow on the head. 343. 285. The zombie hit by his hammer lost 343 points of health, and the zombie nearby that was affected by the shockwave lost 285 points of health. At the same time, the 2 zombies were knocked to the ground by the impact. Wang Tao was very satisfied with the result, and he struck the zombie with more blood remaining with another hammer. Phew. 157. A0/500. Shockwave. 115. A0/500. 2 hammers kill instantly. The power of the shockwave should be related to the power of my attack, but the maximum mana consumption is only 20 points, so this power should also have an upper limit, unless I can consume more mana. Thinking in his mind, Wang Tao casually collected the spoils dropped by the 2 zombies. All solved. He took a look and saw that there were a total of 22 zombies in the community yard. Except for the first 3 zombies that Wang Tao did not kill, he killed the remaining 19 zombies. He now has a total of 19 pieces of loot and a health limit of 95. Wang Tao took a look at his attributes. HP, 264/480. Mana, 0 out of 100. His health exceeded 400, and he felt that his body had become slightly stronger, and he was full of strength. This is also the reason why he was able to deal more than 300 damage when he killed the 2 zombies in the end. However, the depletion of mana made Wang Tao feel very tired. Wang Tao was not used to the feeling of being physically energetic but mentally exhausted. It seems that I have to save more mana in the future. I can't use it all at once unless it is necessary. Wang Tao endured the disgusting smell and used a hammer to drag all the still burning zombies to the open space in the middle of the community. He was afraid that the corpses would set the building on fire, which would be disastrous. Fire safety is everyone's responsibility. Then he walked around the community. This old community only had 4 buildings and was very small. After making sure there were no zombies in the yard, Wang Tao drove the pickup truck in front of the community gate. Wang Tao could faintly feel the roars of some zombies in other buildings. There are still a lot of zombies in the remaining 3 buildings. It looks like there are no other survivors. Maybe we should find some time to clean them all up. Wang Tao's health bar is only 20 points away from breaking 500. He is very motivated when it comes to killing zombies. After parking the car in front of Building 4, Wang Tao went to call Ding Yuqin down. Ding Yuqin saw Wang Tao's look of surprise. She had been watching from upstairs, so she naturally saw the shock wave created by Wang Tao. Wang Tao, you. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask Wang Tao, but she didn't know whether she should ask because it might be Wang Tao's secret. Superpower, shock wave. Wang Tao knew what she was thinking and replied directly. Superpowers. Although she had already guessed it, Ding Yuqin was still shocked when Wang Tao admitted it himself. After all, these are things from TV, but they actually appeared in reality. Wang Tao looked at Ding Yuqin's surprised expression and raised his eyebrows. Since sister-in-law is following me, I will try to get you a superpower to play with in the future. Ah, I can do that too? No, I can't. Ding Yuqin was subconsciously a little excited at first, but quickly waved her hands. Even if she had the ability to send shockwaves, she wouldn't dare to kill zombies. With her small body, she is not even big enough to fill the zombies' teeth. Wang Tao didn't say anything more when he saw this. There must be more than just shockwaves, and there might be one that is suitable for Ding Yuqin. Wang Tao and Ding Yuqin spent some time and finally moved all these things upstairs. Seeing so much food, Ding Yuqin felt it was a little unreal. Especially there was an airdrop from the government, which made her a little excited. Is there still a possibility of getting rescue? But when Wang Tao showed Ding Yuqin the letter in the airdrop, she knew that rescue was impossible. However, she was not too disappointed. After all her hopes now lay on Wang Tao. Chapter 57. You're sorry. In addition to giving Wang Tao a health limit of 95, the 19 zombies also gave him 19 packages. While Ding Yuqin was sorting the supplies, Wang Tao was checking his spoils. Naturally, some of the crafting materials that I had seen before were dropped, and there were also a few new crafting materials. Gauze 1, Cable 1, Battery 1, Electronic Component 1. It is not known what these materials are used for yet, but they can be used individually. For example, gauze can be used to stop bleeding, and batteries can be used to discharge electricity. But he will definitely not use it for the time being. After all, these things can be placed in the space backpack, saving time and effort. If it is really necessary, then consider the contents of the space backpack. In addition to these production materials, there is another thing that has not appeared before. Security Uniform 1. Security Clothing. Durability +1. Tear Resistance +1. Wang Tao was a little surprised by this security uniform. Can even clothes explode? And it still has attributes. If he remembered correctly, this black security uniform was the same style as that of the community security guards. But the security guard in their community is an old man, wearing a baggy security uniform. He doesn't seem to be protecting others, but rather letting others protect him. With a thought, this security uniform appeared in Wang Tao's hand. The outfit includes a hat, top, trousers, and a pair of black high-top combat boots. It is designed after combat police uniforms. Wang Tao compared it and found that it was about the same size as him. Wang Tao doesn't care whether the security is good or not. What he cares about is the quality. Don't say it, it's different with attributes. He could tear up ordinary clothes directly, but he couldn't tear up this security uniform at once. This should be due to the properties of the clothes. The durability is okay, mainly because it is very tear-resistant. Wang Tao tried it on directly. This outfit fits perfectly and is quite sporty. Anyway, if you ignore the badge on the shoulder, it looks like a police combat uniform. Great. I'll wear you when I go out from now on. Afternoon. Wang Tao brought the diesel generator to the roof, poured fuel into it, and started it. Boom boom. The noise from the diesel generator was quite loud, but it was on the roof of the 6th floor, and Wang Tao had put some things around it to soundproof it, so it didn't attract the attention of the zombies on the street. The diesel generator cannot be used all the time. He only needs to fully charge the outdoor power supply. So this noise is not a problem. Anyway, he will definitely turn it off at night. I can take a hot bath at night? It's April now, and the weather is still a bit cold. It would be very comfortable to take a hot bath. Wang Tao, I'm going back first. After dinner, Ding Yuqin suddenly said, What are you going to do? It's time to rest soon. Do you still want to go back and stay alone in the empty room? Wang Tao spoke with some surprise. I'll go home and get a change of clothes. Ding Yuqin blushed and rolled her eyes at Wang Tao. Oh wait, clothes? I'm with you. I don't know what Wang Tao thought of, but his eyes lit up. The two of them came to 502 again. Somehow, when Ding Yuqin took Wang Tao back to her home this time, she felt inexplicably nervous. Wang Tao had clearly been here last time. I'll go get some clothes. You? Wait a moment. Having said that, Ding Yuqin went to the master bedroom alone. Wang Tao didn't rush to follow, but looked at the wedding photo hanging on the wall. I thought my sister-in-law's figure was photoshopped, but it turns out that it's completely real. Wang Tao looked at Zhao Yuan next to Ding Yuqin in the photo again, and muttered silently in his heart, Brother Zhao, don't worry. Since I promised you to take care of my sister-in-law, I will definitely do what I said. When Ding Yuqin hurried out with a few sets of clothes, she saw Wang Tao looking at her wedding photos. She suddenly felt inexplicably panicked, as if she was doing something bad behind her husband's back. Wang Tao, don't look at it. Ding Yuqin quickly came in front of Wang Tao and stretched out her hand to block his view. What? Sister-in-law is still shy? I felt that you were quite proactive yesterday. Wang Tao said with a smile. But after she said this, Ding Yuqin's little face turned red and white, and tears welled up in her eyes instantly. Hey, sister-in-law, I'm just joking with you. Wang Tao then remembered that Ding Yuqin and Zhao Yuan had a good relationship, and it was indeed inappropriate to make such a joke at this time and place. Ding Yuqin bit her lip and looked at Wang Tao with complicated feelings, but in the end she said nothing. She just squatted on the ground with her hands covering her face, sobbing softly. Women are indeed troublesome. But soon, Ding Yuqin stood up again, wiped her tears, turned her head away, and whispered to Wang Tao, "The clothes have been taken. Let's go back." Wang Tao frowned immediately. Is sister-in-law angry with me? No. Wang Tao suddenly reached out, pulled Ding Yuqin and held her in his arms. Ding Yuqin subconsciously wanted to resist, but she was obviously unable to resist. And you said you're not angry? Wang Tao pinched Ding Yuqin's face, and seeing that she still didn't react, he reached his hand down. Wang Tao, I beg you, can we go to your house? Ding Yuqin pleaded to Wang Tao with tears in her eyes. Sister-in-law, do you feel that you have let Brother Zhao down? Wang Tao stopped and asked. Ding Yuqin did not answer, but the tears in her eyes grew more and more. Sister-in-law, please get my cell phone. It's in my room. Wang Tao suddenly let go of his hand. Ding Yuqin quickly broke free from Wang Tao's arms, and soon she came over with Wang Tao's cell phone. After handing the phone to Wang Tao, Ding Yuqin immediately took a few steps back and stayed away from Wang Tao. Sister-in-law, why are you so far away? Come and sit next to me. Wang Tao patted the sofa beside him, but Ding Yuqin remained unmoved. This made Wang Tao frown. Sister-in-law, have you forgotten what we agreed on? You have to listen to me. Ding Yuqin walked reluctantly to Wang Tao and sat down. Wang Tao reached out and held her in his arms. Ding Yuqin did not struggle, but just cried and said, Wang Tao, I beg you. Please don't abuse me. Please forgive me. I will do whatever you want me to do in your house, but not here. Wang Tao ignored her, opened his phone and looked through the chat history, then handed it to Ding Yuqin. Look by yourself. Ding Yuqin looked over subconsciously. The subject of this chat record is her husband Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan said a lot of words, asking Wang Tao to take care of Ding Yuqin. Wang Tao finally replied, Brother Zhao, I'm here. Don't worry, I will try my best to take good care of my sister-in-law. The time of this reply was not the one Wang Tao replied to later, but the days when the doomsday was approaching. After reading these records, Ding Yuqin looked a little confused. Wang Tao took the opportunity to say, Sister-in-law, do you think I take care of you for your health? Am I that kind of superficial person? I am doing this for my promise. Since I promised Brother Zhao, I will naturally do what I say. Besides, Brother Zhao has entrusted you to me. Don't you know what this means? I don't need to explain it to you, right? So, you didn't let Brother Zhao down. This is something you both agreed to. On the contrary, you let me down. I gave you food and protected you. I even gave up the chance to go to the survivor base because you were at home. I did so much for you, sister-in-law, but you gave me a cold shoulder? Tell me, do you feel sorry for me? Chapter 58, Unexpected Contact. I'm sorry, Wang Tao, I'm sorry. Listening to Wang Tao's words, Ding Yuqin apologized in a panic. Although there seemed to be something wrong in Wang Tao's words, she no longer had the heart to think about it. Because what Wang Tao said was true, Wang Tao really did a lot for her. Wang Tao clearly had the opportunity to leave, but he still came back and saved her. This is an indisputable fact. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm a bad woman with no conscience. I'm sorry. Ding Yuqin's tears burst out like a dam breaking. Wang Tao sneered and said, Sister-in-law, what do you think you should do? I will definitely listen to you and do whatever you tell me to do. Ding Yuqin said quickly. Real? Okay, then go change into this dress. Wang Tao pointed to the white wedding dress hanging under the wedding photo. Sister-in-law, what's with that look in your eyes? Didn't you say you would listen to me? Ding Yuqin bit her lower lip and finally sighed. Wang Tao, I will listen to you and put on the wedding dress, but please don't treat me badly. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will just admire you from a distance and won't even touch you. You agreed not to touch me. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll just touch the material of the wedding dress. I've never touched it before in my life. You agreed to only touch the wedding dress? Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll just give you a massage and I won't do anything to you. I'll just… After an hour. It's all your fault, woo-woo. Ding Yuqin, with her wedding dress in a messy state, lay in Wang Tao's arms and cried. Wang Tao glanced at the wedding photo on the wall, then reached out and gently brushed away the strands of hair on Ding Yuqin's forehead that were stuck together by sweat. I'm sorry, I accidentally stained your wedding dress. I can wash it for you. You are shameless, a hooligan, a bad person, I'm very angry. Call me husband, or today will be over. Shout or not. Husband. Sister-in-law is so good. Sister-in-law, there must be a lot of water stored at home. Let's go clean it up. We'll rest here tonight. The next day. Wang Tao got up very early. Seeing Ding Yuqin still sleeping beside him, Wang Tao patted her directly. Sister-in-law, the sun is shining on your butt. Ding Yuqin woke up in a daze, looked at the clock on the wall, and it was only 6 o'clock, and suddenly stared at Wang Tao with a look of resentment. Ahem, it's mainly because the bed at my sister-in-law's house is too soft and I'm not used to it. Wang Tao spoke in a somewhat unsatisfied tone. Deserve it. So I think I need to sleep more often. After all, it's the end of the world, and I have to change my bad habit of choosing a bed. I don't want to care about you anymore. Now that she was awake, Ding Yuqin quickly got up and went to cook. She was afraid that Wang Tao would cause trouble again. Wang Tao did not stop him, but looked at his health bar with a surprised look on his face. The blood is back again. His current blood volume is 360 over 480. So this should mean that the cool-down period for this movement to restore blood is 1 day? Being able to replenish 100 HP each time is already pretty impressive. After all, if you don't rely on this to replenish HP, it will be very slow to recover over time. I just don't know whether this ability to replenish blood is Wang Tao's ability or Ding Yuqin's ability. It's really hard to say. After all, after the end of the world, he has the ability to see the health bars of creatures and get treasures from killing monsters. Maybe Ding Yuqin also has some abilities. But there is no way to prove this unless you try it on other women, cough. After getting up, Wang Tao accidentally found a skull mask in Ding Yuqin's house, and he went upstairs with the things. Sister-in-law, did you make this specially for me? When Ding Yuqin saw what he was holding, her face immediately turned red. Thank you, sister-in-law. I like it very much. Wang Tao, look at how well I pose. On the rooftop, Ding Yuqin looked at the neatly arranged leeks she had arranged and shouted to Wang Tao as if to take credit. Wang Tao, who was observing the zombies through a telescope, turned around and saw Ding Yuqin, who was wearing a black silk OL outfit, sticking out her hips and fiddling with leeks, and nodded immediately. Nice. Hey, how neat. Ding Yuqin was delighted as she looked at the green leeks in front of her. In addition to leeks, there are many green plants placed around. All the green plants in this building have been collected by her. It's a pity that it's not raining, Ding Yuqin muttered as she watered the leeks and green plants. It rained heavily just before the doomsday, and then it was sunny all the time. If there hadn't been some water stored in the building, it would have been insufficient. But there is not much water left. After all, it has been more than 10 days since the water was cut off, and a lot of it has gone bad. I can only use it to wash clothes, take a bath, water plants, etc. As for drinking water, it was all large barrels of purified water provided by Wang Tao. Hearing Ding Yuqin's muttering, Wang Tao also looked up at the sky. The sky is clear and cloudless. But he was not thinking about the rain, but about when there would be another airdrop. As for the water problem, in addition to the purified water dropped by killing zombies, you can also solve it by digging wells. But he doesn't have the tools to dig a well now. If he can find a long steel pipe, he can try to dig a water-pressurized well with a diameter of several centimeters. His family used to live in the countryside, and at that time, every household used a pressurized well. He also knew how to do it, but it required some tools and strength. Sister-in-law, let's go. Wang Tao came over and patted Ding Yuqin's butt. Ah. Ding Yuqin rolled her eyes at Wang Tao, then followed him and said, Wang Tao, what are we going to eat for lunch? A few days ago, she had never thought that she could be picky about food in the end times. This was all brought to her by Wang Tao. You can do it yourself, never mind. Let's eat those cooking bags today to change the taste. After the trip, the supplies at home were more abundant and I was able to choose more. Good. At noon, Ding Yuqin was cooking in the kitchen while Wang Tao was fiddling with the radio and walkie-talkie. Ever since he contacted other survivors through the walkie-talkie at the water plant last time, Wang Tao liked to tinker with this thing whenever he had free time. Zizi, is there anyone who can receive this? Zizi, When Wang Tao heard the voice on the intercom, his eyes lit up and he hurried to the window, but the signal was still not very good. Sister-in-law, I'm going to the rooftop. Call me when the meal is ready. Okay. Wang Tao ran to the roof with the walkie-talkie. Is there anyone who can receive? Sizzle? The rooftop is open and the terrain is high, with no obstructions, so I felt the signal was much better as soon as I got up there. Wang Tao pressed the transmit button on the walkie-talkie. Who are you? Where are you? Repeat. Who are you? Where are you? Ah. Someone finally received it. My name is Oing-ing. We are trapped. Please save us. Oing-ing? This name sounds a bit familiar. Chapter 59, Survivor's Situation. Wang Tao remembered that Oing-ing was one of the survivors trapped in the water plant. I still have the masterpiece of her and the married man in my mobile phone. I accidentally contacted them. After thinking for a while, Wang Tao said, "How many of you are there in total? What is the situation?" 3 people. There are 3 of us, and one of us is a policeman. But we are trapped in a milk tea shop, and there are zombies outside. Woo-woo. The other person cried softly and spoke. What's the name of the milk tea shop? Are you injured? Let the policeman speak. Wang Tao was still quite curious about their current situation, so he asked a few more questions. Sime Milk Tea Shop. We are at Sime Milk Tea Shop on Rueitsai Commercial Street. I am not injured, Wei Guang. Oh, it was my companion who was injured, but not bitten. He was sleeping. As for Officer Han, she is trapped in a $2 store not far away. I don't know how she is doing, brother. Please save us. Wang Tao frowned. The female police officer wasn't with them? Then they are likely to be in trouble. This couple is quite vicious, but in the end times, strength and courage are more important. They have no strength and are cowards. Without anyone to protect them, it is estimated that it will be difficult for them to survive. As for this Sime Milk Tea Shop, although Wang Tao had never heard of it, he knew Rueitsai Commercial Street, which was not far from Shuai's University. In other words, this group of people were almost at the Mizusawa University survivor base, but got stuck before arriving. I don't know whether to say it was good luck or bad luck. How did you get trapped? What dangers are there outside? Wang Tao continued to ask. We encountered a very scary zombie before, and Officer Han fired a gun to save us. Although she seemed to have killed the zombie, the gunshot attracted another large group of zombies, and we were forced to separate. Wei Guang was injured when he was escaping. A very scary zombie? It should be a special zombie. If you use a gun in the streets, you can't imagine the consequences. The female police officer must have known the consequences, but she still fired the shot in order to save people. It has to be said that although Wang Tao himself would not become such a person, he still admires such people very much. Wang Tao thought for a moment and then asked, Is there no food in your milk tea shop? Yes, but there are too many zombies outside, and they are still knocking on the door. I am so scared. Please send someone to rescue us. Send someone? Wang Tao was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. This Oingying obviously misunderstood something. Could it be that she thought she was from the Mizusawa base? Wang Tao didn't explain either. He asked a lot of questions. Oingying seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and told Wang Tao everything that had happened to her along the way. Of course, she didn't go into detail about what happened inside the water plant. After hearing these words, Wang Tao roughly understood their situation. After the 3 of them escaped from the water plant, they were lucky enough not to encounter a large number of zombies. In addition, Han Rue was very familiar with the roads here, so they had a safe journey before entering Rueitsai Commercial Street. Oingying said that Han Rue didn't want to enter Rueitsai Commercial Street at that time. Although it was possible to take a shortcut from here, there would definitely be a lot of zombies in the commercial street. But after observing for a while, the 3 of them found that there were no zombies in the commercial street. Instead, it was very empty. Sun Weiguang felt that the opportunity should not be missed. They had seen zombies roaming around in the water plant before, so maybe the zombies on the street would leave. So, Oingying also agreed with Sun Weiguang. The minority obeyed the majority, and the 3 of them entered the commercial street. In fact, they could have passed the commercial street safely, but after Sun Weiguang saw the milk tea shop, he insisted on going in to get 2 cups of milk tea for the 2 women. The door of the milk tea shop was open at that time, and Han Rue could see that there was no danger inside. Han Rue agreed, and there happened to be a zombie in front of her, so Han Rue planned to sneak over and kill it. Sun Weiguang and Oingying went to the milk tea shop together. As a result, Sun Weiguang made a noise in the milk tea shop, which suddenly attracted a terrifying zombie. Seeing that the 2 were in danger, Han Rue in the distance decisively fired a shot, directly hitting the zombie. The zombie instantly changed its target and ran towards Han Rue. Oingying saw the zombie follow Han Rue into a craft shop, followed by several gunshots, and the zombie fell to the ground. Han Rue was safe for the time being, but the gunshots attracted a large number of zombies. Oingying and Sun Weiguang hid in the milk tea shop in a panic. Under Han Rue's command, they quickly pulled down the rolling door. This happened yesterday. The current situation is that there are zombies everywhere outside. Han Rue has separated from them, and neither side knows the other's situation. As for the problem with the walkie-talkie, it was because Han Rue had picked up a small hand-crank generator before, and she asked Sun Weiguang to use it to charge the walkie-talkie. So the intercom is in the hands of Oingying and the other person. After learning this information, Wang Tao said directly, "Just wait for rescue. Hang in there." Then, without giving the other party a chance to speak, He turned off the intercom. Wang Tao, it's time to eat. At this time, Ding Yuqin came upstairs to call Wang Tao for dinner. Coming. Wang Tao patted his butt and went downstairs. At the dining table, Ding Yuqin helped Wang Tao serve the food, and she took her seat only after Wang Tao sat down. Then she asked curiously, Wang Tao, who did you contact just now? A group of survivors. I've seen them before. Wang Tao gave a brief explanation and told the story of how the couple had intentionally harmed people. They actually used their teammates' lives to exchange for their own chance to escape. They are too cruel. Ding Yuqin felt a little scared. She thought that if she were in that kind of environment, she might not survive a day. But the more this happened, the more grateful she was to Wang Tao. If it weren't for Wang Tao, she would have died long ago. It's the end of the world. What's the point of being cruel? If I were forced into a desperate situation, I might do the same. Sister-in-law, you better be careful. Wang Tao smiled and shook his head. Although he was joking, human nature could not stand the test, and he could not guarantee whether he would do so. You certainly won't. Ding Yuqin rolled her eyes at Wang Tao. Seeing that the rice in Wang Tao's bowl was almost gone, she quickly stood up and served Wang Tao more rice. Wang Tao suddenly said, I'm going to Building 3 this afternoon, sister-in-law. Please don't run around at home. What are you going to do? Ding Yuqin asked quickly. See if you can kill the zombies in Building 3. Hearing this, Ding Yuqin immediately grabbed Wang Tao's hand with some concern. Can you not go? It's too dangerous. Anyway, those zombies in the building won't affect us? Wang Tao held her small, white hand in his backhand. You have to kill zombies, because killing zombies will make you stronger. I'll get you 2 disabled zombies to try, and you'll know. I can't. Ding Yuqin waved her hands quickly. Wang Tao glanced at him. Sister-in-law, you're not listening again? I told you to do it, and you'll do it. The tone brooks no rejection. Ding Yuqin lowered her head and ate the white rice in the bowl with a wronged look. Oh. Chapter 60. Cleaned up. 800 HP. Call. Wang Tao took back the claw hammer and grinned as he felt the surging power in his hand. There were only 4 ordinary zombies in the corridor of Building 3, and they were killed without much effort. After killing these 4 zombies, his health points officially exceeded 500. Every time he gains 100 blood points, his physical fitness will be slightly improved. Now with 500 blood points, he feels full of strength. Why not just clean up this building today? The improvement in strength also made Wang Tao a little more inflated. However, the reason why he dared to take such a risk was not only because of his improved strength, but also because of Ding Yuqin. Ding Yuqin could replenish his blood, which greatly improved his tolerance rate. Plus, he also has a lot of military medical kits and inhibitors. These are the key to boosting his confidence. So, Wang Tao spent a whole afternoon clearing out all the zombies in the 12 rooms in the 3 buildings. In fact, there were not as many zombies as Wang Tao imagined. Only 8 out of 12 households had zombies, a total of 10 zombies. Together with the previous 4, there were 14 zombies in this building. However, among these 14 zombies, there were 2 hiders, who dropped 1 bottle of hide potion, small, and 1 bottle of hide potion, medium, respectively. The latter is simply a magic weapon for going out. It's just that the little concealment potion that can conceal human perception, Wang Tao doesn't know what it is used for yet. Maybe he can use it in the future. These 14 zombies brought Wang Tao's health limit to 95 points, and his total health almost broke through 600. But it was about to get dark, and Wang Tao was not prepared to take any more risks. The important thing was to get all the important supplies in the houses back home before dark. It took some time, and I finally got all the food home before it got completely dark. Although Ding Yuqin already knew the results of the battle, she was still amazed when she saw so many things in person. Why didn't she realize that Wang Tao was so capable before? I'm going to take a bath, sister-in-law. You clean up? Good. In the past 2 days, Ding Yuqin was in a very relaxed mood. In addition, Wang Tao fed her well every day and gave her some vitamins and other supplements. So today, Ding Yuqin's health bar was finally full, and she was no longer as sickly as before. She was able to do some heavy work, and Wang Tao became more comfortable in commanding. After packing up and having dinner together, Wang Tao patted Ding Yuqin on the buttocks. Let's go, sister-in-law. Where are you going? Go to your house and rest. Ding Yuqin's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head and followed behind Wang Tao. To be honest, although she has always been against Wang Tao staying overnight at her house, the feeling of immorality every time made her almost unable to stop. I am such a bad woman. Ding Yuqin looked ashamed and angry. The next day, Wang Tao continued to clean up the zombies. There are only 4 buildings in Xingfu community. Building 4 is where he lives, and it has been cleaned out a long time ago. Building 3 was cleaned out yesterday, and now only buildings 1 and 2 are left. It took 1 day to complete building 2. There are more zombies in building 2 than in building 3, a total of 22. However, most of them are old men and women zombies, and their strength is not as good as those young and middle-aged zombies. After all the zombies in this building were dealt with, Wang Tao's health directly reached 710/710, from over 500 HP to over 700 HP. His physical fitness increased slightly twice in a row. This feeling of pleasure almost made him unable to stop. There's only 1 building left. Don't worry. Take a good rest and come back tomorrow. Wang Tao still had a lot of physical strength, but he had consumed a lot of energy and was a little tired. After all, he was killing the zombies in the house, and he also had to be on guard against sneak attacks from hidden zombies at any time. So his mind was always highly tense, and it was impossible for him not to be tired. In the evening, Wang Tao went to the rooftop and turned on the intercom for a while, trying to see if he could contact other people. As a result, he got in touch with Oingying again, but this time Sun Weiguang was awake. Compared to Oingying, who could only cry and beg for help, Sun Weiguang was obviously much calmer. He painted a big pie in the sky for Wang Tao, saying that he had acquaintances in the survivor base. If Wang Tao could save them, he would definitely find a good job for Wang Tao when they arrived at the survivor base. It was only then that Wang Tao realized that the division of labor in the Shuai's University survivor base was very clear and even a bit strict. To put it mildly, everyone can play their part. To put it bluntly, everyone must work. Only work can bring food and security. There are many types of work within the base, and the base will arrange corresponding work based on individual abilities and characteristics. There is no salary for the work, but you will get corresponding contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for many things, including food, weapons, and even safety. Anyway, as long as you work hard, you will have bread and milk. However, since there are many types of jobs, and some are even tailor-made for individuals, it is inevitable that there are differences in the quality of jobs. What Sun Weiguang meant was that he had the ability to arrange a good job for Wang Tao with high pay and low risk. As long as Wang Tao comes to save him, he will definitely do what he says. Wang Tao naturally scoffed at this. If Sun Weiguang really had this ability, someone would have picked him up long ago. How could he end up like this? After saying a few perfunctory words to ask them to wait for rescue, Wang Tao turned off the walkie-talkie. This Mizusawa University survivor base is quite interesting. I'll go take a look if I get a chance. Wang Tao looked interested. The next day, Wang Tao continued to clean up the zombies. It also took a whole day to clean up and collect the spoils. He had almost cleared out all the zombies in Building 1. Wang Tao's health limit had also reached 800. The reason why it is almost is because Wang Tao deliberately left behind 2 zombies with broken limbs. Wang Tao, I beg you, I dare not. Ding Yuqin didn't expect that Wang Tao actually left 2 zombies for her to kill. Wang Tao narrowed his eyes. Sister-in-law, you are not listening again, are you? Except killing zombies, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Really? Ding Yuqin quickly hugged Wang Tao's arm, acted like a spoiled child, and added a layer of charm. She had never even killed a chicken, so how could she dare to kill a zombie? Just thinking about it was terrifying enough. She wouldn't dare to kill even a zombie with broken limbs. Looking at the pitiful Ding Yuqin, Wang Tao remained unmoved. He showed no mercy and directly grabbed Ding Yuqin's waist and carried her on his shoulders. Ding Yuqin was startled. Not negotiable. Wang Tao wanted to observe what it was like for ordinary people to kill zombies. And this was something that would benefit Ding Yuqin, so she couldn't refuse it. Chapter 61, Hidden Attributes. Woo woo woo. Ding Yuqin held a short spear, closed her eyes, and stabbed wildly at the zombie with broken arms and legs on the ground. While poking, he kept his mouth tightly closed and hummed softly. Wang Tao was speechless. After waiting for a long time, Ding Yuqin finally poked the zombie's head. Phew. 5/500. The zombie died, but nothing was revealed because it was not Wang Tao who killed it. Wang Tao looked at Ding Yuqin. The health bar above her head increased by 5 drops and became 105/105. But this is not the point. The point is that some words slowly appeared below Ding Yuqin's health bar. Hidden attribute, blood supplement pack, blood replenishing pack. During the time of Wushan clouds and rain, you can replenish the opponent's blood. Warm tips 1. Some lucky people will have hidden attributes, which will automatically take effect and cannot be directly observed. Only when the health increases or the superpowers are learned will there be a certain probability that they will be displayed? Tips 2. You cannot get upgrades before the hidden attributes are revealed. Wang Tao. No wonder Ding Yuqin can replenish his blood. It turns out there is a hidden attribute. I actually killed a zombie. After Ding Yuqin felt the short spear seem to have stabbed into the body, she opened her eyes and looked. When she saw that she had actually killed the zombie, she was still a little bit unbelievable. Although this zombie had no fighting power and was beaten by Wang Tao to the point where only a trace of blood was left, this was the zombie that frightened her after all. She had never thought that she could kill a zombie with her own hands before. Wang Tao then said, "So, zombies are not that scary." Ding Yuqin quickly turned around to look at Wang Tao, then hugged his arm excitedly. "Me? Okay, stop talking nonsense, there's still one." With the experience of the first time, the second time was relatively smoother. This time, Ding Yuqin did not close her eyes. Instead, under Wang Tao's command, she stabbed another disabled zombie to death with a few strokes. 8. A0/500. Ding Yuqin's blood volume increased by 5 points again, now 110/110, but no text appeared below the blood bar. Combining the warm reminders he saw before, Wang Tao probably had a guess in his mind. Due to the arrival of the end of the world, a hidden attribute appears in some lucky people. This attribute usually does not show up, not even Wang Tao can see it. Only in the process of increasing blood volume and learning abilities will the probability be displayed. For example, Ding Yuqin's hidden attributes are revealed when her blood volume increases after killing zombies. As for the Huang Mao people he met at the water plant before, some of them had killed zombies, but they only have health bars on their heads and no hidden attributes. Maybe they don't. Maybe they do but don't show it. Wang Tao himself did not have any hidden attributes. But Wang Tao felt that he might have them too, but they were not shown yet. After all, he has many magical abilities. Although his health bar increased a lot, and he also learned a superpower, but this is a matter of luck. He may not be as lucky as Ding Yuqin, who showed his superpower after killing the first zombie. This hidden attribute is different from supernatural powers. Hidden attributes should be one's own talent. Some people have talent. Some people don't. Some people have talent but don't know they have talent. This is all quite normal. Superpowers are equivalent to skills, which everyone can learn, as long as your body can withstand it. And according to the friendly reminder, before the hidden attributes are displayed, although they can play a role, they cannot be improved, which means they are not fully activated. Now that Ding Yuqin's blood pack attributes have been displayed, doesn't that mean that the blood recovery effect can be improved in the future? I just don't know how to improve, by killing zombies or exercising more. It is definitely impossible to ask Ding Yuqin to kill more zombies now, but more practice should not be a problem. Wang Tao has always been scientifically minded, so he decided to work harder and help Ding Yuqin practice more. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Seeing that Wang Tao was in a daze, Ding Yuqin waved her hand in front of him. Wang Tao immediately grabbed Ding Yuqin's white little hand. "Thinking about my sister-in-law." "Bah, pervert." Ding Yuqin quickly pulled her hand back. Wang Tao smiled slightly, then simply touched the corpse and threw the two bodies out of the window. At this point, all the zombies in the entire Xingfu community have been cleared out. Except for you and me, there is no one left alive. On the way back, Ding Yuqin sighed. After all, it's been almost a month since the apocalypse. There were actually survivors before, but they hadn't been out for a long time, had no food or water, and they would have starved to death or committed suicide. Wang Tao saw at least 3 dead people who did not turn into zombies. These people either starved to death or committed suicide. Ding Yuqin looked back at Wang Tao and quietly moved closer to him. If it weren't for Wang Tao, she would have certainly suffered the same tragic end. After returning home, Ding Yuqin went to cook, while Wang Tao took out tools such as hammers, pliers, and cutting machines. He planned to make himself a set of inner armor. Previously, his defensive equipment had always been books. Although books can indeed block the bites of zombies, they are not as good as steel after all. Wang Tao planned to get himself a set of steel inner armor. Of course, with his manufacturing skills, it is definitely impossible to make a full body armor. He just wants to put some steel plates in his clothes to protect important parts, such as the chest, back, forearms, and legs. In order to make these things, Wang Tao spent a full 3 days before he finally passed the test. I'm really not cut out for design. It's not Wang Tao's fault that his skills are poor. It's mainly because he wasted a lot of time on experiments. After all, this is something he designed for himself. He has to test it again and again to see if it's suitable. He can't sacrifice his mobility for defense. Otherwise, the gain will outweigh the loss. Fortunately, After 3 days of revisions, it was finally almost done. After putting all these large and small steel plates into his clothes, Wang Tao felt them and found that they were a little heavy. But it was not a big problem. His current load-bearing capacity was extremely exaggerated, so this weight was nothing. These steel plates are much thinner than books, but their defense is countless levels higher. After Wang Tao put them on, it was basically impossible to tell that there were steel plates hidden in his clothes. In the past, he would only use the part of his body with books tied to it to contact zombies when he was forced into a desperate situation. But now, he can probably just put his arm into the zombie's mouth. With the teeth of a zombie, if you dare to bite it, I'm afraid you will break a whole mouth of teeth. I'm going out this afternoon. Wang Tao spoke to Ding Yuqin. Where to? Although Ding Yuqin believed in Wang Tao's ability, she was always worried every time Wang Tao said he wanted to go out. Let's go to North Street. There's a convenience store over there. I looked through the binoculars and there are supplies inside. To the north of Xingfu community where Wang Tao lives is North Street, which is a place with heavy traffic, many zombies, abandoned vehicles, and a gas explosion that has occurred. When Wang Tao went to pick up the airdrop before, he didn't dare to go through here. Now its strength has improved a lot. You can go and have a look. Although there are a lot of supplies at home now, Wang Tao has always been a person who is prepared for danger in times of peace. After all, this is the end of the world, and no matter how many supplies there are, they are never too many. Moreover, Wang Tao has to kill zombies to increase his health bar. You have to be careful. After a simple lunch, Wang Tao was fully armed, wearing the skull mask made for him by Ding Yuqin, and walked out of the Xingfu community. Chapter 62 Fat Zombie. North Street is the main road, much wider than other streets, and cars and people pass through here. After the end of the world, Wang Tao didn't know what happened here. Anyway, it's a mess now, with a lot of abandoned vehicles on the road, blocking the road. Other small roads are still passable, but here, not only cars but even motorcycles can't go through. Hee. A zombie discovered Wang Tao and immediately staggered towards him. Wang Tao picked up the claw hammer in his hand and hit the zombie's head hard. With a puff, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. 500. A 0/500. Kill instantly with one strike. Obtain. Iron Block 1. Iron Block. Production material. With Wang Tao's current strength, he can kill this kind of ordinary zombie with one blow, as long as he hits the head, even without using all his strength. Wang Tao didn't originally want to touch the corpse. After all, there were quite a few zombies on the streets. But seeing that the zombie seemed to have a box of cigarettes on its body, Wang Tao still put it away. Cigarettes may be hard currency among survivors. Now that you have seen them, it is better not to waste them. They will definitely be useful when you go to the survivor base later. After killing more than 10 zombies, Wang Tao finally arrived across the street. His goal was clear, and he went straight to the convenience store. There were 3 zombies at the entrance of the convenience store, and they were also killed by Wang Tao with 3 hammers. Wang Tao took a look through the glass. The convenience store looked like it had been smashed and the shelves had all fallen over, but there was still a lot of food left. He took out the woven bag he had prepared in advance and put all the undamaged food into the bag. Soon, Wang Tao filled an entire woven bag with food. Since these foods were all packaged, they were not very heavy. After Wang Tao filled 2 woven bags, he carried the bags directly back to the entrance of Xingfu community. After throwing the food in, he ran to the convenience store. Just at this moment, 3 more zombies came to the door of the convenience store. Wang Tao got rid of them all without politeness and continued to collect food. After filling 2 woven bags again, Wang Tao let out a light sigh. There was a small door inside the convenience store. He originally thought it was a back door, but after opening it, he discovered that it was actually an underground warehouse. There should be a lot of food in the underground warehouse. Come back later. Wang Tao had packed up the well-packaged food and water in the convenience store, and the rest were some food in poor quality, all stained with blood. For his own personal safety, Wang Tao will definitely not take it. But if there is still something in the basement, he won't be polite. After delivering the packaged food back to the community, Wang Tao went to the convenience store again. The basement was very dark. Wang Tao turned on a high-power flashlight and was suddenly startled. What the hell? In the middle of the basement, there was a super fat zombie slumped over. Wang Tao shone the light on the zombie's face, causing it to roar in anger. It seemed like it was about to come over, but because it was too fat, it couldn't stand up and couldn't even crawl. Looking at the empty basement and then at the zombie with 2000/2000 blood on its head, Wang Tao had reason to doubt whether it had eaten all the food in the basement. Since the zombie couldn't move, Wang Tao became much bolder. He shone the flashlight on the zombie's face carefully, and then something dawned on him. I was just saying his face looked familiar. Isn't he the cashier at the convenience store? Wang Tao didn't know what the cashier boy had experienced, that his tall and thin figure had turned into a zombie that was fatter than a pig. But obviously, this should be a special zombie. 2000 HP, twice as much as the sledgehammer zombie he encountered. If he kills it, good stuff should drop, right? Wang Tao was a little eager to make a move, especially because this zombie was different from the other zombies. It could hardly move. So even if he had a lot of blood, he would just be a target. However, to be on the safe side, Wang Tao did not go straight up. He had to first confirm whether this fat zombie had the ability to attack from a distance. Wang Tao went outside to pick up some bricks, then came to the door of the basement and threw them at the fat zombie inside. Boom! After a brick was hit, the zombie didn't bleed a single drop. Wang Tao waited cautiously for a while, and when he found that the zombies were just roaring and did not make any long-range attacks, he immediately grinned. Since you're a target, then, I'm sorry. Wang Tao came to the fat zombie with a flashlight in one hand and a claw hammer in the other. Then, Wang Tao discovered that because the fat zombie was too fat, his small hammer could not reach the other's head at all. Wang Tao left the basement a little embarrassedly and ran back quickly. Ding Yuqin was huffing and puffing as she moved the food that Wang Tao had placed in the yard of the community. When she saw Wang Tao running back quickly, she thought something had happened and was immediately startled. She wanted to run back with Wang Tao, but she couldn't bear to leave the food. Wang Tao saw the panic on her face and said, "Don't panic, sister-in-law. There is no danger." Hearing this, Ding Yuqin patted her trembling chest. "I'm so scared. Wang Tao, what are you doing? Let me make a weapon that I'll need later," Wang Tao said as he went upstairs. "Oh, let me help you." Good. The two returned home, and Wang Tao found a mop stick and tied the steel pipe spear to the mop stick. After tying it firmly, Wang Tao waved the 2-meter-long homemade spear a few times. Whoosh whoosh. Not bad, that's it. Wang Tao took the spear and left. This is my third visit to a convenience store. 2 more zombies walked to the door of the convenience store. Wang Tao took the new weapon and stabbed the 2 zombies hard from a distance. Phew. 500. A0/500. Phew. 500. A0/500. After collecting the 2 production materials, Wang Tao entered the underground warehouse of the convenience store with a rifle. Ho-ho roar. Looking at the fat zombie roaring angrily but unable to get up, Wang Tao walked in front of it with both hands, raised the spear with both hands, and poked it at his head. Boom. 112. 1888/2000. The damage is so low. Wang Tao was a little surprised, but it was no big deal. The other party couldn't fight back anyway. So Wang Tao raised the spear and stabbed the zombie's head with all his strength more than 10 times. During this time, Wang Tao was always on guard against whether the other party would go berserk or have any special attack methods. Fortunately, the fat zombie did not do that. When the opponent had only a little bit of blood left, Wang Tao moved away from it, came to the entrance of the basement, then gripped the spear and threw it hard at its head. Phew. 450/2000. Crash. The moment the zombie died, a large number of transparent packages exploded. Chapter 63 Big Explosion. Get pure water, small, 10. Obtain pure water, medium, 10. Get compressed biscuits, 10. Obtain canned meat, 10. Obtain canned fruit, 10. Obtain canned vegetables, 10. Obtain sugar, 10. Obtain coffee, 10. Looking at this pile of things, Wang Tao clenched his fists excitedly. Because this is not just food, it is food that can be put into a space backpack. From now on, when you are alone outside, you don't have to worry about not having enough food or the inconvenience of carrying food. After killing the fat zombie, Wang Tao's health increased by 40. Combined with the zombies he killed on the street before, his health has reached 930/930, only 70 away from 1000. However, these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that the zombies also revealed a manufacturing blueprint. Obtain food compressor blueprint 1. Food compressor blueprint. You can make a food compressor. Required materials: zombie core 1, iron block 3, steel wire 3, gear 3, blade 3, nail 3, cable 3, battery 3, electronic component 3, rubber 3, plastic 3. Food compressor. Compress food into a smaller volume, more convenient to carry and use nutrient solution. Food compressor? After looking at the introduction of this drawing, Wang Tao was more excited than getting the food. He finally understood the use of the crafting materials that dropped from killing zombies. This food compressor is definitely a doomsday survival artifact. However, he is unable to make it for the time being. Although he has killed many zombies and obtained many materials for making it, but the materials dropped by the zombies are random and are not enough now. The drawings show that rubber 1, electronic components 2, blade 1, and the most important zombie core are still missing. These manufacturing materials are easy to talk about. At worst, he will keep killing zombies. Anyway, he is planning to kill zombies to increase his blood volume. This is not a difficult task for him now, it just takes some time. As for the zombie crystal core, Wang Tao came to the fat zombie who had already fallen to the ground and used a tool to pull at his head. A blue and transparent diamond-shaped crystal fell out, and there was a shadow inside the crystal core, like a slowly moving stomach. First order crystal core big stomach king. Quality: excellent, 40%. Purity: 50%. Side effects: sudden increase in food intake, excessive body fat. Big eater: the more food you eat and the fatter you become, the stronger your defense will be. When Wang Tao saw the specific information of this zombie crystal core, his face suddenly became a little strange. Judging from the literal meaning, this ability is quite powerful. As long as you eat it infinitely, your defense will become abnormally strong. But the side effects are also obvious. Not to mention the sudden increase in appetite, food is already in short supply in this apocalyptic world. If the appetite increases dramatically, how much food will one have to eat? The main reason is that this body is too fat. Just looking at the literal meaning, it may not be clear to what extent. But Wang Tao just killed this fat zombie, and it was so fat that it couldn't walk. If you really get hurt to this extent, what's the use of having a strong defense? Won't you still become a sitting duck? And there is no way to be immune to the zombie virus. If you encounter a zombie, wouldn't it be easier to get hurt with such a large body area? Wang Tao felt that this zombie crystal core might not be of much use to ordinary people, unless someone can develop some cool tricks or something. For Wang Tao, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Although he has a chance to get rid of the side effects of this crystal core, the premise of this enhanced defense is the more food you eat, the fatter your body becomes. Wang Tao has a good body of muscles now, and he doesn't want to become a fat man. Therefore, the ability of this crystal core is useless to Wang Tao himself, but this crystal core can be of great use. There are currently 2 places where crystal cores can be used. One is to make strength potions, and the other is to make this food compressor. There is no need to make strength potions for the time being, as there are too many missing materials. But this food compressor is different. Wang Tao can produce the materials it needs. Moreover, it is also very useful to Wang Tao at this stage. After searching the basement again and making sure that nothing was missing, Wang Tao returned to the convenience store. During this period of time, a few more zombies came outside. Wang Tao picked up the spear directly. Kill. Damn, I'm just missing one last ingredient, but it won't come out no matter what. Is this so real? Seeing that there were no zombies near the street for the time being, Wang Tao suddenly felt a little upset. He is still short of 1 cable material, and his health has reached 990/990. There is no other way. Whether for materials or health, the zombies have to keep killing. Wang Tao walked through an alley and went to the next street. There were several zombies on the next street. After seeing Wang Tao, 3 of them suddenly twisted their bodies and walked towards Wang Tao quickly. Wang Tao picked up the spear and without saying a word, he quickly shot the 3 zombies in the head. Phew. 500. Phew. 500. Phew. 500. With 3 consecutive headshots, the 3 zombies were killed instantly. Obtain. Iron block 1. Obtain. Gauze 1. Obtain. Cable 1. We're all here at last. Seeing the cable exploded, Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt that his physical fitness had improved a lot, and it was greater than the previous improvement. Looking at the health bar again, it is indeed 1000/1000, etc. Wang Tao suddenly felt something was wrong. Killing 3 zombies should give him at least 15 drops of blood. He just had 990 drops of blood, which means he only added 10 drops of blood. Where did the other 5 drops of blood go? Just when Wang Tao was wondering, he suddenly felt dizzy and wanted to take a nap. Not good. Wang Tao realized something was wrong and ran back quickly. Fortunately, he had killed all the zombies on the street and ran back to the Xingfu community safely. Wang Tao, what's wrong with you? Ding Yuqin had been observing downstairs. When she saw Wang Tao running back, she hurried downstairs to greet him. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just too sleepy. I want to take a nap. Although Wang Tao was very sleepy and wanted to close his eyes, he was still conscious. With the help of Ding Yuqin, he returned to his room, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. Although Wang Tao told her not to worry, how could Ding Yuqin worry? She took off Wang Tao's clothes with great effort and then checked carefully. Only after making sure that there were no wounds did she breathe a sigh of relief. After seeing a lot of sweat stains on Wang Tao's body, she brought hot water and helped Wang Tao wash his body, just like a little wife. Thirsty? The water is here. Gurgle, gurgle. After taking a big sip of water in a daze, Wang Tao finally woke up. He felt that his whole body was full of strength. After his health exceeded 1,000, his physical fitness seemed to have improved significantly. He subconsciously looked at his health bar. Chapter 64 Food Compressor. HP 1000/1000. Mana 100/100. There was no change in his health bar and mana bar. They were still the same as before. What changed was that a line of words appeared below his health bar. Hidden attribute. Strengthen the body. Strengthen your body. Your physical fitness is different from that of ordinary people, and you will get more improvements through exercise with a higher upper limit. Sure enough, I also have hidden attributes. No wonder I feel so rewarding every time I finish my workout. Wang Tao was somewhat happy. But then again, Ding Yuqin can see the hidden attributes after killing a zombie, but he has to wait until 1,000 drops of blood before he can see it. This is a bit embarrassing. Wang Tao, are you okay? Wang Tao turned his head and saw Ding Yuqin's worried face. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'm fine. By the way, how long have I slept? You've been sleeping for 3 hours. You didn't move at all. I was scared to death. Ding Yuqin finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Wang Tao was really fine. 3 hours. Wang Tao nodded. As long as he wasn't in a coma for 3 days like last time, it would be fine. Are you hungry? It's getting dark. I'll go cook for you. Having said that, Ding Yuqin was about to get up and leave. But Wang Tao grabbed her hand and brought her to the bed. Then Wang Tao put his arm around Ding Yuqin's waist, looked into her big watery eyes, and said with a smile, I'm hungry, but I want to eat some dumplings first. Wang Tao felt that he now had a lot of physical strength and needed to expend it. The next morning, when Wang Tao woke up, he saw Ding Yuqin in his arms looking at him with her bright big eyes. Sure enough, only the cows died of exhaustion. Last night, Ding Yuqin was so badly defeated that she woke up first in the morning, and her face looked radiant. On the contrary, Wang Tao himself felt a little sore in his waist. Snort. Ding Yuqin gave Wang Tao a charming look and then crawled out of his arms. I'm going to make breakfast. Call me husband before you go. Husband. Ding Yuqin finished her words in a voice as low as a mosquito's hum, and then fled away. Tsk tisk. After Ding Yuqin left, Wang Tao continued to think about the problem that he had not figured out yesterday. Where did my 5 drops of blood go? Could it be that after my blood volume exceeds 1,000, killing zombies will not increase my blood volume limit? Wang Tao felt a little uncomfortable. If this was true, wouldn't that mean 1,000 HP would be the limit? But he had also seen zombies with 2,000 HP and unknown monsters with over 10,000 HP. Let's try again later. If ordinary zombies don't add blood, then go kill special zombies. I don't believe it. After a simple wash, Wang Tao did not leave the room. Instead, he thought about it, and a production drawing appeared in his hand. It was the food compressor drawing, and then he took out all the required production materials and crystal cores. The words available for use appeared on the drawing instantly. After choosing to use it, these materials turned into several streams of light and flew into the production drawing, and then a line of words appeared on the drawing. In production, 59:59 left. An hour? Fortunately, you can wait a while. Wang Tao, it's time to eat. Ding Yuqin's voice came from outside the door. Coming. After breakfast, Wang Tao started morning exercises. After conducting some simple physical fitness tests, Wang Tao felt that his current comprehensive physical fitness at 1,000 blood points was at least 2 to 3 times better than when he had 100 blood points. He now feels like he can smash a zombie's head with one punch without any weapons. At a certain moment, Wang Tao perked up and looked at his backpack. Food compressor has been manufactured. With a sudden thought, Wang Tao prepared to take out the machine, but a prompt popped up saying that there was not enough space. How big is this thing? Wang Tao exercises in the corner of the living room, where there are a lot of things piled up. He came to the middle of the living room. Ding Yuqin was doing yoga in yoga clothes. Wang Tao walked over and slapped her on the butt rudely. Ding Yuqin looked at Wang Tao with a red face. It's not good in broad daylight. What are you thinking about, sister-in-law? I mean, you are blocking me. Get out of the way. Ding Yuqin was suddenly embarrassed. However, Ding Yuqin was startled by the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Wang Tao, what's going on? Your special ability? In the living room, a huge machine full of wasteland punk style appeared. I guess so. Go get a small bag of rice. Wang Tao didn't explain much. He himself was actually quite confused. How could such a large machine be made from just a few dozen small materials? This was unscientific. Good. Ding Yuqin didn't ask any more questions. She always kept in mind that she must not do anything that would make Wang Tao hate her. Soon, Ding Yuqin came over with a 2.5 kilograms bag of rice, and Wang Tao brought the same amount of water. After the food compressor is manufactured, a prompt pops up on it. To make nutrient solution, you need food and water in the same proportion, and there will be certain losses during the production process, and these losses provide energy for the machine. In other words, if you take good care of it, this machine can be used for a long time. There are 3 windows in front of the machine, 2 for input and 1 for output. After pouring rice and water into the input window respectively, I felt the machine vibrate slightly. After a moment, the output window in the middle opened, and 4 thumb-thick plastic tubes appeared, filled with yellow viscous liquid. There was also a line of text written on the plastic shell. 2,000 calories, rice flavor, shelf life 1 year. Ding Yuqin read out the words with some curiosity. For a normal person, 2,000 calories should be enough for a day, right? Wang Tao was not too sure about this, but he knew that this was definitely not enough for him. This is nutrient solution? Wang Tao gave a brief explanation. After hearing this, Ding Yuqin's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, this is amazing. It will be very useful to us. Wang Tao took all the food from the community, small restaurants and convenience stores back home. Although the food in these places was not much, after all, they were not granaries specifically for storing food, but when added together, it was still a lot. Many foods have a short shelf life and will spoil if left for too long, and they are not convenient to carry. It would be so convenient if they could all be made into this kind of nutrient solution. Well, go and sort out the foods that have a short shelf life or are inconvenient to carry. I'll see which foods need to be converted into nutrient solution. Good. Ding Yuqin immediately took a notebook and a pen and excitedly went to sort the food. Wang Tao thought about it, and the 4 bottles of nutrient solution were put into his space backpack. It can be stored in a space backpack. Great stuff. Wang Tao suddenly had another idea. Since any food can be used to make nutrient solution, can foods contaminated by blood also be made into nutrient solution? Let's try to get some contaminated food back and kill a few zombies to see the health bar. Chapter 65, Self-Destructing Zombie. Sure enough, there is no upper limit on the health. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground and then looking at his own 1,000 health points, Wang Tao shook his head. He collected all the broken food stained with unknown blood in the convenience store and then carried the bag of food back home. Buzz. After a vibration of the food compressor, the machine window opened, revealing the nutrient solution inside. It works, but the quantity is much less. Wang Tao made a comparison and found that the amount of nutrient solution made from these contaminated foods was several times, or even 10 times less than that made from normal food, and most of it was lost. Although it's a bit of a shame, it's still edible. If we can eat it, we're lucky. Ding Yuqin comforted her. Yeah, it's good to be able to eat it. Wang Tao nodded. Adhering to the fine tradition of thrift and diligence, he was ready to take back all the damaged food outside. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. I will continue to search for supplies later. Sister-in-law, please come with me. Ah, should I go out too? Hearing this, Ding Yuqin suddenly felt a little scared. It makes you stronger. Ding Yuqin really wanted to say that she didn't want to become stronger. She was very satisfied with her current life. But she was afraid that if she told others, Wang Tao would be disgusted. So, Ding Yuqin started to use her ultimate trick, acting like a spoiled brat. Can I not go? Looking at my sister-in-law who was holding my arm and rocking me, I felt the softness coming from my arm. Wang Tao smiled and said, no. Wang Tao refused to listen to any persuasion or push, and Ding Yuqin had no choice but to follow Wang Tao out. Of course, before going out, Wang Tao got Ding Yuqin a set of equipment and took protective measures, and then the two went downstairs together. Looking at the messy and dead silent scene outside, Ding Yuqin followed Wang Tao closely. The end of the world. Ding Yuqin had stayed at home for a long time. It was the first time she walked out of the community. Feeling the quiet and desolate atmosphere, she felt uncomfortable all over. Especially when she saw several zombies coming out on the street. She was so scared that she quickly hid behind Wang Tao. Wang Tao walked slowly to the zombie with a hammer and hit its head without using too much force. 469. 31/500. The zombies were knocked down directly and were seriously injured. Superior. Wang Tao urged in a low voice, and Ding Yuqin swallowed. But she did not dare to disobey Wang Tao's order, so she had to take the spear, came to the side of the zombie, and poked the zombie's head hard. Phew. 31/500. Seeing that the health bar above Ding Yuqin's head had increased by 5 drops, Wang Tao was immediately relieved. Since he wanted to plunder all the supplies around him, he naturally had to face these zombies. But killing ordinary zombies didn't increase his health, so it was a bit of a waste to kill them. So it would be better to add some blood to Ding Yuqin, mainly because Wang Tao wanted to know whether the effect of her blood pack would become stronger after Ding Yuqin's blood volume increased. Wang Tao now has 1000 HP, and Ding Yuqin can only replenish him with 100 HP every day, which still feels a little less. As for the items that dropped from the zombies, Wang Tao didn't need them for the time being, so he could wait. It wouldn't be too late to kill zombies and collect them when he needed them in the future. Anyway, he could deal with these ordinary zombies one by one with a hammer. After 2 days, Wang Tao finally searched the area around the community thoroughly and brought back all the food he could. Ding Yuqin's health has also reached 300. Wang Tao doesn't know yet whether the increase in blood volume has affected his ability to replenish blood. After all, he has been full of blood recently. But he only knew that Ding Yuqin's physical fitness had improved a lot. Many postures that Wang Tao could not bear before now allow him to gallop with a little more freedom. It rained heavily last night. This rain surprised Ding Yuqin a little. After all, it hadn't rained for a month, and the air was very dry. The leeks and green plants on the rooftop were also well watered, and they seemed to have grown overnight. Wait, sister-in-law, do you think these green plants have grown bigger? On the rooftop, Wang Tao suddenly pointed at the green plants on the ground and asked. No? Ding Yuqin's tone was a little uncertain. She comes to check on these green plants almost every day. Logically speaking, if these green plants grow up, her perception won't be that obvious. But now she feels like she has actually grown a little bit bigger. You're not sure either? Then it looks like it's getting bigger. Wang Tao usually doesn't pay much attention to these green plants, but when he saw them today, he felt that they had grown a lot bigger. Especially the leeks, which were just harvested the day before yesterday, but have already grown halfway. Do leeks grow so fast? Wang Tao looked at the drizzle in space and had a bad feeling. Could it be related to yesterday's heavy rain? Heavy rain? Are you saying that heavy rain promotes the growth of plants? Ding Yuqin was a little surprised. Perhaps this is possible. Sister-in-law, you should have remembered that it rained heavily for 3 days before the end of the world. How could Ding Yuqin forget such an unforgettable thing? She said worriedly, will something bad happen? I'm not sure, but it shouldn't have any impact on us for the time being. Wang Tao saw that there was no change in his blood bar, and nothing strange appeared. Sister-in-law, you put all the food into the food compressor to make nutrient solution. I will go out again today. Wang Tao is going to collect gasoline and diesel today. All the food resources around the community have been plundered, and Wang Tao feels that he may have to leave after a while. After all, no matter how much food he has in hand, it won't work without replenishing it. If he left, he would have so many supplies to take with him, as well as Ding Yuqin's health pack. So it would be impossible to walk and he would have to drive. If you're driving, you must prepare energy in advance. However, Wang Tao hopes that it would be best to drive a tram. After all, the tram is much quieter. So Wang Tao went out to look for gasoline and diesel today, and also looked for electric cars. If he could find an electric car, that would be the best. If he couldn't find one, he could only make do with a pickup truck. You have to be careful. After Ding Yuqin helped Wang Tao put on a full set of protective equipment, Wang Tao went downstairs with some empty oil drums. Many abandoned vehicles on the streets had caught fire, and the gasoline inside was naturally gone. Wang Tao's destination was a small open-air parking lot on the next street. He had looked through a telescope before and saw several intact cars there. However, when he arrived outside the parking lot, his eyes suddenly fixed. That is, Wang Tao saw a zombie with a fat belly and exposed body organs. 1000/1000. A health point of 1000 was not too high, but this was the most disgusting zombie he had ever seen. Bar none? It's obviously a special zombie, but the military's data doesn't include any information about it. Wang Tao did not go straight over. After keeping a certain distance, he threw a brick at the zombie. Snapped. The sound caused the zombie to divert its attention, and after discovering Wang Tao, it immediately staggered towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao was also ready for battle. But when it was still some distance away from Wang Tao, the exposed organs on its body suddenly vibrated and then expanded. At last, boom, with a loud bang, it exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Damn, fortunately I didn't go over there. Looking at the broken limbs and arms all over the ground, Wang Tao was still frightened. However, after seeing the light blue zombie crystal core in the blood, Wang Tao hurried over and collected it. We have to leave quickly, otherwise we will be besieged by zombies. Roar. Suddenly, creepy roars came from all directions. More than a dozen seemingly ordinary zombies came running rapidly from a distance. When they encountered some low obstacles, they actually jumped over them. They can even climb cars and walls. Fuck, they can even climb walls? Zombies have evolved? Chapter 66, Self-Destruction, Crystal Core. Run. Without any hesitation, Wang Tao turned around and ran. These zombies run very fast and are not stiff at all. If it were the Wang Tao from the past, he might not be able to outrun them. But now Wang Tao's physical fitness has improved a lot. Even if he carries a lot of weight on his body, his speed is not slower than them. These fast-running zombies appeared from all directions. But there was only one on Wang Tao's way home, which was good news. He rushed towards the lone zombie. When he reached the zombie, Wang Tao picked up the claw hammer in his hand and hit the zombie's head hard. Boom. 432. 568/1000. The hammer to the head only did more than 400 damage, and the health of this zombie is 1000. So he would need at least 2 or 3 hammers to kill it. The zombie was knocked flying by him, and Wang Tao took advantage of the situation and swung out 2 hammers again. 421. 147. 0/1000. The zombie was killed. Wang Tao collected the exploded package and continued running towards the community without stopping. Although he killed the zombie with 3 hits and seemed capable of fighting, these zombies were too fast, and dealing with them was much more difficult than dealing with ordinary zombies. Moreover, there were too many zombies. In just a short while, more than a dozen appeared around. The scene of more than 30 zombies running towards him like athletes was enough to make his scalp tingle. Moreover, Wang Tao was not sure whether the explosion just now would attract other special zombies. It would be even more troublesome if other special zombies came. Wang Tao was running wildly in front, with the zombies chasing him from behind. However, these zombies were not as fast as Wang Tao after all. When Wang Tao ran back to the gate of Xingfu community, most of the zombies had fallen behind, leaving only 5 young male zombies still chasing him. Wang Tao didn't go through the main gate, but went straight into the community. But the 5 zombies behind him actually followed Wang Tao over the courtyard wall. Wang Tao took a look at the 5 zombies and did not stay to fight. Instead, he directly opened the door of the unit in Building 4 and ran up. Roar! The 5 zombies roared and knocked on the door, but when they found that they couldn't open it, they grabbed the protruding parts of the wall and climbed up the wall like rock climbers. What happened to Wang Tao? Seeing Wang Tao running back, Ding Yuqin quickly opened the door and asked. She didn't see the zombies behind Wang Tao, but she heard the explosion before. There are zombies chasing us. You stay at home. I'll go to the rooftop. Wang Tao did not enter the house. Instead, after giving instructions, he ran directly to the roof and suddenly opened the door. Roar! The 5 zombies had already climbed to the rooftop. After seeing Wang Tao, the zombies immediately rushed towards him. Call. Wang Tao took a deep breath, and after watching the 5 zombies enter his attack range, he raised his hammer and hammered at the zombie in front. Also used the shockwave ability. Boom. 451. The hammer hit the forehead of the first zombie, and then a visible shock wave spread from the zombie's head to the surroundings. 324. 351. 332. 328. 356. All the zombies suddenly fell to the ground, and a series of numbers popped out from the heads of these 5 zombies, almost dazzling Wang Tao's eyes. I'm so strong. While he was amazed in his heart, Wang Tao did not stop his hands. Boom. 461. 342. This shockwave has another advantage. That is, the zombies attacked by the shockwave will not only be injured, but also be knocked back, or even fall to the ground because of their unstable standing. In other words, they had no time to fight back. Boom. 207. 211. 0/1000. With 3 hammer blows, the 5 zombies were directly wiped out. Cool. Wang Tao swung the hammer hard, and then with a thought, he collected all the exploded packages. Get Tin Can 2. Get Blade 3. Get Nail 2. The items that ordinary zombies explode are around 1 to 2, usually 1, and rarely 2. The amount of things these zombies explode is around 2 to 3. But in terms of the degree of danger, this is much more dangerous than ordinary zombies. After all, even though they are fast, they still appear in groups. These zombies may be new ones that appeared after the heavy rain. Wang Tao looked at his health bar again, but there was still not a drop of blood added. He was not disappointed, because judging from what these zombies exploded, they were most likely ordinary zombies. In Wang Tao's eyes, only those that could explode crystal cores were called special zombies. Unfortunately, he has no chance to try whether the special zombies can increase blood volume. I did encounter a special zombie just now, but it exploded by itself, so it was not killed by Wang Tao. Apart from the zombie crystal core, nothing exploded. Wang Tao threw the bodies of the 5 zombies downstairs, then looked at his own neighborhood and shook his head helplessly. We have to go. He originally thought that he could prepare more, and there was no need to leave in such a hurry. But the appearance of this crazy zombie immediately filled Wang Tao with a sense of urgency. The walls of his community can't stop such zombies at all. Even crazy zombies can climb up the building. When Wang Tao returned home, Ding Yuqin hurried over and asked worriedly, Wang Tao, are you okay? Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm fine. So, what's the situation outside? A new type of zombie has appeared? Wang Tao explains it briefly. When Ding Yuqin heard that these zombies could not only climb over the community wall, but also crawl from the outside of the building to the roof, her face turned pale. When she has nothing to do, she likes to go to the roof to water the plants. In her eyes, this building is the safest place in the world. What if she encounters a zombie while watering the plants one day? She'll be dead. So, what should we do? Should we take the leaks down? Ding Yuqin was a little scared. Under Wang Tao's protection, she finally had a few days of peace and tranquility. Could it be that God still wouldn't let her go? Don't worry, sister-in-law. These zombies are attracted by the loud noise. Just don't make too much noise. Of course, we can't stay here for long. Let's see when we can leave. I'll go out again tomorrow. Wang Tao comforted. Well, I'll listen to you. Ding Yuqin held Wang Tao's hand tightly. Correct. Wang Tao suddenly remembered that he had picked up the zombie crystal core but had not had time to look at it. So, with a thought, a light blue transparent crystal core appeared in Wang Tao's hand. First order crystal core self-destructs. Quality: excellent, 60%. Purity: 50%. Side effects: none. It turned out to be a crystal core with no side effects. Wang Tao was a little surprised, but after seeing the explanation behind it, he understood why there were no side effects. Chapter 67: The Quality of Crystal Nuclei. Wang Tao thought that all crystal nuclei had side effects, but this does not seem to be the case so far. Every crystal nucleus has impurities, but that doesn't mean there are necessarily side effects. These side effects refer to obvious side effects, such as eyes being afraid of light and being overweight. Impurities themselves are a side effect. If you accumulate too much, you risk turning into a zombie. But this is the result of long-term accumulation. The two are different. Speaking of this crystal core, Wang Tao was surprised when he saw that it had no side effects. But after seeing the introduction of its abilities, I understood it instantly. No wonder the name of this ability is called self-destruction. This is a self-destruction ability. You can only use it once in a lifetime. To Wang Tao himself, this self-destructing crystal core was as useless as the big eater crystal core that had already been consumed as material. Anyway, Wang Tao would not choose to fuse these two types of crystal cores. Of course, these two crystal cores must be of some use to other people. After all, after becoming a superpower, your physical fitness will be greatly enhanced, so it is not a loss even if you don't use your superpowers. Then Wang Tao recalled the differences between these crystal cores. He has obtained a total of 4 zombie crystal cores so far. They are 2 shock-wave crystal cores, 1 big eater crystal core, and today's self-destruct crystal core. These 4 crystal cores are different in type and quality. The only difference is the purity, which is 50%. Therefore, Wang Tao has reason to guess that the purity of the first-order crystal core should be 50%. It is unknown whether the purity of higher-order crystal cores will be higher or lower. Wang Tao thinks that the probability is that it will be lower. As for the quality of the crystal cores, Wang Tao's 4 crystal cores are of 4 different qualities and have different colors. They are white ordinary with a fusion success rate of 20%, blue excellent with a 40%, purple excellent with a 60%, and red outstanding with an 80% success rate. Wang Tao had previously synthesized 2 shock-wave crystal cores and obtained an orange epic with a 100% success rate. From this perspective, the situation is very clear. There are 5 qualities of crystal cores, ranked from low to high according to the success rate of fusion, namely: white ordinary, 20%, blue excellent, 40%, purple excellent, 60%, red outstanding, 80%, orange epic, 100%. Although he synthesized the orange epic, since he already had this thing, he thought it should be possible to get it. If someone got an epic crystal core, it would definitely be a stroke of luck. Of course, even if it is not orange epic, purple excellent and red outstanding are also good. At least the success rate of fusion is higher than 50%. For Wang Tao, the most cost-effective method at present is to synthesize two crystal cores whose combined quality can reach 100%. Because after the crystal cores are synthesized, the purity is also added. Currently, the purity of the first-order crystal core is 50%, and two of them are exactly 100%. If three crystal cores are synthesized together, it would be a bit of a waste of purity. Gurgle. Hearing the sound of swallowing saliva, Wang Tao turned his head and saw Ding Yuqin looking at the zombie crystal core with longing. Sister-in-law wants to eat? Wang Tao raised his eyebrows. Think. Ding Yuqin answered completely subconsciously, then came to her senses and said hurriedly, a little embarrassed. No, 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 I won't eat it. You eat it. Wang Tao had told her about the zombie crystal core, but she didn't know what it looked like. The crystal core in Wang Tao's hand was too clean, so she didn't know it was a zombie crystal core. Sister-in-law, do you know what this is? This is a zombie crystal core. If you eat it, there is a certain chance that you will gain superpowers. Aren't you tempted? Wang Tao spoke somewhat temptingly. Don't be tempted. Although Ding Yuqin was still swallowing, she turned her head away. She was really not tempted. She didn't care whether he had superpowers or not. As long as Wang Tao didn't leave her, she would be satisfied. But her instinct kept telling her to eat the crystal core, so she simply turned her head and didn't look. Wang Tao looked at Ding Yuqin and saw that she didn't seem to be lying, and was surprised. He had previously thought that Ding Yuqin was a strong woman, but after in-depth communication with her, he found that she was a traditional type who was more dependent on men. It may not be possible to expect this kind of woman to start a business and make money, but she will definitely be a good wife. Okay, let me tell you about crystal cores. Wang Tao told Ding Yuqin everything he had learned, so that if they met again in the future, they would not be completely in the dark. Ding Yuqin was shocked when she heard that this zombie crystal core had the ability to self-destruct. Luckily, I didn't eat it. I don't want to explode. The crystal core is temporarily placed in the space backpack and cannot be used for the time being. But Wang Tao didn't plan to use it on himself. After all, this wasn't a game, and he only had one life. If he was really forced to self-destruct, he would die anyway. He didn't have the mindset to explode himself and save others. At night, after Wang Tao and his sister-in-law finished their daily exercise, seeing that it was still early, he took out the walkie-talkie. As a result, I contacted Ying again. A week had passed since the last contact. Wang Tao was a little surprised that the other party was still alive. Although it was a bit rude to say this, to be able to live this long, these two people were indeed something. Wang Tao took a brief look and Ying said that there was a lot of food in the milk tea shop, enough for the two of them. The rolling iron door was also strong and ordinary zombies could not get in. As long as they did not make any noise in the milk tea shop, they would be safe. But although they were safe, both of them seemed to be on the verge of collapse mentally. Brother, please send someone to rescue us. We are really going crazy. In the milk tea shop, Ying, with disheveled hair and dirty body, spoke while crying softly. She and Sunwei have been in this milk tea shop for a week. The space of this milk tea shop is very small. They eat, drink, defecate, and urinate in it. It is not open yet. Even opening the door a crack is not enough, because the zombies will gather outside the door when they smell anything related to humans. So you can imagine the taste here. The house was filled with stench, and zombies would knock on the door from time to time outside. Especially at night, you could hear a lot of footsteps and all kinds of creepy roars outside. After being tortured in this environment for a week, she is considered strong enough to have held on until now without collapsing. Fortunately, there was not only him but also Sunwei in the milk tea shop, so the two of them could talk and relieve each other's loneliness. Otherwise, she didn't know if she could hold on. Wang Tao naturally had no sympathy for these two people, but he thought of the female police officer. He personally admired this kind of female police officer with a sense of justice. Although the female police officer hid in the store seemed to be relatively safe. But in the environment that Ying described, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long alone. What a pity. Hold on and wait for rescue. Wang Tao said something perfunctorily and then turned off the intercom. Chapter 68, Electric Off-Road Vehicle. It's so dangerous outside. Ding Yuqin lay on Wang Tao's chest, drawing circles and sighing. She had heard everything Ouying Ying said just now. It was hard for her to imagine how long she could survive in that situation. All thanks to Wang Tao. How can it be called the end of the world if it's not dangerous? Wang Tao gently stroked Ding Yuqin's hair, and then suddenly smiled evilly in Ding Yuqin's ear and said, "Sister-in-law, shouldn't you thank me for this? How can you let your sister-in-law thank you?" Feeling the heat beside her ears, Ding Yuqin raised her head with slightly red ears and twisted her body uneasily. Wang Tao looked at her red lips. Well, it rained again today. Wang Tao prepared to go to the same parking lot again in the rain. The task of collecting fuel and finding a car has not yet been completed. As Ding Yuqin watched, Wang Tao left the Xingfu community carrying the oil barrel. Yesterday, Wang Tao cleared out all the zombies on this road, but after one night, many zombies appeared on the street again. Without any hesitation, Wang Tao took the hammer in the rain and hit them one by one. These zombies seemed to be much more stupid. They didn't notice me even though they were so close. Is it because of the rain? Wang Tao was thoughtful. The sound of raindrops falling on the ground and buildings is crackling. Perhaps these sounds interfere with the zombies' hearing. In addition, rain can also cover up the smell. Therefore, it is reasonable that the zombies' senses are weakened. After killing more than a dozen zombies, Wang Tao successfully arrived at the open-air parking lot. However, he did not dare to go directly over. Instead, he observed carefully outside. After making sure that there were no self-destructing zombies like yesterday, he walked in cautiously. Wang Tao took a few quick looks and found that except for 2 cars whose doors were open, the rest of the doors were locked. Among these locked cars, 3 were accident cars and it was unknown what had hit them. The cars that Wang Tao collected gasoline from were these cars with open doors and damaged ones. Because these car alarms will not sound, if he tries to pry into those intact cars, the alarm will most likely go off. He didn't want to be chased by those crazy zombies like yesterday. Soon, Wang Tao filled a pot of gasoline without causing any movement. Continue. The 4th car was a car with its door open. There was a zombie lying on the steering wheel. It didn't notice Wang Tao coming. Wang Tao suddenly pulled the zombie down, picked up the hammer, and hit the head with a headshot. 500. The zombies didn't even react and were killed instantly. Then Wang Tao looked at the car. Huh? This should be a tram, right? It seems to be an extended-range train. This is a hardcore off-road vehicle from a domestic brand. It is angular and looks very powerful and domineering. Before the end of the world, the whole world was advocating new energy vehicles, and Chenghua was no exception. Come up with some very good new energy vehicles. There are all kinds of cars, SUVs, off-road vehicles, etc. However, relatively speaking, SUV sales of new energy vehicles are the best, followed by sedans, and off-road vehicles are the worst. The reason for this is that in addition to personal preference, the most important thing is the price. The price of new energy off-road vehicles is much more expensive than other vehicles. For example, the car in front of me, if Wang Tao remembers correctly, is an extended-range new energy vehicle that can both refuel and charge. The engine does not directly drive the wheels, but uses fuel to generate electricity and the motor to drive the wheels. Its price seems to start at 600,000. It belongs to the type that is popular but not popular. After all, the price is not close to the people. Wang Tao got in and rummaged around and found a car key. Wang Tao clicked lightly and was delighted when he saw the car key light up. Not broken yet. He stepped on the brake and pressed the start button. Buzz. Wang Tao heard a slight sound of a motor starting up. There's electricity and 70% of the oil. After making sure there was nothing wrong with the car, Wang Tao drove directly out of the parking lot. I have to say that the noise of the tram is very small, especially in pure electric mode. In addition, it was a rainy day, and the sound of raindrops interfered with the zombies' judgment. Wang Tao did not encounter any twists and turns along the way and returned to Xingfu community smoothly. Only after he parked the car downstairs of Building 4 did Wang Tao breathe a sigh of relief. Now that I have a car and enough gas, I can go to the Mizusawa University survivor base to explore the route and see if it is safe and suitable for me. If it is suitable, then I will go. If not, I will have to look for other places. Wang Tao still prefers to live in a place with many survivors, because there is strength in numbers, especially in a survivor base with a certain order, so he doesn't have to do everything himself, and he can concentrate on spending time on improving his strength. It was too dangerous for one person to be alone in the apocalypse. Not to mention the endless zombies. The monster with 10,000 HP he encountered in the wild before was not something that one person could handle. Even with his current strength, he had no confidence in winning. And to put it bluntly, if something dangerous really happens, if there are more people, there will be cannon fodder to protect him. But if he is alone, he can only rely on himself. Of course, the premise is that he himself will not become cannon fodder. Wang Tao has his own judgment. If this survivor is really unsuitable, he will not force it. As for setting up his own survivor base, Wang Tao would not consider it for the time being. He needed to have the ability to run a business or command a group. Why didn't he start a business and make a lot of money, but stay here as a small stuntman? Although it is the end of the world and personal strength is very important, it does not mean that you can ignore your brain, otherwise you will not know when you are tricked. Unless your strength is against the sky, and you can break all laws with one force, but he is obviously not at this level yet. Now the best choice for him is to join a large survivor base organized by an official organization, followed by an ordinary large survivor base. He had no interest in the medium-sized ones, and the small ones, in places like Xingfu community, were unnecessary. Of course, the big, medium, and small are all defined by him, according to his own understanding. But before that, the car needs to be inspected and modified. Wang Tao touched his chin and muttered to himself. Now he has cleaned up the entire community and found a lot of materials and tools. He plans to modify the car to cope with the current harsh environment. It took Wang Tao 3 days to reinforce many parts of the car and install a layer of steel plate on the outside of the car. Although this affects the speed a little, in places like this, the car cannot run too fast, so it is quite appropriate to sacrifice some speed in exchange for stronger defense. It was raining again that day. Looking at the pattering rain outside the window, Wang Tao felt that it would be a good day to go out today. Chapter 69. Fierce Firepower. Sister-in-law, I'm going out today and may stay out for a few days. You stay home alone and don't run around. Wang Tao looked at the rain outside the window and said to Ding Yuqin beside him. Good. Ding Yuqin was a little reluctant, but she knew that Wang Tao was looking for their new home. Soon, Ding Yuqin helped Wang Tao put on his equipment. Remember, you must stay at home. There is plenty of food, enough for you to eat. I also left you a walkie-talkie. I will check if you are there from time to time. If I find that you are running around again, be careful of being spanked. Wang Tao slapped Ding Yuqin hard on the buttocks. Hey! Ding Yuqin rolled her eyes at Wang Tao, then said seriously, Don't worry, I will wait for you at home. You have to be careful. Ding Yuqin kissed Wang Tao passionately, and then reluctantly watched Wang Tao drive away from Xingfu community. It's different after changing to a car. This car is not only more comfortable, but also much quieter. Coupled with the heavy rain and the detour, he encountered almost no zombies along the way. Even if some zombies appeared, they would be killed directly by him. But it's a little regrettable that we didn't see any special zombies along the way. Wang Tao is not interested in killing ordinary zombies now, but if he encounters special zombies, he will definitely try to kill them. After all, special zombies have crystal nuclei. At this rate, we will arrive at Mizusawa University in another 20 minutes. Wang Tao ate some compressed biscuits in the car and was about to hit the road again, but after seeing a building in the distance, he raised his eyebrows. Isn't the Rueitsai Commercial Street just ahead? Wang Tao looked at the map again. If he went through Rueitsai Commercial Street, he would be very close to Shuai's University. He could save at least 10 minutes of travel time. In the end times, saving time means cherishing life. However, considering what Oingying had said on the intercom before, Wang Tao still thought it would be better to take a detour. The premise of saving money is that there is no danger. If there is danger, then forget it. Da-da-da. But suddenly, a rhythmic sound of gunfire rang out from the commercial street. Even in the heavy rain, it was still clearly audible. Gunshots! From the direction of the commercial street. Wang Tao frowned, immediately turned off the car, then got out and climbed up the 3 floors behind him. Boom boom. Roar. The sound of gunfire caused countless zombies to roar, and the ground seemed to be shaking. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The gunfire continued, and it didn't feel like it was coming from just one person, but more like a team. After Wang Tao climbed to the roof of the 3-story building, he immediately took out a telescope to watch. In the commercial street in the distance, there were densely packed zombies, and at the entrance to the road in front of the zombies, there were 3 modified off-road military vehicles equipped with steel plates, iron nets, and spikes. There was a firing port on each of the 3 cars' roofs, and 3 soldiers in camouflage, half of their bodies exposed, pulled the triggers of the machine guns on the roofs, firing at the zombies. Rifles were also firing from the firing ports in the car windows. Those hideous and terrifying zombies fell down in groups like leaks at this moment. Even though he failed to be hit in the head, the 12.7 caliber machine gun directly shattered half of his body and instantly made him lose his combat effectiveness. This is a hot weapon. On the rooftop, Wang Tao felt a surge of emotion watching this scene, as if he was the one who fired the gun. After all, What man can resist shooting? With such firepower, how can zombies possibly be a match for humans? I wonder if there are any large-scale armies left? 3 cars and more than 10 guns killed a large number of zombies and drove the cars directly into the commercial street, then parked in a triangle in front of a store. There were a steady stream of zombies coming over from all around, but they were all shot dead. Occasionally, some zombies slipped through the firepower line of defense, but they were powerless against the modified military vehicles. Inside the car, someone opened the door and waved at the store, and then 2 figures were seen running out of the store and getting into the car. These 2 figures look familiar. Ying and that Sun Wang. Wang Tao was a little surprised. He told Ying and the others to wait for rescue on the intercom, but it was just a casual remark. But they really waited for rescue? Was he so lucky? Wang Tao was a little envious of such good luck. He continued to watch, and after Ying and the other person got on the car, the convoy immediately retreated. At this time, more zombies rushed in from all directions, attacking the 3 cars like a black tide. Wang Tao also saw at least dozens of the same kind of crazy zombies he had encountered before, which could run faster than humans and could climb over walls. The arrival of these crazy zombies suddenly doubled the pressure on this armed convoy. Although Wang Tao could neither hear nor see their communication in the car, but from the sudden and chaotic gunfire, he could feel that they were a little panicked. Fortunately, they have lots of bullets and thick armor, and no matter how strong those crazy zombies are, they can't withstand the bullets. The car struggled to break through the encirclement of the zombies and drove onto the main road, then stepped on the accelerator and the 3 cars sped away. But it was not so easy to get rid of the zombies, and the road was not easy to drive on, so they could not speed up. The zombies were following closely behind them, as if they could drown them at any time. This group of people should be from the Mizusawa University base, but they might be afraid of bringing zombies to Mizusawa University, so he did not go towards Mizusawa University, but left with this large group of zombies from another road. After watching the 3 cars and the group of zombies leave, Wang Tao shook his head. This group of people has good weapons and equipment and strong combat capabilities, but I always feel that they are a bit reckless. I don't know who is commanding them. However, these people have led all the zombies away, so can't I take a shortcut? Wang Tao's eyes lit up. He looked carefully again and found that there were indeed no zombies in the commercial street. To be more precise, living zombies, and the zombie corpses were lying all over the ground. Go now, hurry up. Wang Tao realized this was a good opportunity. He immediately got out and got into the car. After the car started, it drove towards the commercial street. Arriving at the commercial street and looking at the pile of zombie corpses, Wang Tao felt a little regretful. It would have been better if he had killed them himself. Even if he couldn't gain blood, at least he could have obtained a lot of spoils. The car was moving a little slower because the corpse was blocking the road. At this moment, Wang Tao suddenly heard some noise coming from a store. What's going on? Wang Tao immediately turned his head and saw that the rolling door of one of the shops suddenly deformed and then broke, and a figure flew out from the broken doorway. Boom! The figure slammed heavily into the front of Wang Tao's car. Fortunately, he was not driving fast, otherwise there would be a risk of overturning. Wang Tao first looked at the front of the car with some heartache. Fortunately, the reinforced front of the car was fine. Then he looked at the figure with little blood on the ground. Wang Tao was a little surprised that this person turned out to be Han Rue. She had changed out of her police uniform and put on ordinary clothes, so Wang Tao didn't recognize her at first. Boom, boom. At this time, a strong figure walked out of the shop. Chapter 70, Picking Up a Bargain. You go. Oh no, save me. After Han Rue flew out, her whole body ached and her head felt dizzy. After seeing a figure in front of her, her long-term police career made her subconsciously tell the other party to leave quickly. After all, the zombie was too scary and not something an ordinary person could deal with. But when she came to her senses and saw that the man was sitting in a car with steel plates installed, she immediately changed her mind and asked the other person to save her. Wang Tao did not immediately rescue Han Rue or leave. Instead, he took a claw hammer, opened the door and got out of the car. Crash! The rain outside was heavy and Wang Tao's clothes were instantly soaked. You! Han Rue glared at the big man in front of her. If you don't escape now, it will be too late. He shouldn't think that he can defeat that zombie, right? Just because of his muscles? Unfortunately, Han Rue was in pain all over her body and couldn't move. Otherwise, she would have to get out of the car and forcefully take this big guy away with her. Wang Tao naturally didn't know what Han Rue was thinking. He was looking for a special zombie, but this special zombie came. And most importantly, this zombie has a lot of health. 321/1500. If you give up such a good opportunity, you will be struck by lightning. Wang Tao clenched the hammer in his hand and looked at the zombies not far away. This is a zombie that is over 2 meters tall, but its body is deformed, and the right side of its upper body is extremely large, especially the right arm, which is almost half the size of Wang Tao. But the left side of its body is a little shrunk, especially the left arm, which is smaller than that of a normal person. It's like using the nutrients from the right side of the body to supply the left side of the body. There were many bullet holes on this zombie's body, and some black blood was flowing out of the bullet holes. Charger. This type of zombie is introduced in the zombie information provided by the military and is named the Charger. It is different from the Sprinter zombie, with only one letter difference, but the strength difference between the two is definitely more than 10 times. When Wang Tao saw the zombies looking at him, he decisively ran away from the car. Roar. The attacker let out an angry roar from his somewhat deformed mouth, then raised his right arm, kicked his back foot, and rushed directly towards Wang Tao. Boom boom. Looking at the huge zombie rushing towards him like a bull, Wang Tao suddenly rolled to the right. The attacker rushed forward, almost sticking to Wang Tao's body. Boom. The attacker crashed headfirst into the opposite building wall. With a loud bang, a large cracked hole was created on the wall, and the word -3 appeared above the Charger's head, and he seemed to be a little dizzy. The Charger's attack method is not biting, but ramming. If you are hit by it, even if you don't die, you will lose half your life, and this is for people with good physical fitness. Ordinary people can't bear it. Wang Tao felt that with his current strength, he might be able to resist, but there was no need, so he dodged at an extremely fast speed. A charge by the attacker can allow him to run 20 to 30 meters in a straight line and will not stop unless he hits someone or an obstacle. But if it hits an obstacle, two situations will occur. Either it will smash the obstacle, or it will be blocked by the obstacle and be dizzy for a few seconds. The buildings on this street were all made of reinforced concrete and were quite sturdy. They stopped the attacker and stunned him at the same time. Han Rue, who was leaning against the car, opened her eyes wide, full of disbelief. He actually dodged it. Only by fighting this zombie in person can you experience the horror of its impact. From the perspective of a bystander, you can also see the trajectory of the impact. But if you are the one involved, you have almost no chance to dodge. But the big guy actually dodged it. She had thought the other party was dead, but she didn't expect that he was actually a master. I was wrong. On the other side, Wang Tao took advantage of the sprinter's dizziness, ran over, and hit it 3 times on the head with the hammer. Bang, bang, bang. 121, 124, 76, 0/1500. Die already? Wang Tao was a little surprised. After all, this was a special zombie with 1,500 blood points. He was still thinking that he would have a fight with it. But then he thought again, his strength has improved so much now, so it is reasonable for him to easily kill a special zombie with low health. Huh. Wang Tao's face suddenly lit up with joy because he found that his health bar had increased. After adding 40 points, now it is 1040/1040. Does this mean that he won't gain blood when killing ordinary zombies, but will still gain blood when killing special zombies? Sure enough, 1000 HP is not the upper limit. With a thought, the translucent package exploded by the zombie entered Wang Tao's space backpack. Obtain. Charge right arm manufacturing drawing 1. Wang Tao didn't bother to look at the trophy. He quickly took the hammer and dug out the crystal core from the sprinter's head. This was a purple crystal core named Charge. There was no time to take a closer look. Wang Tao put it away and immediately ran back to his car. Han Rue had her mouth wide open the whole time, a look of shock on her face. After seeing Wang Tao dodge the zombie's attack, she knew she had made a mistake. But when she saw Wang Tao kill the zombie with just 3 hammer strikes, Han Rue was stunned. She knew how powerful this zombie was, and she didn't even dare to cry for help after hearing the gunshots. In the end, she was discovered and was hit half to death. She resisted, but she couldn't do anything. As a result, the man was killed with 3 hammer blows. What also surprised her was Wang Tao's smooth movements when digging the crystal core. This was definitely not the first time he had done such a thing. So, he is also a supernatural being. After Wang Tao ran back to the car, he saw Han Rue looking at him strangely. Without saying anything, he grabbed Han Rue's arm and threw her into the back seat of the car. Thank you. Han Rue grimaced in pain, but she did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, she thanked him sincerely. Being rescued was a great blessing, and she had no right to ask the other party to do more. Wang Tao glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Sit down. After hearing this, Han Rui quickly fastened her seatbelt tremblingly. Wang Tao stepped hard on the accelerator. Buzz. The motor has a huge torque, and since it's a four-wheel drive car, the car rushed out instantly. Han Rui in the car felt this powerful push on her back, with a look of surprise in her eyes. No wonder he dared to drive alone outside. It turned out to be a tram. The sound of the tram was relatively quiet, and it was raining heavily, so there was a high chance that they would return safely to the survivors' base. Han Rui thought Wang Tao was from the Shuai's University survivor base. After all, this place was very close to the base. However, I don't know if it was because of the previous gunshots, but although there were no zombies in the commercial street, after passing through the commercial street, there were many zombies in other places. To be safe, Wang Tao deliberately took a detour. After spending several hours, Wang Tao finally saw Shuai's University not far away in the evening. Mizusawa University at this time was completely different from what he had remembered. The walls of the university were much higher, with sandbags, shooting holes, and barbed wire on top, and barricades, trenches, and large iron barrels with traces of burning below. Just looking at all this made people feel extremely safe. There was a sign hanging above the gate with the four big characters, Shuai's base, written on it. Wang Tao didn't rush in, but parked the car in a safe corner and looked at Han Rui. Officer Han, would you like to chat? Chapter 71 Han Rui's Attributes. You know me? Han Rui looked at Wang Tao, who was wrapped tightly, with some wariness and surprise. I've seen it before. Wang Tao did not elaborate. What do you want to talk about? Han Rui was not sure about Wang Tao's thoughts. Is this base reliable? Wang Tao looked at the base in front of him. Han Rui knew what Wang Tao meant by reliable. She had encountered a group of survivors with bad intentions before, so she would not easily trust other survivors now. She was even wary of Wang Tao, the man who saved her life. However, this Shuai's survivor base is indeed reliable in her opinion. Of course it's reliable. My old leader is inside, and this is the base established by our security army. Han Rui told some information she knew. Okay, then I'm relieved. Wang Tao nodded, then looked at Han Rui and said, I am a little curious about the process of Officer Han coming to the commercial street and what happened when Officer Han was trapped in the Tuyuan store. I wonder if Officer Han can satisfy me? No problem. Han Rui nodded decisively. She was very clear about her current situation. Although she escaped the threat of zombies and was saved by this man, her life was also in the hands of this man in disguise. Han Rui didn't know Wang Tao's thoughts for the time being. As long as Wang Tao didn't do anything excessive to her, she would try her best to obey and avoid irritating him. I probably came to Ruitsai Commercial Street last week. I can't remember the exact day. What Han Rui said was similar to what Oingying said before, but it was different in some details. They arrived at Ruitsai Commercial Street safely and were about to reach the Mizusawa University survivor base. The three of them were very excited. Han Rui suggested going around the commercial street and walking a little further. Although there didn't seem to be many zombies in the commercial street, she was still a little worried. Her husband Sun Weilong wanted to go straight through the commercial street. The commercial street is said to be a street, but it actually refers to this area. If you want to bypass the commercial street, you have to walk a long way. In the apocalypse, 1 more minute outside means 1 more minute of danger. Walking through the commercial street can save a lot of time. They also observed that there were no zombies in the commercial street, which was safety visible to the naked eye, while bypassing the commercial street was an invisible danger. Oingying is a person who doesn't have much of an opinion. She thinks Han Rui's words make sense, and she also thinks Sun Weiguang is right. Finally, when both of them looked at her, she chose to support Sun Weiguang's words to cross the commercial street. Han Rui is actually a very opinionated person, but at this time, to be honest, she herself is not sure whether her judgment is correct. So this time she obeyed the majority. When they entered the commercial street, everything went smoothly. The three of them were quiet and did not attract any zombies. But when they reached the door of the milk tea shop, Oingying said she was thirsty and wanted to drink some water. They hadn't had any water for a day. Sun Weiguang was also very thirsty. After hearing this, he glanced at the milk tea shop not far away. The milk tea shop is not big, and the door is open. You can see the situation inside at a glance, and there are no zombies inside. Then Sun Weiguang volunteered to take Oingying to the milk tea shop to get some water to drink. A shop that makes milk tea is likely to have clean water. Han Rui found a zombie at the corner ahead, blocking her and her group's way forward. She decided to go over and kill the zombie herself. After taking some effort to get rid of the zombie, a noise suddenly came from the milk tea shop. Before she could figure out what was going on, she saw a female zombie that was different from the other zombies appear and rush directly into the milk tea shop. Han Rui hurried over and saw Sun Weiguang and Oh Yingying hiding under the table. When she saw the zombies lifting up the table and trying to bite the two of them, Han Rui took out her pistol and decisively pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet hit the zombie, successfully diverting the zombie's attention. But it also attracted the attention of countless zombies around. Han Rui quickly told the two to pull down the rolling door and hide. Then she rushed into a nearby store. This special zombie naturally followed her, but her shooting skills were very accurate. The moment the zombie rushed in after her, she quickly emptied the magazine. At present, no matter how strong the zombies are, they are still flesh and blood, and they certainly cannot stop bullets. As long as you have good marksmanship and can hit the zombies' vital points, you can easily kill the zombies, even special zombies. Therefore, this special zombie was directly killed by Han Rui. But at this time, a large wave of zombies had already arrived outside, and she had no way to meet up with Sun Weiguang and the others. She could only lock the doors and windows and hide here. Han Rui originally thought that the zombies outside would leave soon, but unexpectedly, the zombies seemed to stay on the street and would not leave. Fortunately, there was some food in the store, so she didn't starve to death. But what she didn't expect was that at some point, a special zombie with a burly build came into the house next door to her. The gun was out of bullets, and she couldn't fight the special zombies with her body, so she could only hide. And then she waited until today. After hearing the gunshots outside today, she was very excited and thought she could be saved. But there was a scary special zombie next to her, so she didn't dare to make a sound. She wanted to wait for the special zombie to be attracted away. Unexpectedly, this special zombie seemed to be injured or something, and did not go out, but hid in the house instead. This made Han Rui complain bitterly. She waited until the sound of gunfire faded away, but she still didn't get a suitable opportunity. She didn't dare to open the door or shout without permission, otherwise she would probably be bitten to death by zombies before anyone could rescue her. But there is also good news. The group of people outside have led away this large wave of zombies. As long as she can avoid the special zombies next door, she can get out. In the end, she still failed to avoid the zombies and was discovered by them. Then, what Wang Tao saw was that she had no time to dodge and was directly knocked away by the charger zombie, which even broke through the rolling door and hit Wang Tao's car. That's how it is. After briefly explaining her previous experience in one breath, Han Rui licked her cracked lips. Han Rui's words had more details than Oh Yingying's, and there was one difference. Oh Yingying said that it was Sun Weiguang who took the initiative to get milk tea for them. But Han Rui said that it was because Oh Yingying wanted to drink water that Sun Weiguang went to the milk tea shop to get water. Through his understanding of their personalities and his own speculations, Wang Tao felt that what Han Rui said was more reliable, and Oh Yingying was obviously deliberately trying to shift the blame away from herself. Of course, none of this matters now. After all, it has already happened. And Han Rui didn't tell the whole truth. Wang Tao looked at Han Rui and laughed softly. Officer Han, it seems you forgot something. You didn't seem to tell me what you got from killing the special zombies or your special powers. Han Rui opened her mouth slightly and remained silent. After she saw Wang Tao skillfully pry out the crystal core from the zombie's head, she knew that Wang Tao must know something. But she didn't expect Wang Tao to know so much that he could even guess that she had superpowers. She didn't know how she was exposed. She didn't really want to tell anyone about her supernatural powers, but Wang Tao was her lifesaver after all, so she was torn. Wang Tao looked at Han Rui quietly without saying anything. The reason why he knew Han Rui had superpowers was very simple, because Han Rui's attributes were different from those of ordinary people. HP, 85/231. Mana, 30 out of 100. Hidden attribute, arrest. Impurities in the body, 0%.